Section 16 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 4, Part 4. 37. The virtual distinction and the real distinction. Now, scholastics differ considerably in classifying this, that, or the other distinction as logical or as real, but this does not prove that it is impossible ever to determine with certitude whether any particular distinction is logical or real. What we're looking for just now is a general test for discriminating if such can be found, and this brings us to a consideration of the test suggested in the very definitions themselves. At first sight, it would appear to be an impracticable, if not even an unintelligible test. Quote, the distinction is real if it exists in the reality, that is, if the reality is two or more beings, not one being, antecedently to or independently of the consideration of the mind. Otherwise, the distinction is logical. End quote. But it might be objected, how can we possibly know whether or not any object of perception or thought is one or more than one antecedently to or independently of the consideration of the mind? It is certainly impossible for us to know what or what kind reality is, or whether it is one or manifold apart from and prior to the exercise of our own cognitive activity. This, therefore, cannot be what the test means. To interpret it in such a sense would be absurd. But when we have perceived reality in our actual sense experience, when we have interpreted it, got the meaning of it, made it intelligible, and actually understood it by the spontaneous exercise of intellect, the judging and reasoning faculty, then obviously we are at liberty to reflect critically on those antecedent spontaneous processes, on the knowledge which is the result of them, and the reality which is known through them, and by such critical reflection on those processes, their objects and their products, on the reality as perceived and known, and on the perceiving and knowing of it, we may be able to distinguish between two classes of contributions to the total result, which is the known reality. Those which we must regard as purely mental, as modes or forms or subjectively constructed terms of the mental function of cognition itself, whether perceptual or conceptual, and those which we must regard as given or presented to the mind as objects, which are not in any sense constructed or contributed by the mind, which therefore are what they are independently of our mental activity, and which would be and remain what they are and what we have apprehended them to be, even if we had never perceived or thought of them. This, according to the scholastics, is the sense, and it is a perfectly intelligible sense, in which we are called on to decide whether the related terms of any given distinction have been merely rendered distinct by the analytic activity of the cognitive process, or are themselves distinct realities irrespective of this process. That it is possible to carry on successfully, at least to some extent, this work of discrimination between the subjective and the objective factors of our cognitive experience can scarcely be denied. It is what philosophers in every age have been attempting. There are, however, some distinctions about the nature of which philosophers have never been able to agree, some holding them to be real, others to be only virtual, the former view being indicative of the tendency to emphasize the role of cognition as a passive representation of objectively given reality, the latter view being an expression of the opposite tendency to emphasize the active or constitutive or constructive factors whereby cognition assimilates to the mind's own mode of being the reality given to it in experience. In all cognition there is an assimilation of reality and mind, of object and subject. When certain distinctions are held to be real, this consideration is emphasized, that in the cognitive process as such, it is the mind that is assimilated to the objective reality. When these same distinctions are held to be logical, this other consideration is emphasized, that in the cognitive process reality must also be assimilated to mind, must be mentalized, so to speak. Cognitum est in cognoscente secundum modum cognoscentis. that in this process the mind must often regard what is one reality under distinct aspects, and that if we regard these distinct aspects as distinct realities, we are violating the principle entia non sunt multiplicanda praeter necessitatem. Now, those philosophers who hold certain distinctions to be virtual and not real, thereby ascribe to cognitive experience a larger sphere of constitutive or constructive influence than would be allowed to it by advocates of the reality of such distinctions. But by doing so, are they to be regarded as calling into question the objective validity of human knowledge? By no means. The fact that the human mind can understand reality only by processes of abstracting, generalizing, comparing, relating, analyzing, and synthesizing, processes which involve the production of logical entities, in no way vitiates the value of these modes of understanding. It merely indicates that they are less perfect than intuitive modes of understanding, which would dispense with such logical entities, the modes characteristic of pure angelic intelligences or the knowledge of the deity. The objective validity of human cognition is not interfered with either by enlarging or by restricting the domain of the mind's constitutive activity in forming such logical entities, nor therefore by claiming that certain distinctions are real rather than virtual, or vice versa. It must be remembered, moreover, that the virtual distinction is not purely logical. It has a foundation in the reality, a fundamentum in re, and insofar as it has, it gives us an insight into the nature of reality. No doubt any particular distinction cannot be virtual and at the same time simply real. Either view of it must be erroneous, and possibly both if it happens to be de facto a purely logical distinction. But the error of confounding a virtual distinction with a real is not so great as that of regarding either as a purely logical distinction. Now the tendency of much modern philosophy under the influence of Kant has been to regard all the categories in which the mind apprehends reality as being wholly and exclusively forms of cognition, as being in the reality neither formally nor even fundamentally, and to infer from this an essential constitutional inability of the mind to attain to a valid knowledge of reality. But if, as a matter of fact, these categories are in the reality formally, nay, even if they are in it only fundamentally, the inference that issues in Kantian subjectivism is unwarranted, and those categories we hold to be in the reality, at least fundamentally. We therefore reject the Kantian phenomenism of the speculative reason. Moreover, we can see no valid ground for admitting the Kantian division of the human mind into two totally separate cognitive compartments, the speculative and the practical reason, and ascribing to each compartment cognitive principles and capacities entirely alien to the other. To arrive at a right theory of knowledge, human cognitive experience as a whole must be analyzed. But provided the analysis is really an analysis of this experience, it may be legitimately directed towards discovering what the mental conditions must be, that is, the conditions on the side of the knowing subject, the subject having the experience, which are necessarily prerequisite for having such an experience. And if it be found by such analysis that cognitive experience presupposes in the knowing subject not merely a sentient and intelligent mind, but a mind which perceives, imagines, remembers reality in certain definite ways, which thinks reality in certain modes and through certain forms, which by its own constitutive activity it constructs for itself, and which it recognizes by reflection to be its own constructions, for example, distinctions, relations, affirmations and negations, abstractions, generalizations, etc., intentiones logicae, logical entities. There is no reason whatever in all this for inferring that because the mind is so constituted, because it has these modes of cognition, it must necessarily fail to reach, by means of them, a true, valid, and genuine knowledge of reality. From the fact that human modes of cognition are human, and not angelic or divine, from the fact that reality can be known to man only through these modes, these finite modes of finite human faculties, we may indeed infer that even our highest knowledge of reality is inadequate, that it does not comprehend all that is in the reality, but surely not that it is essentially illusory, and of its very nature incapable of giving us any true and valid insight into the nature of reality. Fixing our attention on the virtual distinction, we see that the mind is supposed, by means of it, to apprehend, through a plurality of distinct concepts, what it knows somehow or other to be one being. Now, if it knows the reality to be really one, it knows that the formal object of every distinct concept of this reality is really identical with the objects of all the other concepts of the latter. This condition of things is certainly verified when the mind can see that each of the distinct concepts, though not explicitly presenting the objects of the others, nevertheless implicitly and necessarily involves all these other objects. For by seeing that the distinct concepts necessarily involve one another objectively, it sees that the reality apprehended through all of them must necessarily be one reality. This is what takes place in the imperfect virtual distinction. The concepts prescind from one another formally, not objectively. But suppose that the distinct concepts prescind from one another objectively, so that they cannot be seen by any analysis to involve one another even implicitly, but present to the mind, so far as they themselves are concerned, adequately distinct modes of being, as happens in the perfect virtual distinction, for example, between organic life, sentient life, and intellectual life in man, or between animality and rationality in man. Then the all-important question arises: how do we know, in any given case of this kind, whether or not these adequately distinct thought objects are identical with one another in the reality? What is the test for determining whether or not, in a given case, these objects, which are many for abstract intellectual thought, are one being in the real order? The answer seems to be that internal and external sense experience can and does furnish us with embodiments of these intellectual manifolds, embodiments each of which we apprehend as a being that is really one, as an individual subject, of which they are conceptually distinct predicates. It would appear, therefore, that we cannot reach a true conception of what we are to regard as really one or really manifold by abstract thought alone. It is external and internal sense experience, not abstract thought, which first brings us into direct and immediate mental contact with actually existing reality. What we have, therefore, to determine is this: does sense experience, or does it not, reveal reality to us as a real manifold, not as one being, but as beings, coexisting outside one another in space, succeeding one another in time, interdependent on one another, interacting on one another, and by this interaction causing and undergoing real change, each producing others, or being produced by others, really distinct from itself? In other words, is separateness of existence in time or space, as revealed in sense experience, a sufficient index of the real manifoldness of corporeal being and of the really distinct individuality of each such being? Or are we to take it that because those space and time distinctions have to be apprehended by thought in order that not merely sense but intellect may apprehend corporeal beings as really manifold, therefore these distinctions are not in the reality given to us? Or again, is each person's own conscious experience of himself as one being, of his own unity, and of his distinctness from other persons, a sufficient index that the distinction between person and person is a real distinction? Or are we to take it that because his feeling of his individual unity through sense consciousness must be interpreted by the thought concepts of one, individual, person, distinct from others, these concepts do not truly express what is really given him to interpret? Finally, if we can infer from the actually existing material reality which forms the immediate datum of direct experience, or from the human ego as given in this experience, the actual existence of a real mode of being which is not material but spiritual, by what tests can we determine whether this spiritual mode of being is really one, or whether there is a real plurality of such beings? The solution of these questions bears directly on the validity of the adequate or greater real distinction, the distinctio realis major, seo absoluta. The philosophy which defends the validity of this distinction, which holds that the distinction between individual human beings and between individual living things generally is in the fullest and truest sense a real distinction, is at all events in conformity with universally prevailing modes of thought and language, while the monism which repudiates these spontaneous interpretations of experience as invalid by denying all real manifoldness to reality, can make itself intelligible only by doing violence to thought and language alike. Not that this alone is a disproof of monism, but at all events it creates a presumption against a system to find it running counter to any of those universal spontaneous beliefs which appear to be rooted in man's rational nature. On the other hand, the philosophy which accords with common belief in proclaiming a real plurality in being has to reconcile intellect with sense, and the universal with the individual, by solving the important problem of individuation. That is, what is it that makes real being individual, if, notwithstanding the fact that intellect apprehends reality as abstract and universal, reality nevertheless can exist only as concrete and individual? End of section 16, read by Sandra. Section 17 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 4, Part 5. 38. The Real Distinction. In the next place, it must be remembered, comparing the virtual distinction with the real, that philosophers have recognized two kinds of real distinction, the major or absolute real distinction, and the minor real or modal distinction. Before defining these, let us see what are the usual signs by which a real distinction in general can be recognized. The relation of efficient causality, of efficient cause and effect, between two objects of thought is sometimes set down as a sure sign of a major real distinction between them, and the reason alleged is that a thing cannot be the efficient cause of itself. The efficient cause is necessarily extrinsic to the effect and cannot be really identical with the latter. It is to be noted that this test applies to reality as actually existing, as producing or undergoing change, and that it is derived from our sense experience of reality in process of change. But since our concept of efficient causality has its origin in our internal experience of our own selves as active agents, as causing some portion of what enters into our experience, the test seems to assume that we have already introduced into this experience a real distinction between the self and what is caused by the self. It is not clear that the relation of efficient cause to effect, as applied to created causes, can precede and reveal in our experience the relation of what is really one to what is really other in this experience. If the reality revealed to us in our direct experience, the phenomenal universe, has been brought into existence by the creative act of a supreme being, this of course implies a real distinction between creator and creature. But it does not seem possible in this case, or indeed in any case, to prove the existence of the causal relation antecedently to that of the real distinction, or to utilize the former as an index to the latter. Two distinct thought objects are regarded as really distinct. One, when they are found to exist separately and apart from each other in time or space, as is the case with any two individuals such as John and James, or a man and a horse. Two, when, though they are found in the same individual, one of them at least is separable from the other in the sense that it can actually exist without that other. For example, the soul of any individual man can exist apart from the material principle with which it is actually united to form this living human individual. The individual himself can exist without the particular accidental modes, such as sitting, thinking, speaking, which actually affect his being at any particular instant of his existence. From this, we can gather in the first place that the distinction between two individuals, individual persons or individual things, is a real distinction in the fullest and plainest sense of this expression, a major or absolute real distinction. It is, moreover, not merely real, but actual. Two existing individuals are always actually divided and separate from each other, while each is actually one or actually undivided in itself, and they are so independently of the consideration of the mind. In the second place, assuming that the mind can apprehend in the individuals of its experience a unity resulting from the union or composition of separable factors or principles, whether essential or accidental, and assuming that it can know these factors to be really separable, though actually one, and undivided, that is, separable in the sense that each of any two such factors, or at least one of them, should actually exist without the other, it regards the distinction between such factors as real. They are really distinct because, though actually one and undivided, they are potentially manifold. If each has a positive entity of its own, so that absolutely speaking, each could exist without the other, the distinction is still regarded as an absolute or major real distinction. For example, the human soul can exist without the body can exist without the soul, being actualized by the new formative principle or principles which replace the soul at death. Therefore, there is an absolute real distinction between the soul and the body of the living human individual, although both factors form one actual being. Still, independently of the consideration of the mind, the one factor is not the other. Each is really, though only potentially, other than the factor with which it is united. The relation of one to other, though not actually verified of either factor, since there is only one actual being, the existing individual man, is potentially and really verified, that is, verifiable, of each. Again, the individual corporeal substance can, absolutely speaking, exist without its co-natural accident of external or local extension. This latter can, absolutely speaking, exist without its co-natural substance. Therefore, these are absolutely and really distinct. If only one of the factors is seen to be capable of existing without the other, and the latter to be such that it could not actually exist except as united with the former, so that the separability is not mutual, the distinction is regarded still as real, but only as a minor or modal distinction. Such, for instance, is the distinction between a body and its location, or its state of rest or motion, and in general the distinction between a substance and what are called its accidental modes, or modal accidents. The distinction is regarded as real because reflection is held to assure us that it is in the reality itself independently of the mind, and not merely imposed by the mind on the reality because of some ground or reason in the reality. It is called a modal distinction rather than an absolute real distinction, because those accidental modes of a substance do not seem to have of themselves sufficient reality to warrant our calling them things or realities, but rather merely modes or determinations of things or realities. It is significant as throwing light on the relation of the virtual to the real distinction, that some authors call the modal distinction not a real distinction, but a distinctio media, that is, intermediate between a real and a logical distinction, and that the question whether it should be called simply a real distinction or intermediate between a real and logical distinction is regarded by some as a purely verbal question. We shall recur to the modal distinction later. In the third place, it must be noted that separability in the sense explained, even non-mutual, is not regarded as the only index to a real distinction. In other words, certain distinctions are held by some to be real, even though this test of separability does not apply. For instance, it is commonly held that not merely in men, but in all corporeal individuals, the formative and the determinable principle of the nature or substance, the forma substantialis and the materia prima, are really distinct, though it is admitted that apart from the case of the human soul, neither can actually exist except in union with the other. What is held in regard to accidental modes is also applied to these essential principles of the corporeal substance. Videlicet that there is here a special reason why such principles cannot actually exist in isolation. Of their very nature they are held to be such that they cannot be actualized or actually exist in isolation, but only in union. But this fact, it is contended, does not prove that the principles in question are merely mentally distinct aspects of one reality. The fact that they cannot actually exist as such separately does not prove that they are not really separable, and it is contended that they are really and actually separated whenever an individual corporeal substance undergoes substantial change. This, then, raises once more the question, What sort of separation or separability is the test of a real distinction? Is it separateness in and for sense perception, or separateness in and for intellectual thought? The former is certainly the fundamental index of the real distinction, for all our knowledge of reality originates in sense experience, and separateness in time and space, which marks its data, is the key to our knowledge of reality as a manifold of really distinct individual beings. And when we infer from sense experience the actual existence of a spiritual domain of reality, we can conceive its individuals only after the analogy of the corporeal individuals of our immediate sense experience. Scholastic philosophers, following Aristotle, have always taken the manifoldness of reality, that is, its presentation in sense experience in the form of individuals, of this and that, tote ti, hoc aliquid, as an unquestioned and unquestionable real datum. Not that they naively assumed everything perceived by the senses as an individual in time and space to be really an individual. They realized that what is perceived by sense as one limited continuum occupying a definite portion of space may be in reality an aggregate of many individuals, and they recognized the need of scrutinizing and analyzing those apparent individuals in order to test their real individuality. But they held, and rightly, that sense experience does present to us some data that are unmistakably real individuals, individual men, for instance. Next, they saw that intellectual thought, by analyzing sense experience, amasses an ever-growing multitude of abstract and conceptually distinct thought objects, which it utilizes as predicates for the interpretation of this sense experience. These thought objects, intellect can unite or separate, can in some cases positively see to be mutually compatible or incompatible, can form into ideal or possible complexes. But whether or not the conceptually distinct, though mutually compatible thought objects forming any such complex will be also really distinct from one another is a question which evidently cannot arise until such a complex is considered as an actual or possible individual being, for it is the individual only that exists or can exist. They will be really distinct when found actualized in distinct individuals. Even the conceptually one and self-identical abstract thought object will be really distinct from itself when embodied in distinct individuals. The one single abstract thought object, humanity, human nature, is really distinct from itself in John and in James. The humanity of John is really other than the humanity of James. Of course, if conceptually distinct thought objects are seen to be mutually incompatible, they cannot be found realized except in really distinct individuals. The union of them is only an ens rationis. Again, it may be that the intellect is unable to pronounce positively as to whether they are compatible or not, as to whether the complex forms a possible being or not. But when the intellect positively sees such thought objects to be mutually compatible by interpretation of and inference from its actual sense experience of them as embodied in individuals, and when, furthermore, it now finds a number of them coexisting in some one actual individual, the question recurs: how can it know whether they are really distinct from each other, though actually united to form one, essentially or accidentally composite individual, or only conceptually distinct aspects of one simple individual? This, as we have already seen, is the case for which it is really difficult to find a satisfactory test, and hence the different views to be found among scholastic philosophers as to the nature of the distinctions which the mind makes or discovers within the individual. The difficulty is this: the conceptual distinction between compatible thought objects is not a proof of real distinction when these thought objects are found united in one individual of sense experience, as for example animality and rationality in man, and the only distinction given to us by sense experience, at least directly and immediately, is undoubtedly real, is the distinction between corporeal individuals existing apart in space or time, as for example between man and man. How, then, can we show that any distinctions within the individual are real? Well, we have seen that certain entities which are objects of sense or of thought, or of both, can disappear from the individual without the residue thereby perishing or ceasing to exist actually as an individual. The human soul survives as an actual individual reality after its separation from the material principle with which it formed the individual man. The individual man persists, while the accidental modes that affect him disappear. In such cases as these, intellect, interpreting sense experience, and reasoning from it, places a real distinction in the composite individual between the factors that can continue to exist without others and these latter. In doing so, it is apparently applying the analogy of the typical real distinction, that between one individual and another. The factor, or group of factors, which can continue to exist actually after the separation of the others, is an individual, and what were separated from it were apparently real entities, though they may have perished by the actual separation. But on what ground is the distinction between the material principle and the vital principle of a plant or an animal, for example, regarded as real? Again, on the ground furnished by the analogy of the distinction between individuals of sense experience. Note that it is not between the material and the vital principles as objects of abstract thought, that is, between the materiality and the vitality of the plant or the animal, that a real distinction is claimed. These are regarded only as conceptually distinct aspects of the plant or the animal. Nor is it admitted that because one of these thought objects is found embodied elsewhere in nature without the other, materiality without vitality in the inorganic universe, we can therefore conclude that they are really distinct in the plant or the animal. No, it is between the two principles conceived as coexisting and united in the concrete individual that the real distinction is claimed. And it is held to be a real distinction because substantial change in corporeal things, that is, corruption and generation of individual corporeal substances, is held to be real. If it is real, there is a real separation of essential factors when the individual perishes, and the factors continue to be real as potential principles of other individuals when any individual corporeal substance perishes. Each principle may not continue to exist actually, as such, in isolation from the other, though some scholastics hold that, absolutely speaking, they could be conserved apart as actual entities by the author of nature. But they can actually exist as essential principles of other actual individuals. They are real potentialities which become actual in other individuals. Thus we see that they are conceived throughout after the analogy of the individual. Those who hold that, absolutely speaking, the material principle as such, materia prima, could actually exist in isolation from any formative principle, should apparently admit that in such a case it would be an individual reality. 39. Some questionable distinctions. The SCOTUS distinction. The difficulty of discriminating between the virtual and the real distinction in an individual has given rise to the conception of distinctions which some maintain to be real, others to be less than real. The virtual distinction, as we have hitherto understood it, may be described as extrinsic inasmuch as it arises in the individual only when we consider the latter under different aspects, or in different relations to things extrinsic to it. By regarding an individual under different aspects, for example, a man under the aspects of animality and rationality, we can predicate contradictory attributes of the individual, for example, of a man that he is similar to a horse, and that he is not similar to a horse. Now it is maintained by some that although independently of the consideration of the mind, the grounds of these contradictory predications are not actually distinct in the individual, nevertheless, even before such consideration, the individual has a real intrinsic capacity to have these contradictory predicates affirmed of him. They can be affirmed of him not merely when he is regarded, and because he is regarded, under conceptually different aspects, but because these principles, animality and rationality, are already really in him, not merely as aspects, but as distinct capacities, as potentially distinct principles of contradictory predications. The virtual distinction, understood in this way, is described as intrinsic. It is rejected by some on the ground that, at least in its application to finite realities, it involves a violation of the principle of contradiction. It seems to imply that one and the same individual has in itself absolutely, and not merely as considered under different aspects and relations, the capacity to verify of itself contradictory predicates. Scotus and his followers go even farther than the advocates of this intrinsic virtual distinction by maintaining the existence of a distinction which, on the one hand, they hold to be less than real because it is not between thing and thing, and on the other hand to be more than logical or virtual because it actually exists between the various thought objects or formalitates, such example as animality and rationality, in the individual, independently of the analytic activity whereby the mind detects these in the latter. This distinction Scotists call a formal distinction, actual on the part of the thing, distinctio formalis, actualis ex natura rei. Hence the name formalists applied to Scotists from their advocacy of this Scotistic distinction. It is, they explain, a distinction not between things, res, but between formalities, formalitates. By thing, as opposed to formality, they mean not merely the individual, but also any positive thought object which, though it may not be capable of existing apart, can really appear in or disappear from a thing which can so exist. For example, the essential factors of a really composite essence, its accidental modes, and its real relations. By formality, they mean a positive thought object, which is absolutely inseparable from the thing in which it is apprehended, which cannot exist without the thing, nor the thing without it. For instance, all the metaphysical grades of being in an individual, such as substantiality, corporeity, life, animality, rationality, individuality in an individual man. The distinction is called formal because it is between such formalities, each of which is the positive term of a separate concept of the individual. It is called actual on the side of the thing because it is claimed to be actually in the latter apart from our mental apprehension of the individual. What has chiefly influenced Scotists in claiming this distinction to be thus actually in the individual, independently of our mental activity, is the consideration that these metaphysical grades are grounds on which we can predicate contradictory attributes of the same individual. For example, of an individual man that he is similar to a horse, and that he is not similar to a horse. Whence they infer that in order to avoid violation of the principle of contradiction, we must suppose these grounds to be actually distinct in the thing. To this it is replied firstly, that if such predications were truly contradictory, we would avoid violation of the principle of contradiction only by inferring a real distinction, which Scotists deny to exist, between these grounds. Secondly, that such predications are not truly contradictory, inasmuch as he is similar really means he is partially similar, and he is not similar means he is not completely similar. Therefore, when we say that a man's rationality is not the principle whereby he resembles a horse, and his animality is the principle whereby he resembles a horse, we mean A, that his rationality is not the principle of complete resemblance, though we know it is the principle of partial resemblance, inasmuch as we see it to be really identical with that which is the principle of partial resemblance, videlicet his animality. And we mean B, that his animality is the principle of his partial resemblance to a horse, not of total resemblance, for we know that the animality of a man is not perfectly similar to that of a horse, the former being really identical with rationality, the latter with irrationality. When, then, we predicate of one thing that it is similar to some other thing, and that it is not similar to this other thing, we are not really predicating contradictories of the same thing. If we take the predicates as contradictories, they are true of the same reality undoubtedly, but not under the same aspect. Scotists themselves admit that the real identity of these aspects involves no violation of the principle of contradiction. Why then should these be held to be actually distinct formalities, independently of the consideration of the mind? How can a distinction that is actual, independently of the mind's analysis of the reality, be other than real? Is not predication a work of the mind? And must not the conditions on which reality verifies the predication be determined by the mind? If, then, we see that in order to justify this predication of similar and not similar about any reality, it is merely necessary that the mind should apprehend this reality to be, in its undivided unity, equivalent to manifold grades of being or perfection, which the mind itself can grasp as mentally distinct aspects, by distinct concepts. How can we be justified in supposing that these grades of being are not merely distinguishable, but actually distinct in the reality itself, independently of the mind? The Scotist doctrine here is indicative of the tendency to emphasize, perhaps unduly, the assimilation of reality as a datum with the mind, which interprets this datum. To regard the constitution of reality itself as being what abstract thought, irrespective of sense experience, would represent it, and according to place in the reality as being actually there, independently of thought, distinctions which as a matter of fact may be merely the product of thought itself. Scotists, by advocating an actual distinction between these grades of being as formalities in the individual, have exposed themselves to the charge of extreme realism. They teach that each of these formalities has, for abstract thought, a formal unity which is sui generis, and this unity is not regarded as a product of thought, any more than the distinction between such unities. Thus the materiality apprehended by thought in all material things is one, not because it's made one by the abstracting and universalizing activity of thought, as most, if not all, other scholastics teach. It is not merely conceptually one through our thought activity, it is formally one apart from the latter, and it thus knits into a formal unity all material things. And so does life, all living things, and animality, all animals, and rationality, all men. Now, if this formal unity of any such essential or metaphysical grade of being were regarded as a real unity, monism would be, of course, the logically inevitable corollary of the theory. But the formal unity of any such essential grade of being, Scotists will not admit to be a real unity, though they hold it to be characteristic of reality independently of our thought. They contend that this unity is quite compatible with the real plurality conferred upon being by the principles which individuate the latter, and thus they cannot be fairly accused of monism. Their reasoning here is characteristically subtle. Just as any metaphysical grade of being considered as an object of thought is in itself neither manifold individually nor one universally, so that, as Thomists say, designating it in this condition as the universale directum, or metaphysicum, or fundamentale, or quod rem conceptam, we can truly affirm of it in this condition neither that it is one, logically as a universal, nor that it is manifold, really as multiplied in actual individuals. So likewise, Scotists contend, it is in this condition ontologically as an entity in the real order independently of thought, and as such as a unity of its own, a formal unity, which, while uniting in a formal unity all the individuals that embody it, is itself incapable of fitting this grade of being for actual existence, and therefore admits those ultimate individuating principles which make it a real manifold in the actual order. Thus, the metaphysical grade of being, which as considered in itself Thomists hold to be an abstraction, having no other unity than that which thought confers upon it by making it logically universal, Scotists, on the contrary, hold to be as such something positive in the ontological order, having there a formal unity corresponding to the conceptual or logical unity which thought confers upon it by universalizing it. The metaphysical grade of being, thus conceived as something positive in the real order, Scotists will not admit to be a reality, nor the unity which characterizes it a real unity. But after all, if such a formality with its proportionate unity is independent of thought, and if on the other hand universality is the work of thought, so that the universal as such cannot be real, it is not easy to see how the Scotist doctrine escapes the error of extreme realism. The metaphysical grade of being is a formality only because it is made abstract by thought, and it has unity only because it is made logically universal by thought. Therefore, to contend that as such it is something positive in the real order, independently of thought, is to reify the abstract and universal as such, which is extreme realism. End of section 17. Read by Sandra.
Section 18 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 5. 40. Ontological Truth Considered from Analysis of Experience. We have seen that when the mind thinks of any reality, it apprehends it as one. That ontological unity is a transcendental attribute of being, and this consideration led us to consider the manifoldness and the distinctions which characterize the totality of our experience. Now, man himself is a real being, surrounded by all the other real beings that constitute the universe. Moreover, he finds himself endowed with faculties, which bring him into conscious relations both with himself and with those other beings, and only by the proper interpretation of these relations can he understand aright his place in the universe. The first in order of these relations is that of reality to mind. This relation between mind and reality is what we understand by truth. Now, truth is attributed both to knowledge and to things. We say that a person thinks or judges truly, that his knowledge is true or correct or accurate, when things really are as he thinks or judges them to be. The truth which we thus ascribe to knowledge, to the mind interpreting reality, is logical truth, a relation of concord or conformity of the mind interpreting reality, or of the mind's judgment about reality, with the reality itself. Logical truth is dealt with in logic and epistemology. We are concerned here only with the truth that is attributed to reality, to things themselves, ontological, metaphysical, transcendental truth, as it is called. There is nothing abstruse or far-fetched about the use of the terms true and truth as equivalent to real and reality. We speak of true gold, a true friend, a veritable hero, etc. Now what do we mean by thus ascribing truth to a thing? We mean that it corresponds to a mental type or ideal. We call a liquid true wine or real wine, for instance, when it verifies in itself the definition we have formed of the nature of wine. Hence, whenever we apply the terms true or truth to a thing, we shall find that we are considering that thing not absolutely and in itself, but in reference to an idea in our minds. We do not say of a thing simply that it is true. We say that it is truly such or such a thing, i.e., that it is really of a certain nature already conceived by our minds. If the appearance of the thing suggests comparison with some ideal type or nature, and if the thing is seen on examination not really to verify this nature in itself, we say that it is not really or truly such or such a thing. Example: that a certain liquid is not really wine, or is not true wine. When we have no such ideal type to which to refer a thing, when we do not know its nature, cannot classify and name it, we have to suspend our judgment, and say that we do not know what the thing really is. Hence, for example, the new rays discovered by Roentgen were called provisionally X-rays, their real nature being at first unknown. We see, then, that real or ontological truth is simply reality considered as conformable with an ideal type, with an idea in the mind. Whence does the human mind derive these ideal types, these concepts or definitions of the nature of things? It derives them from actually experienced reality by abstraction, comparison, generalization, and reflection on the data of its experience. Hence it follows that the ontological truth of things is not known by the mind antecedently to the formation of the mental type. It is, of course, in the things antecedently to any judgment we form about the things, and the logical truth of our judgments is dependent on it, for logical truth is the conformity of our judgments with the real nature of things. But antecedently to all exercise of human thought, antecedently to our conception of the nature of a thing, the thing has not for us formal or actual ontological truth. It has only fundamental or potential ontological truth. If, in this condition, reality had actual ontological truth for us, there would be no ground for our distinguishing mentality between the reality and the truth of things, whereas the existence of this mental or logical distinction is undeniable. The concept of reality is the concept of something absolute. The concept of ontological truth is the concept of something relative, not of an absolute, but of a relative property of being. But if, for the human mind, the ontological truth of things is, at least proximately, immediately, and in the first place, their conformity with the abstract concepts of essences or natures, concepts derived by the mind from an analysis of its experience, how can this ontological truth be one for all men, or immutable and necessary? For since men form different and divergent and conflicting conceptions as to the natures of things, and so have different views and standards of truth for things, ontological truth would seem, according to the exposition just outlined, to be not one but manifold, not immutable but variable, consequences which surely cannot be admitted. The answer to this difficulty will lead us to a deeper and more fundamental conception of what ontological truth really is. First, then, we must consider that all men are endowed with the same sort of intellect, an intellect capable of some insight at least into the nature of things, that therefore they abstract the same transcendental notions and the same widest concepts from their experience, transcendental concepts of being, unity, truth, goodness, generic concepts of substance, matter, spirit, cause of accident, quantity, multitude, number, identity, similarity, distinction, diversity, etc. They also form the same specific concepts of possible essences, although, therefore, they may disagree and err in regard to the application of those concepts, especially of the lower, richer, and more complex specific concepts, to the actual data of their experience. They agree in the fact that they have those common concepts, or idea types, of reality. Also in the fact that when they apply those concepts rightly, i.e. by logically true judgments, to the things that make up their experience, they have so far grasped the real natures of these things, and finally, in recognizing that the ontological truth of these things lies in the conformity of the latter with their true and proper mental types or essences. And just as each of these latter is one, indivisible, immutable, necessary, and eternal, so is the ontological truth of things, whether possible or actual, one, indivisible, immutable, necessary, and eternal. Of course, just as the human mind does not constitute, but only apprehends reality, so the human mind does not constitute the ontological truth of reality, but only apprehends it. Every reality is capable of producing in the human mind a more or less adequate mental representation of itself. In this lies what we may call the potential or fundamental ontological truth of reality. When it does produce such a mental concept of itself, its relation of conformity to this concept is its formal ontological truth. Of course, the human mind may err in applying to any reality a wrong concept. When it does, it has so far failed to grasp the real nature of the thing, and therefore the ontological truth which is really identical with this nature. But the thing still has its ontological truth, independently of the erring mind. Not only fundamental truth, but also possibly formal truth, insofar as it may be rightly apprehended, and thus related to its proper mental type by other human minds. Reality itself, therefore, is not and cannot be false, as we shall see more fully later. Error or falsity is an accident only of the mind interpreting reality. 41. Ontological truth considered synthetically, from the standpoint of its ultimate real basis. So far we have explained ontological truth as a relation of reality to the human intelligence. But this relation is not one of dependence. The objective term of the relation, the reality itself, is anterior to the human mind. It is not constituted by the latter. The subjective term, the abstract concept, is indeed, as a vital product, dependent on the mind, but as representative of reality, it is determined only by the latter. Is there, however, an intelligence to which reality is essentially conformed, other than the human intelligence? Granted the actual existence of contingent realities, and granted that the human mind can derive from these realities rational principles which it sees to be necessarily and universally applicable to all the data of experience, we can demonstrate the existence of a necessary being, a first and self-existent intelligence. Realizing, then, that God has created all things according to infinite wisdom, we can see that the essences of things are imitations of exemplar ideas in the divine mind. On the divine mind they depend essentially for their reality and intelligibility. It is because all created realities, including the human mind itself, are adumbrations of the divine essence, that they are intelligible to the human mind. Thus we see that in the ontological order, in the order of real gradation and dependence among things, as distinct from the order of human experience, the reason why reality has ontological truth for the human mind is because it is antecedently and essentially in accord with the divine mind from which it derives its intelligibility. Although, therefore, ontological truth is for us proximately and immediately the conformity of reality with our own conceptions, it is primarily and fundamentally the essential conformity of all reality with the divine mind. All reality, actual and possible, including the divine essence itself, is actually comprehended by the divine mind, is actually in conformity with the exemplar ideas in the divine mind, and has therefore ontological truth even independently of its relation to created minds. But in the impossible hypothesis of the absence of all intellect, such a thing as truth would be inconceivable. The reason, therefore, why things are ontologically true for our minds, why our minds can apprehend their essences, why we can have any true knowledge about them, is in fact because both our minds and all things else, being expressions of the divine essence, are in essential conformity with the divine intellect. Not that we must know all this in order to have any logical truth, any true knowledge about things, or in order to ascribe to things the ontological truth which consists in their conformity with our conception of their nature. The atheist can have a true knowledge of things, and can recognize in them their conformity with his mental conception of their nature. Only he is unaware of the real and fundamental reason why he can do so. nor can he, of course, while denying the existence of God, rise to the fuller conception of ontological truth, which consists in the essential conformity of all reality with the divine intellect, and its essential dependence on the latter for its intelligibility to the human intellect. Naturally, it is this latter and fuller conception of ontological truth that has been at all times expounded by scholastic philosophers. We may, therefore, define ontological truth as the essential conformity of reality as an object of thought with intellect, and primarily and especially with the divine intellect. The conformity of reality with the divine intellect is described as essential to reality, in the sense that the reality is dependent on the divine intellect for its intelligibility. It derives its intelligibility from the latter. The conformity of reality with the human intellect is also essential in the sense that potential conformity with the latter is inseparable from reality. It is an aspect really identical with, and only logically distinct from, the latter. But inasmuch as the actual conformity of reality with our human conception of it is contingent on the existence of human intelligences, and is not ultimately dependent on the latter, inasmuch as reality does not derive its intelligibility ultimately from this conception, seeing that rather this conception is derived from the reality and is ultimately dependent on the divine exemplar, this conformity of reality with the human mind is sometimes spoken of as accidental to reality, in contrast with the relation of dependence which exists between reality and the divine mind. Bearing in mind that reality derives its intelligibility from its essential conformity with the divine mind, and that the human mind derives its truth from the reality, we can understand how it has been said of truth, in general, that it is first in the uncreated intellect, then in things, then in created intellects, that the primary source and measure of all truth is the divine intellect itself unmeasured, mensurans non mensuratus. That created reality is measured by, or conformed with, the divine intellect, and is in turn the measure of the human intellect, conforming with the latter itself, mensurans et mensurata. And that, finally, the human intellect, measured by created reality, and the divine mind, is itself the measure of no natural things, but only of the products of human art. Intellectus noster non mensurans quidem res naturalis, sed artificialis tantum. Is truth one, then? Or is it manifold? Logical truth is manifold, multiplied by the number of created intelligences, and by the number of distinct cognitions in each. The primary ontological truth, which consists in the conformity of all reality with the divine intellect, is one. There is no real plurality of archetype ideas in the divine mind. They are manifold only to our imperfect human mode of thinking. The secondary ontological truth, which consists in the conformity of things with the abstract concepts of created intelligences, is conditioned by, and multiplied with, the manifoldness of the latter. Again, to the question, is truth eternal or temporal? We reply in a similar way that the truth of the divine comprehension of reality, actual and possible, is eternal, but that no other truth is eternal. There is no eternal truth outside of God. Created things are not eternal, and truth is consecutive on reality. Where there is no reality, there is no ontological truth. The conformity of things with human conceptions and the logical truth of the latter are both alike temporal. Finally, we may say that the truth of the divine intellect is immutable, and so is the essential conformity of all reality with the divine intellect. The change to which created reality is essentially subject is itself essentially conformed with the divine mind. It is, so to speak, part and parcel of the ontological truth of this reality in relation to the divine mind, and cannot therefore interfere with this ontological truth. When the acorn grows into the oak, the whole process has its ontological truth. That of the acorn changes, not into falsity, but into another truth, that of the oak. We see, then, that as things change, their truth does not change in the sense of being lost or giving place to falsity. The truth of one state changes to the truth of another, while the ontological truth of the changing reality perseveres immutably. The same immutability attaches to the truth of things in relation to the human mind, with the qualification, to which we shall return, that they may occasion false judgments in the human mind, and on that account be designated false. Finally, the logical truth, which has its seat in created intelligences, is mutable. It may be increased or diminished, acquired or lost. 42. Ontological truth, a transcendental attribute of reality. From what has been said, it will be apparent that ontological truth is a transcendental attribute of reality. That is to say, whatever is real, whether actual or possible, is ontologically true, or, in scholastic terminology, omne ens est verum, ens et verum conventuntur. All being is true. The real and true are convertible terms. For in the first place, there is no mode or category of real being of which the human mind actually thinks, to which it does not attribute ontological truth in the sense of conformity with the right human conception of it. Moreover, the proper object of the human intellect is reality. All true knowledge is knowledge of reality. Reality of itself is manifestly knowable, intelligible, and thus potentially or fundamentally true, and, on the other hand, intellect is, according to the measure of its capacity, a faculty of insight into all reality, into whatever is real, intellectus potens fieri omnia anima, quodammodo fit omnia. Deny either of these postulates regarding the terms of the ontological relation, reality and mind, and all rational thought is instantly paralyzed. Hence, insofar as a reality becomes an actual object of human knowledge, it has formal ontological truth in relation both to the human mind and to the divine mind, while antecedently to the human thought it is fundamentally true or intelligible, to the human mind, and, of course, formally true in relation to the divine mind. Thus we see that whatever is real is ontologically true, that ontological truth is really identical with real being, that, applied to the latter, is not a mere extrinsic denomination, but signifies an intrinsic, positive aspect of reality, viz., the real, essential, or transcendental relation of all real being to mind or intellect, a relation which is logically or conceptually distinct from the notion of reality considered in itself. 43. Attribution of falsity to real being. If ontological truth is really identical with real being, if it is an essential aspect of the latter, a transcendental relation of reality to mind, it follows immediately that there can be no such thing as transcendental falsity. If whatever is real is ontologically true, then the ontologically false must be the unreal, must be of nothingness. And this is really so. Ontological falsity is nothingness. We have, therefore, to discover the real meaning of attributing falsity to things, as when we speak of a false friend, false gold, false teeth, a false musical note, a false measure in poetry, etc. First of all, then, it will be noted that each such object has its own real nature and character, its proper mental correlate, and therefore its ontological truth. The false friend is a true or real deceiver, or traitor, or coward, or whatever his real character may be. The false gold is true or real bronze, or alloy, or whatever it may be in reality. The false teeth are true or real ivory, or whatever substance they are made of. A false musical note is a true or real note, but not the proper one in its actual setting, and so of a false measure in poetry. Next, when we thus ascribe falsity to a friend, or gold, or such like, we see that the epithet false is in reality merely transferred from the false judgment which a person is liable to make about the object. We mean that to judge that person a friend, or that substance gold, or those articles real teeth, would be to form a false judgment. We see that it is only in the judgment there can be falsity, but we transfer the epithet to the object because the object is likely to occasion the erroneous judgment in the fallible human mind, by reason of the resemblance of the object to something else which it really is not. We see, therefore, that falsity is not in the objects, but is transferred to them by a purely extrinsic denomination on account of appearances calculated to mislead. We commonly say, in such cases, that things mislead us, that appearances deceive us. Things, however, do not deceive or mislead us necessarily, but only accidentally. They are the occasions of our allowing ourselves to be deceived. The fallibility and limitations of our own minds in interpreting reality are the real cause of our erroneous judgments. Secondly, there is another improper sense in which we attribute falsity to works of art which fail to realize the artist's ideal. In this sense, we speak of a false note in music, a false measure in poetry, a false tint in painting, a false curve in sculpture or architecture. False here means defective, bad, wanting in perfection. The object being out of harmony with the ideal or design in the practical intellect of the artist, we describe it as false, after the analogy of what takes place when we describe as false gold a substance which is out of harmony with the idea of gold in the speculative intellect. It is in relation to the speculative, not the practical intellect, that things have ontological truth. All created things are, of course, as such, in conformity not only with the divine intellect considered as speculative, but also with the divine intellect considered as practical. For God, being omnipotent, does all things according to the designs of his wisdom. For him, nothing is accidental, nothing happens by chance. But the world he has freely willed to create is not the best possible world. Both in the physical and in the moral order, there are things and events which are defective, which fall short of their natural perfection. This defectiveness, which is properly physical or moral evil, is sometimes described as falsity, lying, vanity, etc., on account of the discrepancy between those things and the ideal of what they should be. But all such defective realities are known to be what they are by the divine mind, and may be known as they really are by the human mind. They have, therefore, their ontological truth. The question of their perfection or imperfection gives rise to the consideration of quite a different aspect of reality, namely its goodness. This, then, we must deal with in the next place. End of Chapter 5.
Section 19 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 6, Part 1. Reality and the Good. 44. The good as desirable and as suitable. The notion of the good, Latin bonum, Greek agathon, is one of the most familiar of all notions. But like all other transcendental or widely generic concepts, the analysis of it opens up some fundamental questions. The princes of ancient Greek philosophy, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, gave much anxious thought to its elucidation. The tentative gropings of Socrates involved an ambiguity which issued in the conflicting philosophies of Stoicism and Epicureanism. Nor did Plato succeed in bringing down from the clouds the idea of the good which he so devotedly worshipped as the sun of the intellectual world. It needed the more sober and searching analysis of the Stagirite to bring to light the formula so universally accepted in after ages. The good of beings is that which all desire. Bonum est quod omnia appetunt. Let us try to reach the fundamental idea underlying the terms good, goodness, by some simple examples. The child, deriving sensible pleasure from a sweetmeat, cries out, "That is good!" Whatever gratifies its senses, gives it sensible delight, it likes or loves. Such things it desires, seeks, yearns for in their absence, and in their presence enjoys. At this stage, the good means simply the pleasure-giving. But as reason develops, the human being apprehends and describes as good not merely what is pleasure-giving, but whatever satisfies any natural need or craving, whether purely organic or purely intellectual or more widely human. Food is good because it satisfies a physical, organic craving. Knowledge is good because it satisfies a natural intellectual thirst. Friendship is good because it satisfies a wider need of the heart. Here we notice a transition from agreeable in the sense of pleasure-giving to agreeable in the more proper sense of suitable or useful. The good is now conceived not in the narrow sense of what yields sensible pleasure, but in the wider sense of that which is useful or suitable for the satisfaction of a natural tendency or need, that which is the object of a natural tendency. Next, let us reflect with Aristotle that each of the individual persons and things that make up the world of our direct experience has an end towards which it naturally tends. There is a purpose in the existence of each. Each has a nature, that is, an essence, which is, for it, a principle of development, a source of all the functions and activities whereby it continually adapts itself to its environment and thereby continually fulfills the aim of its existence. By its very nature, it tends towards its ends along the proper line of its development. In the world of conscious beings, this natural tendency is properly called appetite, sense appetite of what is apprehended as good by sense cognition, and rational appetite or will, in regard to what is apprehended as good by intellect or reason. In the world of unconscious things, this natural tendency is a real tendency and is analogous to conscious appetite. Hence it is that Aristotle, taking in all grades of real being, describes the good as that which is the object of any natural tendency or appetite whatsoever. The good is the appetibile, or desirable, that which all things seek. Bonum est quod omnia appetunt. 45. The good as an end, perfecting the nature. So far we have analyzed the notion of what is good for some being, and we have gathered that it implies what suits this being, what contributes to the latter's realization of its end. But we apply the term good to objects and speak of their goodness, apart from their direct and immediate relation of helpfulness or suitability for us. When, for instance, we say of a watch that it is a good one, or of a soldier that he is a good soldier, what precisely do we mean by such attribution of goodness to things or persons? A little reflection will show that it is intelligible only in reference to an end or purpose, and we mean by it that the being we describe as good has the powers, qualities, equipments, which fit it for its end or purpose. A being is good whose nature is equipped and adapted for the realization of its natural end or purpose. Thus we see that the notion of goodness is correlative with the notion of an end, towards which, or for which, a being has a natural tendency or desire. Without the concept of a nature as tending to realize an end or purpose, the notion of the good would be inexplicable, and the two formulae, quote, the good is that which beings desire or towards which they naturally tend, end quote, and, quote, the good is that which is adapted to the ends which beings have in their existence, end quote, really come to the same thing, the former statement resolving itself into the latter as the more fundamental. For the reason why anything is desirable, why it is the object of a natural tendency, is because it is good and not vice versa. The description of the good as that which is desirable, bonum est, id quod est appetibile, is an a posteriori description, a description of cause by reference to effect. A thing is desirable because it is good. Why then is it good and therefore desirable? Because it suits the natural needs and is adapted to the nature of the being that desires it or tends towards it, because it helps this being, agrees with it, by contributing towards the realization of its end. Bonum est, id quod convenit naturae appetentis. The good is that which suits the nature of the being that desires it. The greatest good for a being is the realization of its end, and the means towards this are also good because they contribute to this realization. No doubt, in beings endowed with consciousness, the gradual realization of this natural tendency by the normal functioning and development of their activities is accompanied by pleasurable feeling. The latter is, in fact, not an end of action itself, but rather the natural concomitant, the effect and index of the healthy and normal activity of the conscious being. Delectatio sequitur, operationem debitum. It is the pleasure felt in tending towards the good that reveals the good to the conscious agent. That is, taking pleasure in its wide sense as the feeling of well-being, of satisfaction with one's whole condition, activities, and environment. Hence, it is the anticipated pleasure connected by past association with a certain line of action that stimulates the conscious being to act in that way again. It is in the first instance because a certain operation or tendency is felt to be pleasing that it is desired and apprehended as desirable. Nor does the brute beast recognize or respond to any stimulus of action other than pleasure, but man, endowed with reason and reflecting on the relation between his own nature and the activities whereby he duly orients his life in his environment, must see that what is pleasure-giving or agreeable in the ordinary sense of this term is generally so because it is agreeable in the deeper sense of being suitable to his nature, adapted to his end, and therefore good. The good, then, is whatever suits the nature of a being tending towards its end. Bonum est conveniens naturae appetentis. In what precisely does this suitability consist? What suits any nature perfects that nature, and suits it precisely in so far as it perfects it. But whatever perfects a nature does so only because, and insofar as, it is a realization of the end towards which this nature tends. Here we reach a new notion, that of perfecting or perfection, and one which is as essentially connected with the notion of end or purpose as the concept of the good itself is. Let us compare these notions of goodness, end, and perfection. We have said that a watch or a soldier are good when they are adapted to their respective ends. But they are so only because the end itself is already good, and we may ask why any such end is itself good and therefore desirable. For example, why is the accurate indication of time good, or the defense of one's country? And obviously in such a series of questions we must come to something which is good and desirable in and for itself, for its own sake, and not as leading and helping towards some remoter good. And this something which is good in and for itself is a last or ultimate end, an absolute, not a relative good. There must be such an absolute good, such an ultimate end, if goodness in things is to be made intelligible at all. And it is only in so far as things tend towards this absolute good and are adapted to it that they can be termed good. The realization of this tendency of things towards the absolute good, or ultimate end, is what constitutes the goodness of those things, and it does so because it perfects their natures. The end towards which any nature tends is the cause of this tendency, its final cause. And the influence of a final cause consists precisely in its goodness, that is, in its power of actualizing and perfecting a nature. This influence of the good is sometimes described as the diffusive character of goodness. Bonum est diffusivum sui. Goodness tends to diffuse or communicate itself, to multiply or reproduce itself. This character, which we may recognize in the goodness of finite created things, is explained in the philosophy of theism as being derived with this goodness itself from the uncreated goodness of God, who is the ultimate end and supreme good of all reality. Every creature has its own proper ultimate end and highest perfection in its being, a manifestation, an expression, a showing forth of the divine goodness. It has its own actuality and goodness, distinct from, but dependent on, the divine goodness. But inasmuch as its goodness is an expression or imitation of the divine goodness, we may, by an extrinsic denomination, say that the creature is good by the divine goodness. In a similar way, and without any suspicion of pantheism, we may speak of the goodness of creatures as being a participation of the divine goodness. 46. The perfect. Analysis of the notion of perfection. It is the realization of the end or object or purpose of a nature that perfects the latter, and so far formally constitutes the goodness of this nature. Now, the notion of perfection is not exactly the same as the notion of goodness, although what is perfect is always good. What is good is not always perfect. The term perfect comes from the Latin perficere, perfectum, meaning fully made, thoroughly achieved, completed, finished. Strictly speaking, it is only finite being, potential being, capable of completion that can be spoken of as perfectible, or, when fully actualized, perfect. But by universal usage the term has been extended to the reality of the infinite being. We speak of the latter as the infinitely perfect being, not meaning that this being has been perfected, but that he is the purely actual and infinite reality. Applied to any finite being, the term perfect means that this being has attained to the full actuality which we regard as its end, as the ideal of its natural capacity and tendency. The finite being is subject to change. It is not actualized all at once, but gradually, by the play of those active and passive powers which are rooted in its nature. It is gradually actualized and thus perfected, gaining more and more reality or being by the process. But what directs this process and determines the line of its tendency? The good, which is the end of the being, the good towards which the being by its nature tends. This good, which is the term of the being's natural tendency, which is in other words its end, is the fundamental principle, which perfects the nature of the being, is the source and explanation of the process whereby this nature is perfected. Bonum est perfectivum. The good is the perfecting principle of reality. The end itself is the good which perfects. Bonum quod. The perfecting itself is the formal cause of the goodness of the being that is perfected. Bonum quo. The being itself, which is perfected and therefore ameliorated or increased in goodness, is the bonum qui. In proportion, therefore, to the degree in which a being actually possesses the perfection due to its nature, it is good. In so far as it lacks this perfection, it is wanting in goodness, or is, as we shall see ontologically, bad or evil. While, then, the notion of the good implies a relation of the appetite or natural tendency of a being towards its end, the notion of perfection or perfecting conveys to our minds actual reality simply, or the actualizing of reality. The term perfection is commonly used as synonymous with actual reality. In so far forth as a reality is actual, we say it has perfection, but we do not call it perfect simply, unless it has all the actuality we conceive to be due to its nature. So long as it lacks any of this, it is only perfect secundum quid, i.e., in proportion to the actuality it does possess. Hence we define the perfect as that which is actually lacking in nothing that is due to its nature. The perfect is therefore not simply the good, but the complete or finished good, and it is even logically distinct from the latter inasmuch as the actuality connoted by the former has added to it the relation to appetite connoted by the latter. Similarly, goodness is logically distinct from perfection by adding the like relation to the latter. Although a thing has goodness in so far as it has perfection, and vice versa, still its perfection is its actuality simply, while its goodness is the actuality considered as the term of its natural appetite or tendency. 47. Grades of perfection. Reality as standard of value. We may distinguish between stages of perfection in the changing reality of the same being, or grades of perfection in comparing with one another different classes or orders of being. In one and the same being, we may distinguish between what is called its first or essential perfection, which means its essence or nature considered as capable of realizing its purpose in existence by tending effectively towards its end, what is called its intermediate or accidental perfection, which consists in all the powers, faculties, and functions whereby this tendency is gradually actualized, and what is called its final or integral perfection, which consists in its full actualization by complete attainment of its end. Again, comparing with one another the individual beings that make up our experience, we classify them, we arrange them in a hierarchical order of relative perfection, of inferiority or superiority, according to the different grades of reality or perfection which we think we apprehend in them. Thus, we look on living things as a higher, nobler, more perfect order of beings than non-living things, on animal life as a higher form of being than plant life, on intelligence as higher than instinct, on will as superior to sense appetite, on mind or spirit as nobler than matter, and so on. Now, all such comparisons involve the apprehension of some standard of value. An estimation of relative values, or relative grades of perfection in things, is unintelligible except in reference to some such standard. It involves of necessity the intuition of such a standard. We feel sure that some at least of our appreciations are unquestionably correct, that man, for instance, is superior to the brute beast, and the latter superior to the plant, that the lowest manifestation of life in the amoeba or whatever monocellular microscopic germ may be the lowest, is higher on the scale of being than the highest expression of the mechanical, chemical, and physical forces of the inorganic universe. And if we ask ourselves, what is our standard of comparison, what is our test or measure, and why are we sure of our application of it in such cases, our only answer is that our standard of comparison is reality itself, actual being, perfection, that we rely implicitly on our intuition of such actual reality as manifested to us in varying grades or degrees within our experience, that, without claiming to be infallible in our judgments of comparison, or in our classification of things, in our appreciations of their relative perfection, we may justly assume reality itself to be as such intelligible, and the human mind to be capable of obtaining some true and certain insight into the nature of reality. 48. The good, the real, and the actual. Having compared perfection with goodness and with being, let us next compare the two latter notions with each other. We shall see presently that every actual being has its ontological goodness, that these are in reality identical, but there is a logical distinction between them. In the first place, the term being is applied par excellence to substances rather than to accidents. But we do not commonly speak of an individual substance, a person or thing, as good in reference to essential or substantial perfection. When we describe a man or a machine as good, we mean that the man possesses those accidental perfections, those qualities and endowments which are suitable to his nature as a man, that the machine possesses those properties which adapt it to its end. In the second place, the notion of being is absolute, that of the good is relative, for it implies the notion not of reality simply, but of reality as desirable, agreeable, suitable, as perfecting the nature of a subject, as being the end, or conducive to the end, towards which this nature tends. And since what thus perfects must be something not potential but actual, it follows that, unlike real truth, real goodness is identical not with potential, but only with actual reality. It is not an attribute of the abstract possible essence, but only of the concrete, actually existing essence. From the fact that the notion of the good is relative, it follows that the same thing can be simultaneously good and bad in different relations. What is one man's meat is another man's poison. End of section 19, read by Czandra, 2021. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Ontology, A Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Section 20, Chapter 6, Part 2, Reality and the Good. 49. Kinds of goodness, divisions of the good. A. The goodness of a being may be considered in relation to this being itself, or to other beings. What is good for a being itself, what makes it intrinsically and formally good, bonum sibi, is whatever perfects it, and in the fullest sense the realization of its end. Hence we speak of a virtuous, upright man, whose conduct is in keeping with his nature and conducive to the realization of his end as a good man. But a being may also be good to others, bonum alteri, by an extrinsic, active, effective goodness, inasmuch as by its action it may help other beings in the realization of their ends. In this sense, a beneficent man, who wishes the well-being of his fellow men, and helps them to realize this well-being, is called a good man. This kind of goodness is what is often nowadays styled philanthropy. In Christian ethics, it is known as charity. B. We have described the good as the term or object of natural tendency or appetite. In the domain of beings not endowed with the power of conscious apprehension, determinism rules this natural tendency. This latter is always oriented towards the real good. It never acts amiss. It is always directed by the divine wisdom which has given to things their natures. But in the domain of conscious living agents, this natural tendency is consequent on apprehension. It takes the form of instinctive animal appetite or of rational volition. And since this apprehension of the good may be erroneous, since what is not really good but evil may be apprehended as good, the appetite or will which follows this apprehension, nil volitum nisi precognitum, may be borne towards evil, sub ratione boni. Hence the obvious distinction between real good and apparent good, bonum verum and bonum apparens. C. In reference to any individual subject, a man for instance, it is manifest that other beings can be good for him, insofar as any of them can be his end, or a means to the attainment of his end. They are called in reference to him objective goods, and their goodness objective goodness. but it is equally clear that they are good for him only because he can perfect his own nature by somehow identifying or uniting himself with them, possessing, using, or enjoying them. This possession of the objective good constitutes what has been already referred to as formal or subjective goodness. D. We have likewise already referred to the fact that in beings endowed with consciousness and appetite proper, whether sentient or rational, the function of possessing or attaining to what is objectively good, to what suits and perfects the nature of the subject, has for its natural concomitant a feeling of pleasure, satisfaction, well-being, delight, enjoyment. And we have observed that this pleasurable feeling may then become a stimulus to fresh desire, may indeed be desired for its own sake. Now, this subjective pleasure-giving possession of an objective good has been itself called by scholastics bonum delectabile, delectable or delight-giving good. The objective good itself, considered as an end, and the perfecting of the subject by its attainment have been called bonum honestum, good which is really and absolutely such in itself. While if the good in question is really such only when considered as a means to the attainment of an end, of something that is good in itself, the former is called bonum utile, useful good. In this important triple division, bonum honestum is used in the wide sense in which it embraces any real good, whether physical or moral. As applied to man, it would therefore embrace whatever perfects his physical life as well as whatever perfects his nature, considered as a rational and therefore moral being. But in common usage it has been restricted to the latter and is in this sense synonymous with moral good, virtue. Furthermore, a good, which is an end and therefore desirable for its own sake, whether it be physical or moral, can be at the same time a means to some higher good and desired for the sake of this latter. Hence St. Thomas, following Aristotle, reduces all the moral goods which are desirable in themselves to two kinds: that which is desirable only for itself, which is the last end, final felicity, and those which, while good in themselves, are also conducive to the former, and these are the virtues. When these various kinds of goodness are examined in reference to the nature, conduct, and destiny of man, they raise a multitude of problems which belong properly to ethics and natural theology. The fact that man has a composite nature, which is the seat of various and conflicting tendencies of the flesh and of the spirit, that he perceives in himself a double law, a higher and a lower appetite, that he is subject to error in his apprehension of the good, that he apprehends a distinction between pleasure and duty, that he feels the latter to be the path to ultimate happiness. All this accentuates the distinction between real and apparent good, between bonum honestum, bonum utile, and bonum delectabile. The existence of God is established in natural theology and in ethics, aided by psychology. It is proved that no finite good can be the last end of man, that God, the supreme infinite good, is his last end, and that only in the possession of God by knowledge and love can man find his complete and final felicity. 50. Goodness, a transcendental attribute of being. We have shown that there is a logical distinction between the concept of goodness and that of being. We have now to show that the distinction is not real, in other words, that goodness is a transcendental attribute of all actual reality, that all being, in so far forth as it is actual, has goodness, transcendental or ontological goodness in the sense of appetibility, desirability, suitability, as already explained. When the thesis is formulated in the traditional scholastic statement, omne ens est bonum, all being is good, it sounds a startling paradox. Surely it cannot be contended that everything is good. A cancer in the stomach is not good. Lies are not good. Yet these are actual realities. Cancers exist, and lies are told. Therefore not every reality is good. This is unquestionably true, but it does not contradict the thesis rightly understood. The true meaning of the thesis is not that every being is good in all respects, or possesses such goodness as would justify us in describing it as good in the ordinary sense, but that every being possesses some goodness, Every being, insofar as it has actuality, has formal, intrinsic goodness, or is in other words the term or object of natural tendency or desire. This goodness which we predicate of any and every actual being may be 1. The term of the natural tendency or appetite of that being itself, bonum sibi, or 2. It may be conceivably the term of the appetite of some other being, bonum alteri. Let us see whether it can be shown that every actual being has goodness in one or both of these senses. 1. Bonum sibi. Is there any intelligible sense in which it can be said that the actuality of any and every existing being is good for that being, bonum sibi? There is. For if we recognize in every such being, as we must, a nature, a potentiality of further actualization, a tendency towards a state of fuller actuality which is its end, and if furthermore we recognize that every such being at any instant not merely is or exists, but is becoming or changing, and thereby tending effectively towards its end, we must admit not merely that the full attainment of its end, its integral or final perfection, is desired by and perfects, and is good for that being's nature, but also that the partial realization of its end, or, in other words, the actuality it has at any instant in its changing condition of existence, its accidental or intermediate perfection, is similarly good for it, and even that its actual existence as compared with its mere possibility, its first or essential perfection, is desirable and good for its nature. Actually, existing beings are intelligible only because they exist for some end or purpose, which by their very existence, activities, operations, conduct, they tend to realize. If this be admitted, we cannot deny that the full attainment of this end or purpose is good for them, suitable, desirable, agreeable, perfecting them. Insofar as they fail in this purpose, they are wanting in goodness, they are bad, evil. For the realization of their end, their natures are endowed with appropriate powers, faculties, forces, by the normal functioning of which they gradually develop and grow in actuality. No real being is by nature inert or aimless. No real being is without its connatural faculties, forces, and functions. But the natural result of all operation, of all action and interaction among things, is actualization of the potential, amelioration, development, growth in perfection and goodness by gradual realization of ends. If by accident any of these powers is wanting, or acts amiss by failing to contribute its true perfection to the nature, there is in the being a proportionate want of goodness. It is so far bad, evil. But even so, the nature of the thing preserves its fundamental orientation towards its end, towards the perfection natural to it, and struggles, as it were, against the evil, tries to make good the deficiency. A cancer in the stomach is never good for the stomach, or for the living subject of which the stomach is an organ. For the living being, the cancer is an evil, a failure of one of the organs to discharge its functions normally, an absence of a good, vidilicet, the healthy functioning of an organ. But the cancerous growth, considered in itself and for itself, biologically and chemically, has its own nature, purpose, tendencies, laws, nor can we deny that its development according to these laws is good for its specific nature, bonum sibi. It may be asked, how can the first or essential perfection of an existing substance, which is nothing else than the actual existence of the nature itself, be conceived as good for this nature? It is so, inasmuch as the actual existence of the substance is the first stage in the process by which the nature tends towards its end. An existing nature desires and tends towards the conservation of its own being. Hence the saying, self-preservation is the first law of nature, and hence too the scholastic aphorism, melius est esse quam non esse. The argument just outlined tends to show that every nature of which we can have direct experience, or in other words every finite contingent nature, is bonum sibi, formally and intrinsically good for itself. It is, of course, equally applicable to the uncreated, necessary being himself. The infinite actuality of the divine nature is essentially the term and end of the divine love. Therefore every actual being has intrinsic formal goodness, whereby it is bonum sibi. That is, its actuality is, in regard to its nature, really an object of tendency, desire, appetite, a something that really suits and perfects this nature. Thus understood, the thesis formulates no mere tautology. It makes a real assertion about real being, nor can the truth of this assertion be proved otherwise than by an argument based, as ours is, on the recognition of purpose, of final causality, of adaptation of means to ends in the actual universe of our experience. Notwithstanding all that has been said, it may still be asked, why should those individual beings whose existence we've claimed to be good for them exist at all? It will be objected that there exist multitudes of beings whose existence is manifestly not good for them. Take, for instance, the case of the reprobate. If they wish their total annihilation, if they desire the total cessation of their being rather than an existence of eternal punishment, they undoubtedly wish it as a good. Is annihilation or absolute non-existence really a good for them? De facto it is for them, considered in their actual condition, which is accidental to their nature. Christ said of the scandal giver what is surely true of the reprobate, quote, "It were better for that man had he never been born." Unquote. We may admit, therefore, that for the reprobate themselves simple non-existence is more desirable and better than their actual concrete state of existence as reprobate, because simple non-existence is for them the simple negation of their reality, whereas the absolute and irreparable loss of their last end, the total frustration of the purpose for which they came into being, is for them the greatest conceivable privation. But this condition of the reprobate is accidental to their nature, alien to the purpose of their being, a self-incurred failure, a deliberate thwarting of their natural tendency. It remains true, therefore, that their nature is good, though incapable of progress. Its purpose is good, though frustrated. In so far as they have actual reality, they have essential goodness. Their natures still tend towards self-conservation and the realization of their end. They form no real exception to the general truth that, quote, "It is better to be than not to be, melius est esse quam non esse." End quote. It is not annihilation as such that is desired by them, but only as a less evil alternative than the eternal privation of their last end. If the evils accidentally and actually attaching to a certain state of existence make the continuance of this state undesirable for a being, it by no means follows that the continuance of this being in existence, simply and in itself, is less desirable than non-existence. 2. Bonum alteri. Even, however, if it were granted that the actual existence of some beings is not good for themselves, might it not nevertheless be good for other beings? And in relation to the general scheme of things, is there not an intelligible sense in which every actual being is bonum alteri, good for other things? Here again, the same experience of actual reality which teaches us that each individual being has a nature whereby it tends to its own good as a particular end, also teaches us that in the general scheme of reality, things are helpful to one another, nay, are intended by their interaction and cooperation with one another to subserve the wider end, which is the good of the whole system of reality. There is little use in puzzling, as people sometimes do, over the raison d'être of individual things or classes of things in human experience, over the good or the evil of the existence of these things, over the question whether or not it would be better that these things should never have existed, until we've consulted not any isolated portion of human experience, but this experience as a whole. In this we can find sufficient evidence for the prevalence of a beneficent purpose everywhere. Not that we can read this purpose in every detail of reality. Even when we've convinced ourselves that all creation is the work of a supreme being who is infinite goodness itself, we cannot gain that full insight into the secret designs of his providence, which would be needed in order to justify his ways in all things. But when we have convinced ourselves that the created universe exists because God wills it, we can understand that every actual reality in it must be good, as being an object or term of the divine will. Every created reality is thus bonum alteri, inasmuch as it is good for God, not, of course, in the impossible sense of perfecting Him, but as an imitation and expression of the goodness of the divine nature itself. The experience which enables us to reach a knowledge of the existence and nature of God, the Creator, Conserver, and Providence of the actual universe, also teaches us that this universe can have no other ultimate end or good than God Himself. I.e., God's will to manifest His goodness by the extrinsic glory, which consists in the knowledge and love of Him by His rational creatures. The omnipotence of the Creator, His freedom in creating, and our knowledge of the universe He has actually chosen to create from among indefinite possible worlds, all alike convince us that the actual world is neither the best possible nor the worst possible, absolutely speaking. But our knowledge of His wisdom and power also convinces us that for the purpose of manifesting His glory in the measure and degree in which He has actually chosen to manifest it by creating the existing universe, and relatively to the attainment of this specific purpose, the existing universe is the best possible. 51. Optimism and Pessimism. Those few outlines of the philosophy of theism, theses established in natural theology, will reveal to us the place of theism in relation to optimist and pessimist systems of philosophy. Pessimism, as an outcome of philosophical speculation, is the proclamation in some form or other of the conviction that human existence, nay, existence in general, is a failure, an evil. It is the analogue in relation to will of what skepticism is in relation to intellect, and it is no less self-contradictory than the latter. While the latter points to total paralysis of thought, the former involves a like paralysis of all will, all effort, all purpose in existence, a philosophy of despair, despondency, gloom. Both are equally erroneous, equally indicative of philosophical failure, equally repugnant to the normal healthy mind. Optimism, on the other hand, is expressive of the conviction that good predominates in all existence. Melius est esse quam non esse. That at the root of all reality there is a beneficent purpose which is ever being realized, that there is in things not merely a truth that can be known, but a goodness that can be loved. Existence is not an evil, life is not a failure. This is a philosophy of hope, buoyancy, effort, and attainment. But is it true, or is it an empty illusion? Well, to maintain that the actual universe is the best absolutely would of course be absurd. If Leibniz's principle of sufficient reason obliged him to contend in face of the painfully palpable facts of physical and moral evil in the universe, that this universe is the best absolutely possible, the best that God could create, we can only say, so much the worse for his principle. The true optimism is that of the theist, who, admitting the prevalence of evil in the universe in the sense to be explained presently, at the same time holds that throughout creation the good predominates, that God's beneficent purpose in regard to individuals does, in the main, prevail, and that His glory is manifested in giving to rational creatures the perfection and felicity of knowing and loving Himself. For the theist, then, the problem of the existence of evil in the universe assumes the general form of reconciling the fact of evil in God's creation with the fact of God's infinite power and goodness. This is a problem for natural theology. Here we have merely to indicate some general principles arising from the consideration of evil as the correlative and antithesis of goodness. End of section 20. Read by Sandra, 2021.
Section 21 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 6, Part 3. 52. Evil, its nature and causes. Manichaeism. Admitting the existence of evil in the universe, the scholastic apparently withdraws the admission forthwith by denying the reality of evil. The paradox explains itself by comparing the notions of good and evil, and thus trying to arrive at a proper conception of the latter. If ontological goodness is really identical with actual being, if being is good insofar as it is actual, then it would appear that ontological evil must be identical with non-being, nothingness. And so it is, in the sense that no evil is a positive, actual reality, that all evil is an absence of reality. But just as the good, though really identical with the actual, is nevertheless logically distinct from the latter, so is evil logically distinct from nothingness, or the absence of reality. As we've seen, the good is that which perfects a nature, that which is due to a nature as the realization of the end of the latter. So too is evil the privation of any perfection due to a nature, the absence of something positive and something which ought to be present. Evil, therefore, is not a mere negation or absence of being, it is the absence of a good, or in other words, the absence of a reality that should be present. All privation is negation, but not vice versa. For privation is the negation of something due. The absence of virtue is a mere negation in an animal. In man, it is a privation. Hence, the commonly accepted definition of evil, malum est privatio boni debiti. Evil is the privation of the goodness due to a thing. Evil is always, therefore, a defect, a deficiency. The notion of evil is a relative, not an absolute notion. As goodness is the right relation of a nature to its proper end, so is evil a failure, a defect in this relation. Malum est privatio ordinis, ad finem debitum. The very finiteness of a finite being is the absence of further reality in this being. But as this further reality is not due to such a being in its absence, which has sometimes been improperly described as metaphysical evil, is not rightly regarded as evil at all, except, indeed, were we to conceive it as happening to the infinite being himself, which would be a contradiction in thought. Evil, then, in its formal concept, is nothing positive. It is essentially negative, or rather privative. For this very reason, when we consider evil in the concrete, that is, as affecting actual things, as occurring in the actual universe, we can scarcely speak of it with propriety as existing. We see that it essentially involves some positive, real subject which it affects, some nature which, by affecting, it renders so far evil. Cancer in the stomach is a real evil of the stomach, a defect, a deficiency, a failure in the adaptation of the stomach to its proper end. It is not a positive, absolute evil entity. Insofar as it is a positive, physical reality, a growth of living cells, it has its own nature, its natural tendency, its development towards an end in accordance with biological laws, in all of which it verifies the definition of ontological goodness. But the existence of such a growth in the stomach is pathological, that is, a disease of the stomach, a prevention of the natural, normal function of the stomach, a failure of the latter's adaptation to its end, and hence an evil for the stomach. Lying, too, is an evil, a moral evil of man as a moral subject. But this does not mean that the whole physical process of thinking, judging, speaking, whereby a man lies, is itself a positive evil entity. The thinking is itself good as a physical act. So is the speaking in itself good as a physical act. Whatever of positive reality there is in the whole process is good, ontologically good. But there is a want of conformity of the language with the thought, entailing a privation or failure of adaptation of the man as a moral subject with his end, with his real good. And in this failure of adaptation, this privation of goodness, lies the moral evil of lying. Evil, then, has a material or subjective cause, which is to say, some positive actual reality, which is good in so far forth as it is actual, but which is evil, or wanting in something due to it, in so far as the privation which we have called evil affects it. But evil has no formal cause. Formally, it is not a reality but a privation. Evil has no formal cause, but is rather the privation of a form. Nor has evil any final cause. for it consists precisely in the failure of a being's natural tendency towards its end, in the want of adaptation of a nature to its end. Nor has evil a final cause, but is rather the privation of a being's due relation to its natural end. Evil cannot be the natural result of a being's tendency toward its end, or a means to the attainment of this end. For that which is really an end must be good, and a means derives its goodness from the end to which it is a means. The good, because it is an end, or a means to an end, is desirable, and so too might evil be defined a posteriori as that which is the object of no natural tendency or desire, that from which all things are averse. Malum est quod nullum ens appetit, vella quo omnia aversantur. Nor can evil be itself an end, or be as such desired or desirable. Real evil is no doubt often sought and desired by conscious beings, sometimes physical evil, sometimes moral evil, but it is always desired and embraced as a good, sub specie boni, that is, when apprehended as here and now good, in the sense of gratifying, pleasure-giving, bonum delectabile. This is possible because pleasure, especially organic, sensible pleasure, as distinct from the state of real well-being, which characterizes true happiness, is not the exclusive concomitant of seeking and possessing a real good. It often accompanies the seeking and possessing of a merely apparent good, and in such cases it is itself a merely apparent good, and in reality evil. The unfortunate man who commits suicide does not embrace evil as such. He wrongly judges death to be good, as being in his view a lesser evil than the miseries of his existence, and under this aspect of goodness he embraces death. Finally, we have to inquire whether evil has an efficient cause. Seeing that it is not merely a logical figment, seeing that it really affects actual things, that it really occurs in the actual universe, it must have a real source among the efficient causes of these actual things that make up the universe. It is undoubtedly due to the action of efficient causes, that is, to the failure, the defective action, of efficient causes. But being itself something negative, a privation, it cannot properly be said to have an efficient cause, for the influence of an efficient cause is positive action, which in turn must have for its term something positive, something real, and therefore good. Hence, St. Augustine very properly says that evil should be described as having a deficient cause rather than an efficient cause. In other words, evil is not the direct, natural, or normal result of the activity of efficient causes, for this result is always good. It must, therefore, be always an indirect, abnormal, accidental consequence of their activity. Let us see how this can be. Firstly, in regard to physical evil, then in regard to moral evil. In the action of physical causes, we may distinguish between the operative agencies themselves and the subjects in which the effects of these operations are produced. Sometimes the effect is wanting in due perfection, or is, in other words, imperfect, physically evil, because of some defect in the agencies. The statue may be defective because the sculptor is unskilled, or his instruments bad. Offspring may be weak or malformed, owing to some congenital or accidental weakness or unfitness in the parents. Sometimes the evil in the effect is traceable not to the agents, but to the materials on which they have to work. The sculptor and his instruments may be perfect, but if there is a flaw in the marble, the statue will be a failure. The educator may be efficient, but if the pupil be wanting in aptitude or application, the results cannot be good. All this, however, does not carry us very far, for we must still inquire why are the agencies, or the materials, themselves defective. Moreover, physical evil sometimes occurs without any defect, either in the agencies or in the materials. The effect produced may be incompatible with some minor perfection already in the subject. It can then be produced only at the sacrifice of this minor perfection, which sacrifice is for the subject pro tanto an evil. It is in the natural order of things that the production of a new form or perfection excludes the actuality of a pre-existing form or perfection. All nature is subject to change, and we have seen that all change is ruled by the law, generatio unius, est corruptio alterius. It might perhaps be said that this privation or supplanting of perfections in things by the actualization in these things of incompatible perfections is inherent in the nature of things and essential to their finiteness, at least if we regard the things not individually, but as parts of a whole, as members of a system, as subverting a general scheme, and that therefore such privation should not be regarded as physical evil proper, but rather as metaphysical evil, improperly so called. However we regard it, it can have no other first source than the will of the Creator decreeing the actual order of the universe. And the same must be said of the physical evils proper that are incident to the actual order of things. These evils are accidental when considered in relation to the individual natures of the created agencies and materials. They are defects or failures of natural tendencies. Were these natural tendencies always realized, there would be no such evils. But they are not realized, and their failure, or evil, is not accidental in regard to God, for God has willed and created these agencies with natural tendencies which He has destined to be fulfilled, not always and in every detail, but in such measure as will secure the actual order of the universe, and show forth His perfections in the finite degree of which He has freely chosen to manifest these perfections. The world He has chosen to create is not the best absolutely possible. There are physical evils in it, but it is the best for the exact purpose for which He created it. There is also moral evil in the universe. In comparison with moral evil, the physical defects in God's creation, physical pain and suffering, material privations and hardships, decay and death of living things, are not properly evils at all. At least they are not evils in the same profound sense as the deliberate turning away of the moral agent from God, His last and ultimate good, is an evil. For the physical evils incident to individual beings in the universe can be not only foreseen by God, but accepted and approved, so to speak, by His will, as subserving the realization of the total physical good which He wills in the universe, and as subordinate to and instrumental in the realization of the moral good of mankind. For it is obvious that in the all-wise designs of Providence, physical evils such as pain, suffering, poverty, hunger, and so forth may be the means of realizing moral goodness. But moral evil, on the contrary, or in the language of Christian ethics, sin, the conscious and deliberate rejection by the free agent of God who is His true good, though necessarily foreseen by God in the universe He has actually chosen to create, and therefore necessarily permitted by the will of God, consequently on this foresight, cannot have been and cannot be intended or approved by Him. Having created man an intelligent and free being, God could not will or decree the revolt of the latter from Himself. He loves essentially His own infinite goodness. Were He to identify His will with that of the sinning creature, He would at the same time be turning away from His goodness, which is a contradiction in terms. God, therefore, does not will moral evil. Nevertheless, He permits it. Otherwise, it would not occur, for nothing can happen against His will. He has permitted it by freely choosing to create this actual universe of rational and free creatures, foreseeing that they would sin. He could have created instead a universe of such beings in which there would be no moral evil, for He is omnipotent. Into the secrets of His election it is not given to finite minds to penetrate. Acknowledging His infinite power, wisdom, and goodness, realizing at the same time the finiteness of our faculties, we see how rational it is to bow down our minds with St. Paul and to exclaim in admiration, "Oh, the depth of the riches of the wisdom and the knowledge of God! How incomprehensible are His judgments, and how unsearchable His ways!" If it be objected that God's permission of moral evil in the universe is really the cause of this evil and makes God Himself responsible for sin and its consequences, a satisfactory answer is not far to seek. It is absolutely incompatible with God's infinite sanctity that He be responsible for sin and its consequences. For these, the free will of the creature is alone responsible. The creation of intelligent beings, endowed with the power freely to love, honor, and serve God, is the most marvelous of all God's works. Free will is the noblest endowment of a creature of God. It is also the most mysterious. Man, who by his intelligence has the power to know God as his supreme good, has by his will the power freely to tend towards God and attain to the possession of God as his last end. Insofar as man sins, that is, knowingly, deliberately, and freely violates the tendency of his nature towards God by turning away from him, he, and he alone, is responsible for the consequences, because he has the power to accomplish what he knows to be God's design in his regard, and to be his true destiny and path to happiness. That is to say, that he tend towards union with God and the possession of God, and he deliberately fails to make use of this power. Such failure and its consequences are, therefore, his own. They leave absolutely untouched and unassailed the infinite goodness and benevolence of God's eternal design in this regard. In scholastic form, the objection is proposed and answered in this way. Quote, "The cause of a cause is the cause of the latter's effects, but God is the cause of man, and sin is the latter's effect. Therefore, God is the cause of sin." End quote. Quote, "That the cause of a non-free cause is the cause of the latter's effects, we admit. That the cause of a free cause is the cause of the latter's effects, at least in the sense of permitting, without intending, and thereby being responsible for them, we also admit. Always in the sense of intending and being responsible for them, we deny. The positive effects of a created free cause, those which the latter by nature is intended to produce, are attributable to the first cause or creator of the free cause, and the first cause is responsible for them. The failures of the free cause to produce its natural and intended effects are not due to the first cause. They are not intended by, nor attributable to, the first cause, nor is the latter responsible for them. They are failures of the free cause, and of him alone, though they are of course foreseen and permitted by the first cause or creator of the latter. The minor premise of the objection we may admit, noting, however, that sin is not properly called an effect, but rather, like all evil, a failure of some cause to produce its connatural effect. It is a defect, a deficiency, a privation of some effect, of some positive perfection, which the cause ought naturally to have produced. The conclusion of the objection we distinguish, according to our analysis of the major premise. God is the cause of sin in the proper sense of intending it, willing it, and producing it positively, and being thereby responsible for it, we deny. God is the cause of sin in the improper sense of merely foreseeing and permitting it as incidental to the universe he has actually willed and decreed to create, as occurring in this universe by the deliberate failure of free creatures to conform themselves to his primary benevolent intention in their regard, we may grant. And this divine permission of moral evil cannot be shown to be incompatible with any attribute of the divinity." End quote. In the preceding paragraphs, we have barely outlined the principles on which the philosophy of theism meets the problem of evil in the universe. We have made assumptions which it is the proper province of natural theology to establish, and to that department also we must refer the student for a fuller treatment of the whole problem. It has been sometimes said that the fact of evil in the universe is one of the greatest difficulties against the philosophy of theism. If this be taken as an insinuation that the fact of evil can be better explained, or even as well explained, on the assumptions of pantheism, monism, Manichaeism, or any other philosophy besides theism, it is false. If it means simply that in accounting for evil, whether on principles of theism or of any other philosophy, we are forced to raise some ultimate questions, in the face of which we must admit that we have come upon depths of mystery which the plummet of our finite intellects cannot hope to fathom. In this sense, indeed, the assertion may be admitted. As we have already hinted, even with the light of the Christian revelation to aid the natural light of reason, there are questions about the existence and causes of evil which we may indeed ask, but which we cannot adequately answer. And obviously, this is no reflection on theism. While in the latter system we have a more intelligible and more satisfactory analysis of the problem than in any other philosophy. Among the ancient Greek philosophers we find matter, hola, identified with vacuum or empty space, to kenon, and again with nothingness or non-being, to me no. Now the concept of evil is the concept of something negative, a privation of goodness, of being or reality. Thus the notion of evil came to be associated with the notion of matter. But the latter notion is not really negative. It is that of a formless, chaotic, disorderly material. When, therefore, the Manichaeans attributed a positive reality to evil, conceiving it as the principle of all disorder, strife, discord, they naturally regarded all matter as the expression of the evil principle, in opposition to soul or spirit as the expression of the good principle. The Manichaean philosophy of evil, a product of the early Christian centuries, has been perhaps the most notable alternative or rival system encountered by the theistic philosophy of evil. For, notwithstanding the fantastic character of its conceptions, Manichaeism has reappeared and reasserted itself repeatedly in after ages, notably in the Middle Ages. Its prevalence has probably been due partly to the concreteness of its conceptions and partly to a certain analogy which they bear towards the conception of Satan and the fallen angels in Christian theology. In both cases, there is the idea of conflict, strife, active and irreconcilable opposition between the powers of good and the powers of evil. But there the analogy ends. While in Christian theology, the powers of evil are presented as essentially subject to the divine omnipotence, in Manichaeism, the evil principle, the summum malum, is presented as a supreme, self-existent principle, essentially independent of, as well as antagonistic to, the divine being, the summum bonum. Since there is evil in the world, and since good cannot be the cause of evil, so the Manichaeans argue, there must be an essentially evil first principle, which is the primary source of all the evil in the universe, just as there is an essentially good first principle, which is the source of all its good. Everything in the world, and especially man himself, composed of matter and spirit, is the expression and the theater of the essential conflict which is being ever waged between the good and the evil principle. Everywhere throughout the universe we find this dualism between spirit and matter, light and darkness, order and disorder, and so forth. From all that has been said in the preceding paragraphs regarding the nature and causes of good and evil, the errors of the Manichaeism system will be apparent. Its fundamental error is the conception of evil as a positive entity. Evil is not a positive entity, but a privation. And this being so, its occurrence does not demand a positive efficient cause. It can be explained and accounted for by deficiency or failure in causes that are good, insofar forth as they are operative, but which have not all the goodness their nature demands. And we have seen how this failure of created causes is permitted by the first cause, and is not incompatible with his infinite goodness. Besides, the Manichaean conception of an intrinsically evil cause, a cause that could produce only evil, is a contradiction in terms. The operation of an efficient cause must have a positive term. Insofar as the term is positive, it is good, and therefore its cause cannot have been totally evil, but must have been in some degree good. The crucial point in the whole debate is this, that we cannot conceive evil as a positive entity. By so doing, we render reality unintelligible. We destroy the fundamental ground of any possible distinction between good and evil, thus rendering both alike inconceivable. Each is correlative to the other. We cannot understand the one without the other. If, therefore, goodness is an aspect of real being, and identical with reality, evil must be a negation of reality, and cannot be made intelligible otherwise. Finally, the Manichaean conception of two supreme, self-existent, independent first principles is obviously self-contradictory. As is shown in natural theology, being that is absolutely supreme, self-existent, and necessary, must, by its very nature, be unique. There could not be two such beings. End of Section 21. Recorded by Owlivia. Section 22 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 7, Part 1. Reality and the Beautiful. 53. The concept of the beautiful from the standpoint of experience. Truth and goodness characterize reality as related to intellect and to will. Intimately connected with these notions is that of the beautiful, which we must now briefly analyze. The fine arts have for their common object the expression of the beautiful, and the department of philosophy which studies these, the philosophy of the beautiful, is generally described as aesthetics. Like the terms true and good, the term beautiful, kalon, pulchrum, beau, schön, etc., is familiar to all. To reach a definition of it, let us question experience. What do men commonly mean when, face to face with some object or event, they say, "That is beautiful"? They give expression to this sentiment in the presence of a natural object, such as a landscape revealing mountain and valley, lake and river, and plain and woodland, glowing in the golden glow of the setting sun, or in contemplating some work of art, painting, sculpture, architecture, music, the Sistine Madonna, the Moses of Michelangelo, the Cathedral of Notre Dame, a symphony of Beethoven, or some literary masterpiece, Shakespeare's Macbeth, or Dante's Divina Commedia, or Newman's Apologia, or Kickham's Knocknagau. There are other things, the sight of which arouses no such sentiment, but leaves us indifferent, and others again, the sight of which arouses a contrary sentiment, to which we give expression by designating them as commonplace, vulgar, ugly. The sentiment in question is one of pleasure and approval, or of displeasure and disapproval. Hence, the first fact to note is that the beautiful pleases us, affects us agreeably, while the commonplace or the ugly leaves us indifferent or displeases us, affects us disagreeably. But the good pleases us and affects us agreeably. Is the beautiful, then, identical with the good? No, the really beautiful is indeed always good, but not everything that is good is beautiful, nor is the pleasure aroused by the good identical with that aroused by the beautiful. Whatever gratifies the lower sense appetites and causes organic pleasure is good, bonum delectabile, but is not deemed beautiful. Eating and drinking, resting and sleeping, indulging the senses of touch, taste, and smell are indeed pleasure-giving, but they have no association with the beautiful. Again, the deformed child may be the object of the mother's special love, but the pleasure thus derived from the good, as the object of appetite, desire, delight, is not aesthetic pleasure. If we examine the latter, the pleasure caused by the beautiful, we shall find that it is invariably a pleasure peculiar to knowledge, to apprehension, perception, imagination, contemplation. Hence, in the domain of the senses, we designate as beautiful only what can be apprehended by the two higher senses, seeing and hearing, which approximate most closely to intellect, and which, through the imagination, furnish data for contemplation to the intellect. This brings us to St. Thomas's definition, pulchra sunt qui visa placent. Those things are beautiful whose vision pleases us, where vision is to be understood in the wide sense of apprehension, contemplation. The owner of a beautiful des Mens, or of an art treasure, may derive pleasure from his sense of proprietorship, but this is distinct from the aesthetic pleasure that may be derived by others, no less than by himself, from the mere contemplation of those objects. Aesthetic pleasure is disinterested. It springs from the mere contemplation of an object as beautiful, whereas the pleasure that springs from the object as good is an interested pleasure, a pleasure of possession. No doubt the beautiful is really identical with the good, though logically distinct from the latter. The orderliness, which we shall see to be the chief objective factor of beauty, is itself a perfection of the object, and as such is good and desirable. Hence, the beautiful can be an object of interested desire, but only under the aspect of goodness. Under the aspect of beauty, the object can excite only the disinterested aesthetic pleasure of contemplation. But if aesthetic pleasure is derived from contemplation, is not this identifying the beautiful with the true, and supplanting art by science? Again, the consequence is inadmissible, for not every pleasure peculiar to knowledge is aesthetic. There is a pleasure in seeking and discovering truth, the pleasure which gratifies the scholar and the scientist, the pleasure of the philologist in tracing roots and paradigms, of the chemist in analyzing unsavory materials, of the anatomist in exploring the structure of organisms post mortem, But these things are not beautiful. The really beautiful is indeed always true, but it cannot well be maintained that all truths are beautiful. That 2 and 2 are 4 is a truth, but in what intelligible sense could it be said to be beautiful? But besides the scientific pleasure of seeking and discovering truth, there is a pleasure which comes from contemplating the object known. The aim of the scientist or scholar is to discover truth. That of the artist is, through knowledge, to derive complacency from contemplating the thing known. The scientist or scholar may be also an artist, or vice versa, but the scientist's pleasure proper lies exclusively in discovering truth, whereas that of the artist lies in contemplating something apprehended, imagined, conceived. The artist is not concerned as to whether what he apprehends is real or imaginary, certain or conjectural, but only as to whether or how far the contemplation of it will arouse emotions of pleasure, admiration, enthusiasm, while the scientist's supreme concern is to know things, to see them as they are. The beautiful, then, is always true, either as actual or as ideal, but the true is beautiful only when it so reveals itself as to arouse in us the desire to see or hear it, to consider it, to dwell and rest in the contemplation of it. Let us accept, then, the a posteriori definition of the beautiful as that which it is pleasing to contemplate, and before inquiring what precisely is it, on the side of the object, that makes the latter agreeable to contemplate, let us examine the subjective factors and conditions of the aesthetic experience. 54. The aesthetic sentiment, apprehension of the beautiful. We have seen that both the appetitive and the cognitive faculties are involved in the experience of the beautiful. Contemplation implies cognition, while the feeling of pleasure, complacency, satisfaction, delight indicates the operation of appetite or will. Now, the notion of the beautiful, like all our notions, has its origin in the sense experience, but it is itself suprasensible, for it reaches by abstraction, and this is above the power of sense faculties. While the senses and imagination apprehend beautiful objects, the intellect attains to that which makes these objects beautiful, to the ratio pulchri that is in them. No doubt, the perception or imagination of beautiful things, in nature or in art, produces as its natural concomitant a feeling of sensible pleasure. To hear sweet music, to gaze on the brilliant variety of colors in a gorgeous pageant, to inhale delicious perfumes, to taste savory dishes, all such experiences gratify the senses. But the feeling of such sensible pleasure is quite distinct from the aesthetic enjoyment which accompanies the apprehension of the beautiful, though it is very often confounded with the latter. Such sentient states of agreeable feeling are mainly passive, organic, physiological, while aesthetic enjoyment, the appreciation of the beautiful, is eminently active. It implies the operation of a suprasensible faculty, the intelligence. It accompanies the reaction of the latter faculty to some appropriate objective stimulus of the suprasensible, intelligible order, to some idea embodied in the object of sense. The error of confounding aesthetic enjoyment with mere organic sense pleasure is characteristic of all sensist and materialist philosophies. A feeling of sensible gratification always, no doubt, accompanies our apprehension and enjoyment of the beautiful. For just as a man is not merely a sentient being, so neither is he a pure intelligence. Beauty reaches him through the senses. In order that an object be beautiful for him, in order that the contemplation of it may please him, it must be in harmony with his whole human nature, which is both sentient and intelligent. It must, therefore, be agreeable to the senses and imagination, as well as to the intellect. Quote, "There is no painting," writes M. Brunetière, "but should be above all a joy to the eye. No music, but should be a delight for the ear." End quote. Otherwise we shall not apprehend it in the order, perfection, harmony, adaptation to human nature, whereby we pronounce an object beautiful and rejoice in the contemplation of it. And it is this intellectual activity that is properly aesthetic. Quote, "What makes us consider a color beautiful," end quote, writes Bossuet, "is the secret judgment we pronounce upon its adaptation to the eye which it pleases. Beautiful sounds, songs, cadences have a similar adaptation to the ear. To apprehend this adaptation promptly and accurately is what is described as having a good ear, although properly speaking, this judgment should be attributed to the intellect. According to some, the aesthetic sentiment, the appreciation and enjoyment of the beautiful, is an exclusively subjective experience, an emotional state, which has all its sources within the conscious subject, and which has no real extramental correlative in things. According to others, beauty is already in the extramental reality, independently of any subjective conditions, and has no mental factors in its constitution as an object of experience. Both of these extreme views are erroneous. Aesthetic pleasure, like all pleasure, is the natural concomitant of the full, orderly, normal exercise of the subject's conscious activities. These activities are called forth by, and exercised upon, some object. For aesthetic pleasure, there must be in the object something the contemplation of which will elicit such harmonious exercise of the faculties. Aesthetic pleasure, therefore, cannot be purely subjective. There must be an objective factor in its realization. But on the other hand, this objective factor cannot provoke aesthetic enjoyment independently of the disposition of the subject. It must be in harmony with those dispositions, cognitive, appetitive, affective, emotional, temperamental, in order to evoke such a mental view of the object that the contemplation of the latter will cause aesthetic pleasure. And it is precisely because these dispositions, which are so variable from one individual to another, tinge and color the mental view, while this in turn determines the quality of the aesthetic judgment and feeling, that people disagree and dispute interminably about questions of beauty in art and nature. Herein beauty differs from truth. No doubt people dispute about the latter also, but in all events they recognize its objective character and the propriety of an appeal to the independent, impersonal standard of evidence. Not so, however, in regard to beauty, de gustibus non est disputandum. There is no disputing about tastes. The perception of beauty, the judgment that something is or is not beautiful, is the product of an act of taste, that is, of the individual's intelligence affected by numerous concrete personal dispositions, both of the sentient and of the spiritual order, not only cognitive and appetitive, but temperamental and emotional. Moreover, besides the variety of subjective dispositions, we have to bear in mind the effects of artistic culture, of educating the taste. The eye and the ear, which are the two main channels of data for the intellect, can be made by training more delicate and exacting, so that the same level of aesthetic appreciation can be maintained only by constantly increasing measure of artistic stimulation. Finally, apart from all that a beautiful object directly conveys to us for contemplation, there is something more which it may indirectly suggest. It arouses a distinct activity of the imagination whereby we fill up, in our own individual degree, and according to our own interpretation, what has not been actually supplied in it by nature or art. All those influences account sufficiently for the subjectivity and variability of the aesthetic sentiment, for diversity of artistic tastes among individuals, for the transitions of fashion in art from epoch to epoch and from race to race. But it must not be concluded that the subjective factors in the constitution of the beautiful are wholly changeable. Since human nature is fundamentally the same in all men, there ought to be a fund of aesthetic judgments and pleasures common to all. There ought to be in nature and in art some things which are recognized and enjoyed as beautiful by all. And there are such. In matters of detail, the maxim holds, de gustibus non disputandum. But there are fundamental aesthetic judgments for which it does not hold. Since men have a common nature, and since, as we shall see presently, there are recognizable and stable objective factors to determine aesthetic judgments, there is a legitimate foundation on which to discuss and establish some aesthetic canons of universal validity. 55. Objective factors in the constitution of the beautiful. Quote, "Ask the artist," writes St. Augustine, "whether beautiful things are beautiful because they please us, or rather please us because they are beautiful, and he will reply unhesitatingly that they please us because they are beautiful." End quote. What, then, is it that makes them beautiful, and so causes the aesthetic pleasure we experience in contemplating them? In order that an object produce pleasure of any sort in a conscious being, it must evoke the exercise of this being's faculties. For the conscious condition which we describe as pleasure is always a reflex of conscious activity. Furthermore, this activity must be full and intense and well-ordered. If it be excessive or defective, if it be ill-regulated, wrongly distributed among the faculties, it will not have pleasure for its reflex, but either indifference or pain. Hence the object which evokes the aesthetic pleasure of contemplation must, in the first place, be complete or perfect of its kind. The truncated statue, the stunted oak, the deformed animal, the crippled human being, are not beautiful. They are wanting in the integrity due to their nature, but this is not enough. To be beautiful, the object must, in the second place, have a certain largeness or amplitude, a certain greatness or power, whereby it can act energetically on our cognitive faculties and stimulate them to vigorous action. The little, the trifling, the commonplace, the insignificant, evokes no feeling of admiration. The sight of a small pasture field leaves us indifferent, but the vision of vast expanses of meadow and cornfield and woodland exhilarates us. A collection of petty hillocks is uninteresting, while the towering, snow-clad Alps are magnificent. The multiplication table elicits no emotion, but the triumphant discovery and proof of some new truth in science, some far-reaching theorem that opens up new vistas of research or sheds a new light on long-familiar facts, may fill the mind with ecstasies of pure aesthetic enjoyment. There is no moral beauty in helping up a child that has stumbled and fallen in the mud, but there is in risking one's life to save the child from burning or drowning. There must, then, be in the object a certain largeness which will secure energy of appeal to our cognitive faculties. But this energy must not be excessive. It must not dazzle. It must be in proportion to the capacity of our faculties. The third requisite for beauty is that the object be in itself duly proportioned, orderly, well arranged. Order, generally, may be defined as right or proper arrangement. We can see in things a twofold order: dynamic, or that of subordination, and static, or that of coordination. The right arrangement of means towards ends, and the right arrangement of parts in a whole, or members in a system. The former indicates the influence of final causes and expresses primarily the goodness of things. The latter is determined by the formal causes of things and expresses primarily their beauty. The order essential to beauty consists in this, that the manifold and distinct things or acts which contribute to it must form one whole. Hence, order has been defined as unity in variety, unitas in varietate, variety being the material cause, and unity the formal cause of order. But we can apprehend unity in a variety of things only on condition that they are arranged, that is, that they show forth clearly to the mind a set of mutual relations which can be easily grasped. Why is it that things mutually related to one another in one way make up what we declare to be a chaotic jumble, while if related in another way, we declare them to be orderly? Because, unless these relations present themselves in a certain way, they will fail to unify the manifold for us. We have an intellectual intuition of the numerical series and of proportion, which is equality of numerical relations. In the domains of magnitude and multitude, the mind naturally seeks to detect these proportions. So also in the domains of sensible qualities, such as sounds and colors, we have an analogous intuition of a qualitative series, and we naturally try to detect harmony, which is the graduation of qualitative relations in this series. The detection of proportion and harmony in a variety of things pleases us, because we are thus enabled to grasp the manifold as exhibiting unity, while the absence of these elements leaves us with a dissatisfied feeling of something wanting. Whether this be because order in things is the expression of an intelligent will, of purpose and design, and therefore calls forth our intelligent and volitional activity with its consequent and connatural feeling of satisfaction, we do not inquire here, but certain it is that order is essential to beauty, that aesthetic pleasure springs only from the contemplation of proportion and harmony, which give unity to variety. And the explanation of this is not far to seek. For the full and vigorous exercise of contemplative activity, we need objective variety. Whatever lacks variety and stimulates us in one uniform matter becomes monotonous and causes ennui, while on the other hand, mere multiplicity distracts the mind, disperses and weakens attention, and begets fatigue. We must therefore have variety, but variety combined with the unity that will concentrate and sustain attention, and thus call forth the highest and keenest energy of intellectual activity. Hence the function of rhythm in music, poetry, and oratory, of composition and perspective in painting, of design in architecture. The more perfect the relations are which constitute order, the more clearly will the unity of the object shine forth. Hence, the more fully and easily it will be grasped, and the more intense the aesthetic pleasure of contemplating it. St. Thomas thus sums up the objective conditions of the beautiful: integrity, or perfection, proportion, or harmony, and clarity, or splendor. End of section 22. Recorded by Owlivia. Section 23 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 7, Part 2. 56. Some definitions of the beautiful. An object is beautiful when its contemplation pleases us, and this takes place when the object, complete and entire in itself, possesses that order, harmony, proportion of parts, which will call forth the full and vigorous exercise of our cognitive activity. All this amounts to saying that the beauty of a thing is the revelation or manifestation of its natural perfection. Perfection is thus the foundation of beauty. The showing forth of this perfection is what constitutes beauty formally. Every real being has a nature which constitutes it, and activities whereby it tends to realize the purpose of its existence. Now, the perfection of any nature is manifested by the proportion of its constitutive parts and by the harmony of all its activities. Hence, we see that order is essential to beauty because order shows forth the perfection of the beautiful. An object is beautiful in the degree in which the proportion of its parts and the harmony of its activities show forth the perfection of its nature. Thus, starting with the subjective, a posteriori definition of beauty from its effect, beauty is that whose contemplation pleases us. We have passed the objective and natural definition of beauty by its properties. Beauty is the evident integrity, order, proportion, and harmony of an object, and thence to what we may call the a priori or synthetic definition, which emphasizes the perfection revealed by the static and dynamic order of the thing. The beauty of an object is the manifestation of its natural perfection by the proportion of its parts and the harmony of its activities. A few samples of the many definitions that have been set forth by various authors will not be without interest. VIII defines beauty as the splendor of perfection. Other authors defined it as the splendor of order. These definitions sacrifice clearness to brevity. Beauty is the splendor of the true. This definition, commonly attributed to Plato, but without reason, is inadequate and ambiguous. Cousin defines beauty as unity in variety. This leaves out an essential element, the clarity or clear manifestation of order. Kant defines beauty as the power an object possesses of giving free play to the imagination without transgressing the laws of understanding. This definition emphasizes the necessary harmony of the beautiful with our cognitive faculties, and the fact that the aesthetic sentiment is not capricious, but subject to the laws of the understanding. It is, however, inadequate, inasmuch as it omits all reference to the objective factors of beauty. 57. classifications, the beautiful in nature. All real beauty is either natural or artificial. Natural beauty is that which characterizes what we call the works of nature, or the works of God. Artificial beauty is the works of art. Again, just as we can distinguish the real beauty of the latter from the ideal beauty which the human artist conceives in his mind as its archetype and exemplar cause, so, too, we can distinguish between the real beauty of natural things and the ideal beauty of their uncreated archetypes in the mind of the divine artist. We know that the beauty of the human artist's ideal is superior to, and never fully realized in, that of the actually achieved product of his art. Is the same true of the natural beauty of God's works? That the works of God in general are beautiful cannot be denied. His wisdom spreads beauty abroad, throughout his works. He arranges all things according to weight and number and measure, cum pondere, numero et mensura. His providence disposes all things strongly and sweetly, fortiter et suaviter. But while creatures, by revealing their own beauty, reflect the uncreated beauty of God in the precise degree which he has willed from all eternity, it cannot be said that they all realize the beauty of their divine exemplars according to his primary purpose and degree. Since there is physical and moral evil in the universe, since there are beings which fail to realize their ends, to attain the perfection of their natures, it follows that these beings are not beautiful, insofar as they have real being, and the goodness or perfection which is identical with their reality. It may be admitted that all real beings are fundamentally beautiful, for goodness or perfection is the foundation of beauty. But insofar as they fail to realize the perfection due to their natures, they lack even the foundation of beauty. Furthermore, in order that a thing which has the full perfection due to its nature be formally beautiful, it must actually show forth by the clearness of its proportions and the harmony of its activities the fullness of its natural perfections. But there is no need to prove that this is not universally verified in nature or in art either, and hence we must infer that formal beauty is not a transcendental attribute of reality. Real beauty may be further divided into material or sensible or physical and intellectual or spiritual. The former reveals itself to hearing, seeing, and imagination. The latter can be apprehended only by intellect. But intellect depends for all its objects on the data of the imagination. The beauty of spiritual realities is, of course, a higher, nobler, and more excellent order than that of the realities of sense. The spiritual beauty, which falls directly within human experience, is that of the human spirit itself. From the soul and its experiences, we can rise to an apprehension, analogical and inadequate, of the beauty of the infinite being. In the soul itself, we can distinguish two sources of beauty, what we may call its natural endowments, such as intellect and will, and its moral dispositions, its perfections and excellences, as a free, intelligent, moral agent, its virtues. Beauty of soul, especially the moral beauty of the virtuous soul, is incomparably more precious than beauty of body. The latter, of course, like all real beauty in God's creation, has its proper dignity as an expression and revelation, however faint and inadequate, of the uncreated beauty of the deity. But inasmuch as it is so inferior to the moral beauty proper to man, in itself so frail and evanescent, in its influence on human passions so dangerous to virtue, we can understand why in the Proverbs of Solomon it is proclaimed to be vain and deceitful, in contrast with the moral beauty of fearing the Lord. Fallax gratia et vana est pulchritudo, mulier timens dominum ipsa laudabitur. 58. The beautiful in art. Scope and function of the fine arts. The expression of beauty is the aim of the fine arts. Art in general is the proper conception of a work to be accomplished. Ars nihil aliud est quam recta ratio aliquorum operum faciendorum. While the mechanical arts aim at the production of things useful, the fine arts aim at the production of things beautiful, that is, of works by which their order, symmetry, harmony, splendor, and so forth, will give such apt expression to human ideals of natural beauty as to elicit aesthetic enjoyment in the highest possible degree. The artist, then, must be a faithful student and admirer of all natural beauty, not indeed to aim at exact reproduction or imitation of the latter, but to draw therefrom his inspiration and ideals. Even the most beautiful things of nature express only inadequately the ideal beauty which the human mind may gather from the study of them. This ideal is what the artist is ever struggling to express, with the ever-present and tormenting consciousness that the achievement of his highest effort will fall immeasurably short of giving adequate expression to it. If each of the things of nature were so wholly simple and intelligible as to present the same ideal type of beauty to all, and leave no room for individual differences of interpretation, there would be no variety in the products of artistic genius, except, indeed, what would result from perfect or imperfect execution. But the things of nature are complex, and in part at least enigmatical. They present different aspects to different minds, and suggest a variety of interpretations. They leave large scope to the play of the imagination, both as to the conception of the ideal itself, and as to the arrangement and manipulation of the sensible materials in which the ideal is to find expression. By means of these two functions, conception and expression, the genius of the artist seeks to interpret and realize for us ideal types of natural beauty. The qualities of a work of art, the conditions it must fulfill, are those already enumerated in regard to beauty generally. It must have unity, order, proportion of parts. It must be true to nature, not in the sense of a mere copy, but in the sense of drawing its inspiration from nature, and so helping us to understand and appreciate the beauties of nature. It must display a power and clearness of expression adjusted to the capacity of the normal mind. We may add, as indicating the connection of art with morality, that the work of art must not be such as to excite disapproval or cause pain by shocking any normal faculty or running counter to any fundamental belief, sympathy, sentiment, or feeling of the human mind. The contemplation of the really beautiful, whether in nature or in art, ought, per se, to have an elevating, ennobling, refining influence on the mind. But the beautiful is not the good, nor does the cultivation of the fine arts necessarily enrich the mind morally. From the ethical point of view, art is one of those indifferent things which the will can make morally good or morally evil. Since man is a moral being, no human interest can fall outside the moral sphere or claim independence of the moral law, and art is a human interest. Neither the creator, nor the critic, nor the student of a work of art can claim that the latter, simply because it is a work of art, is neither morally good nor morally bad, or that he, in his special relation to it, is independent of the moral law. Under the specious plea that science, in seeking truth, is neither positively moral nor positively immoral, but abstracts together from the quality of morality, it is sometimes claimed that, a pari, art, in its pursuit of the beautiful, should be held to abstract from moral distinctions and have no concern for moral good or evil. But in the first place, though science as such seeks simply the true, and in this case abstracts from the good and the evil, still the man of science, both in acquiring and communicating truth, is bound by the moral law. He may not, under the plea that he is learning or teaching truth, to do anything morally wrong, anything that will forfeit or endanger moral rectitude, whether in himself or in others. And in the second place, owing to the different relations of truth and beauty to moral goodness, we must deny the parity on which the argument rests. Truth appeals to the reason alone. Beauty appeals to the senses, the heart, the will, the passions, and emotions. Pulchrum trahit ad se desiderium. The scientist expresses truth in abstract laws, definitions, and formulas. A law of chemistry will help the farmer to fertilize the soil, or the anarchist to assassinate sovereigns. But the artist expresses beauty in concrete forms calculated to provoke emotions of aesthetic enjoyment from the contemplation of them. Now there are other pleasure-giving emotions, sensual and carnal emotions, the indiscriminate excitement and unbridled indulgence of which the moral law condemns as evil. And if a work of art be of such a kind that it is directly calculated to excite them, the artist stands in condemnation by the moral law, and that even though his aim may have been to give expression to beauty and call forth aesthetic enjoyment merely. If the preponderating influence of the artist's work on the normal human individual be a solicitation of the latter's nature towards what is evil, what is opposed to his real perfection, his moral progress, his last end, then that artist's work is not a work of art or truly beautiful. The net result of its appeal being evil and unhealthy, it cannot be itself a thing of beauty. Art, for art's sake, is a cry that is now no longer novel. Taken literally, it is unmeaning, for art is a means to an end, the expression of the beautiful. And a means as such cannot be for its own sake, but it may signify that art should subserve no extrinsic purpose, professional or utilitarian, that it should be disinterested, that the artist must aim at the conception and expression of the beautiful through a disinterested admiration and enthusiasm for the beautiful. In this sense, the formula expresses a principle which is absolutely true, and which asserts the noble mission of the artist to mankind. But the formula is also commonly understood to claim the emancipation of the artist from the bounds of morality, and his freedom to conceive and express beauty in whatever forms he pleases, whether these may aid men to virtue or solicit them to vice. This is the pernicious error to which we have just referred. And we may now add that this erroneous contention is not only ethically, but also artistically unsound. For surely art ought to be based on truth. The artist should understand human nature, to which his work appeals. He should not regard as truly beautiful a work the contemplation of which will produce a discord in the soul, which will disturb the right order of the soul's activities, which will solicit the lower faculties to revolt against the higher. And this is what takes place when the artist ignores moral rectitude in the pursuit of his art. By despising the former, he is false to the latter. He fails to realize that the work of art must be judged not merely in relation to the total amount of pleasure it may cause in those who contemplate it, but also in relation to the quality of this pleasure, and not merely in relation to aesthetic pleasure, but in relation to the total effect, the whole concrete influence of the work on all the mental faculties. He fails to see that if this total influence is evil, the work that causes it cannot be good, nor, therefore, really beautiful. Are we to conclude, then, that the artist is bound to aim positively and always at producing a good moral effect through his work? By no means. Aesthetic pleasure is, as we have said, indifferent. The pleasure of it, through the conception and expression of the beautiful, is the proper and intrinsic end of the fine arts, and is in itself legitimate so long as it does not run counter to the moral law. It has no need to run counter to the moral law, nor can it do so without defeating its own end. Outside its proper limits, art ceases to be art. Within its proper limits, it has a noble and elevating mission, and it can serve indirectly, but powerfully, the interests of truth and goodness by helping men to substitute for the lower and grosser pleasures of sense the higher and pure aesthetic pleasures which issue from the disinterested contemplation of the beautiful. End of Chapter 7. Section 24 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 8, Part 1. The Categories of Being, Substance and Accident. 59. The conception of ultimate categories. Having examined so far the notion of real being itself, which is the proper subject matter of ontology, and those widest or transcendental notions which are coexistive with that of reality, we must next inquire into the various modes in which we find real being expressed, determined, actualized, as it falls within our experience. In other words, we must examine the highest categories of being, the suprema genera entis. Considered from the point of view of the logical arrangement of our concepts, each of these categories reveals itself as a primary and immediate limitation of the extension of the transcendental concept of real being itself. Each is ultimately distinct from the others in the sense that no two of them can be brought under any other as a genus, nor can we discover any intermediate notion between any one of them and the notion of being itself. The latter notion is not properly a genus, of which they would be a species, nor can it be predicated univocally of any two or more of them. Each is itself an ultimate genus, a genus supremum. By using these notions as predicates of our judgments, we are enabled to interpret things, to obtain a genuine, if inadequate, insight into reality. For we assume, as established, in the theory of knowledge, that all our universal concepts have real and objective validity, that they give us real knowledge of the nature of those individual things which form the data of our sense experience. Hence, the study of the categories, which is for logic a classification of our widest concepts, become, for metaphysics, an inquiry into the modes which characterize real being. By determining what these modes are, by studying their characteristics, by tracing them through the data of experience, we advance in our knowledge of reality. The most divergent views have prevailed among philosophers, both as to what a category is, or signifies, and as to what, or how many, the really ultimate categories are. Is a category, such as substance, or quality, or quantity, a mode of real being, revealed to the knowing mind, as most ancient and medieval philosophers thought, with Aristotle and St. Thomas? Or is it a mental mode imposed on reality by the knowing mind, as many modern philosophers have thought, with Kant and after him? It is for the theory of knowledge to examine this alternative, nor shall we discuss it here except very incidentally, for we shall assume as true the broad affirmative answer to the first alternative. That is to say, we shall hold that the mind is able to see, in the categories generally, modes of reality, rejecting the skeptical conclusions of Kantism in regard to the power of the speculative reason and the principles which lead to such conclusions. As to the number and classification of the ultimate categories, this is obviously a question which cannot be settled a priori by any such purely deductive analysis of the concept of being as Hegel seems to have attempted, but only a posteriori, that is, by an analysis of experience in its broadest sense, as including matter and spirit, nature and mind, object and subject of thought, and even the process of thought itself. Moreover, it is not surprising that with the progress of philosophical reflection, certain categories should have been studied more deeply at certain epochs than ever previously, that they should have been discovered, so to speak, not of course in the sense that the human mind had not been previously in possession of them, but in the sense that because of closer study, they furnished the mind with a richer and fuller power of explaining things. It is natural, too, that historians of philosophy, intent on tracing the movement of philosophic thought, should be inclined to overemphasize the relativity of the categories as regards their explaining value, their relativity to the general mentality of a certain epoch or period. But there is a danger here of confounding certain large hypothetical conceptions, which are found to yield valuable results at a certain stage in the progress of the sciences, with the categories proper of real being. If the mind of man is of the same nature in all men, if it contemplates the same universe, if it is capable of reaching truth about this universe, real truth which is immutable, then the modes of being which it apprehends in the universe, and by conceiving which it interprets the latter, must be in the universe as known, and must be there immutably. Nowhere do we find this more clearly illustrated than in the futility of the numerous attempts of modern philosophers to deny the reality of the category of substance, and to give an intelligible interpretation of experience without the aid of this category. We shall see that, as a matter of fact, it is impossible to deny, in thought, the reality of substance, or to think at all without it. However philosophers may have denied it in language, or thought that they denied it, when they only rejected some erroneous or indefensible meaning of the term. 60. the Aristotelian categories. The first palpable distinction we observe in the data of experience is that between substance and accident. We might naturally ask, writes Aristotle, whether what is signified by such terms as walking, sitting, feeling well, is a being or reality, and we might be inclined to doubt it, for no single one of such acts exists by itself, kath auto pofouxos. No one of them is separable from substance, ousia. It is rather to him who walks, or sits, or feels well, that we give the name of being. That which is a being, in the primary meaning of this term, a being simply and absolutely, and not merely a being in a certain sense, or with a qualification, is substance. Ostato protos, on kai ution, aya on aplos e ousia on ein. But manifestly, those substances, or what in ordinary language we call persons and things, men, animals, plants, minerals, are real beings in the fullest sense. Nevertheless, sitting, walking, thinking, willing, and actions generally, are also undoubtedly realities. So too are states and qualities, and shape, size, posture, and so forth. And yet we do not find any of these latter actually existing in themselves like substances, but only dependently on substances, on persons or things that think or walk or act, or are large or small, hot or cold, or have some shape or quality. They are all accidents in contradistinction to substance. It is far easier to distinguish between accidents and substance than to give an exhaustive list of the ultimate and irreducible classes of the former. Aristotle enumerates 9: quantity, poson, quality, poion, relation, prosti, action, poien, passion, paskaion, where, po, when, pote, posture, kiesthai, external condition or state, ekeon. Much has been said for and against the exhaustive character of this classification. Scholastics generally have defended and adopted it. St. Thomas gives the following reasoned analysis of it. Since accidents may be distinguished by their relations to substance, we see that some affect substances intrinsically, others extrinsically, and in the former case, either absolutely or relatively. If relatively, we have the category of relation. If absolutely, we have either quantity or quality, according as the accident affects the substance by reason of the matter or the form of the latter. What affects and dominates a substance extrinsically does so either as a cause or as a measure or otherwise. If as a cause, the substance is either suffering action or acting itself. If as a measure, it dominates the subject as in time or in place or in regard to the relative position of its parts, its posture, in the place which it occupies. Finally, if the accident affects the substance extrinsically, though not as cause or as measure, but only as characterizing its external condition and immediate surroundings, as when we describe a man as clothed or armed, we have the category of condition. It might be said that all this is more ingenious than convincing, but it is easier to criticize Aristotle's list than to suggest a better one. In addition to what we have said of it elsewhere, a few remarks will be sufficient in the present context. Some of the categories, as being of lesser importance, we may treat incidentally when dealing with the more important ones. Ubi, quanto, and situs, together with the analysis of our notions of space and time, fall naturally into the general doctrine of quantity. The final category, ekeion, however interpreted, may be referred to quality, quantity, or relation. A more serious point for consideration is the fact, generally admitted by scholastics, that one and the same real accident may belong to different categories if we regard it from different standpoints. Actio and passio are one and the same modus, or change, regarded in relation to the agent and to the effect, respectively. Place, in regard to the located body, belongs to the category ubi, whereabouts. In regard to the locating body, it is an aspect of the latter's quantity. Relation, as we shall see, is probably not an entity really distinct from its foundation, quality, quantity, or causality. The reason alleged for this partial absence of real distinction between the Aristotelian categories is that they were thought out primarily from a logical point of view, that of predication. And the reason is a satisfactory one, for real distinction is not necessary for diversity of predication. Then, where they are not really distinct entities, these categories are at least aspects so fundamentally distinct and mutually irreducible that each of them is indeed a summum genus immediately under the concept of being in general. It seems a bold claim to make for any scheme of categories that it exhausts all the known modes of reality. We often experience objects of thought which seem, at first sight, incapable of reduction to any of Aristotle's suprema genera, but more mature reflection will always enable us to find a place for them. In order that any extrinsic denomination of a substance constitute a category distinct from those enumerated, it must affect the substance in some real way distinct from any of those 9. It must, moreover, be not a mere complex or aggregate of 2 or more of the latter. Hence, denominations which objects derive from the fact that they are terms of mental activities which are really immanent, acciones intentionales, denominations such as being known, being loved, neither belong to the category of passio proper, nor do they constitute any distinct category. They are entia rationis, logical relations. Again, while efficient causation resolves itself into the categories of actio and passio, the causation of final, formal, and material causes cannot be referred to these categories, but neither does it constitute any new category. The influence of a final cause consists in nothing more than its being a good, which is the term of appetite or desire. The causation of the formal cause consists in its formally constituting the effect. It is always either a substantial or an accidental form, and so must be referred to the categories of substance, or quality, or quantity. Similarly, material causality consists in this, that the matter is a partial constitutive principle of the composite being, and it therefore refers us to the category of substance. It may be noted, too, that the ontological principles of a composite being, such as primal matter and substantial form, since they are themselves not properly beings, but only principles of being, are said to belong each to its proper category, not formally, but only referentially, not formulatir, but only reductive. Finally, the various properties that are assigned to certain accidents themselves are either logical relations, such as not having a contrary, or being a measure, or real relations, or intrinsic modes of accident itself, as when a quality is said to have a certain intensity. But in all cases where they are not mere logical entities, they will be found to come under one or the other of the Aristotelian categories. The real being, which is thus determined into the supreme modes or categories of substance and accidents, is, of course, being considered substantially as essential, whether possible or actual, and not merely being that is actually existent, existential being, in the participial sense. Furthermore, it is primarily finite or created being that is so determined. The infinite being is above the categories, super-substantial. It is because substance is the most perfect of the categories, and because the infinite being verifies in himself, in an incomprehensibly perfect manner, all the perfections of substance, that we speak of him as a substance, remembering always that these essentially finite human concepts are to be predicated of him only analogically. It may be inquired whether accident is a genus which should be predicated univocally of the 9 Aristotelian categories as a species, or is the concept of accident only analogical, so that these 9 categories would be each a summum genus in the strict sense, that is, an ultimate and immediate determination of the concept of being itself. We have seen already that the concept of being, as applied to substance and accident, is analogical. So, too, it is analogical as applied to the various categories of accidents. For the characteristic note of accident, that of affecting, inhering in, a subject, can scarcely be said to be verified in the same way, univocally, of the various kinds of accidents. It is therefore more probably correct not to regard accident as a genus proper, but to conceive each kind of accident as a summum genus coming immediately under the transcendental concept of being. 61. The phenomenist attack on the traditional doctrine of substance. Passing now to the question of the existence and nature of substances and their relation to accidents, we shall find evidences of misunderstandings to which many philosophical errors may be ascribed, at least in part. It is a fairly common contention that the distinction between substance and accident is really a groundless distinction, that we have experience merely of transient events or happenings, internal and external, with relations of coexistence or sequence between them, that it is an illusion to suppose, underlying these, an inert, abiding basis called substance, that this can be at best but a useless name for each of the collections of external and internal appearances which make up our total experience of the outer world and of our own minds. This is the general position of phenomenists. What do you know of substance, they ask us, except that it is an indeterminate and unknown something underlying phenomena? And even if you could prove its existence, what would it avail you, since in its nature it is, and must remain, unknown? No doubt the mind naturally supposes this something underlying phenomena, but it is a mere mental fiction, the reality of which cannot be proved, and the nature of which is admitted, even by some who believe in its real existence, to be unknowable. Now, there can be no doubt about the supreme importance of this question. All parties are pretty generally agreed that on the real or fictitious character of substance, the very existence of genuine metaphysics in the traditional sense depends. And at first sight, the possibility of such a controversy as the present one seems very strange. Is it credible, asks Mercier, that thinkers of the first order, like Hume, Mill, Spencer, Kant, Wundt, Paulson, Littré, Taine, should have failed to recognize the substantial character of things and of the ego or self? Must they not have seen that they were placing themselves in open revolt against sound common sense? And on the other hand, is it likely that the genius of Aristotle could have been duped by the naive illusion which phenomenists must logically ascribe to him? Or that all those sincere and earnest teachers who adopted and preserved in scholastic philosophy for centuries the peripatetic distinction between substance and accidents should have been all utterly astray in interpreting an elementary fact of common sense? There must have been misunderstandings, possibly on both sides, and much waste of argument in refuting chimeras. Let us endeavor to find out what they are and how they gradually arose. Phenomenism had its origin in the idealism which confines the human mind to a knowledge of its own states, proclaiming the unknowability of any reality other than these, and in the positivism which admits the reality only of that which falls directly within external and internal sense experience. Descartes did not deny the substantiality of the soul, nor even of bodies, but his idealist theory of knowledge rendered suspect all information derived by his deductive, a priori method of reasoning from supposed innate ideas regarding the nature and properties of bodies. Locke rejected the innatism of Descartes, ascribing to sense experience a positive role in the formation of our ideas, and proving conclusively that we have no such intuitive and deductively derived knowledge of real substances as Descartes contended for. Locke himself did not deny the existence of substances any more than Descartes, but unfortunately he propounded the mistaken assumption of idealism that the mind can know only its own states, and also the error of thinking that because we have not intuitive insight into the specific nature of individual substances, we can know nothing at all through any channel about their nature. And he gathered from this latter error a general notion or definition of substance, which is a distinct departure from what Aristotle and the medieval scholastics had traditionally understood by substance. For Locke, substance is merely a supposed, but unknown, support for accidents. Setting out with these two notions, that all objects of knowledge must be states or phases of mind, and that material substance is a supposed, but unknown and unknowable, substratum of the qualities revealed to our minds in the process of sense perception, it was easy for Berkeley to support by plausible arguments his denial of the reality of any such things as material substances. And it was just as easy, if somewhat more audacious, on the part of Hume, to argue quite logically that if the supposed, but unknowable, substantial substratum of external sense phenomena is illusory, so likewise is the supposed substantial ego, which is thought to underlie and support the internal phenomena of consciousness. Hume's rejection of substance is apparently complete and absolute, and is so interpreted by many of his disciples. But a thoroughgoing phenomenism is in reality impossible. No philosophers have ever succeeded in thinking out an intelligible theory of things without the concepts of matter and spirit and things and the ego or self, however they may have tried to dispense with them, and these are concepts of substances. Hence there are those who doubt that Hume was serious in his elaborate reasoning away of substances. The fact is that Hume reasoned away substance only in the sense of an unknowable substratum of phenomena, and not in the sense of a something that exists in itself. So far from denying the existence of entities that exist in themselves, he seems to have multiplied these beyond the wildest dreams of all previous philosophers by substantializing accidents. What he does call into doubt is the capacity of the human mind to attain to a knowledge of the specific natures of such entities. And even here, the arguments of phenomenism strike the false Cartesian theory of knowledge, rather than the sober and moderate teachings of scholasticism regarding the nature and limitations of our knowledge of substances. End of section 24. Recording by Owlivia. Section 25 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 8, Part 2. 62. The scholastic view of our knowledge in regard to the existence and nature of substances. What then are these latter teachings? That we have a direct, intellectual insight into the specific essence or nature of a corporeal substance, such as gold, similar to our insight into the abstract essence of a triangle? By no means. Locke was quite right in rejecting the Cartesian claim to intuitions which were supposed to yield up all knowledge of things by mathematical, that is, deductive, a priori reasoning. The scholastic teaching is briefly as follows. First, as regards our knowledge of the existence of substances and the manner in which we obtain our concept of substance. We get this concept from corporeal substances and afterwards apply it to spiritual substances. so that our knowledge of the former is immediate only in the relative sense of being prior to the latter, not in the sense that it is a direct intuition of the natures of corporeal substances. We have no such direct insight into their natures, but our concept of them as actually existing is also immediate in the sense that, at first, we spontaneously conceive every object which comes before our consciousness as something existing in itself. The child apprehends each separate stimulant of its sense perception, resistance, color, sound, and so forth, as a this or a that is, as a separate something existing there in itself. In other words, it apprehends all realities as substances. Not, of course, that the child has as yet any reflex knowledge of what a substance is, but unknowingly it applies to all realities, at first, the concept which it undoubtedly possesses, something existing in itself. It likewise apprehends each such reality as one, or undivided in itself, and as distinct from other things. Such is the child's immediate, direct, and implicit idea of substance. But if we are to believe Hume, what is true of the child remains true of the man. For the latter, too, every perception is a substance, and every distinct part of a perception a distinct substance. Nothing, however, could be more manifestly at variance with the facts. For as reason is developed and reflective analysis proceeds, the child most undoubtedly realizes that not everything that falls within its experience has the character of a something existing in itself and distinct from other things. Walking, talking, and actions, generally, it apprehends as realities which, however, do not exist in themselves, but in other beings, in the beings that walk and talk and act. And these latter beings it still apprehends as existing in themselves, and as thus differing from the former, which exist not in themselves, but in other things. Thus, the child comes into possession of the notion of accident, and of the further notion of substance as something which not only exists in itself, ansinse subsistence, but which is also a support or subject of accidents, hupokaimenon, substance, substare. Nor, indeed, need the child's reason be very highly developed in order to realize that if experience furnishes it with beings that do not exist in themselves, there must also be beings which do exist in themselves. That if accidents exist at all, it would be unintelligible and self-contradictory to deny the existence of substances. Hence, in the order of our experience, the first, implicit notion of substance is that of something existing in itself, ousia. The first explicit notion of it, however, is that by which it is apprehended as a subject or support of accidents, hupokaimenon, substare, substantia. Then, by reflection, we go back to the explicit notion of it as something existing in itself. In the real or ontological order, the perfection of existing in itself is manifestly more fundamental than that of supporting accidents. It is in accordance with the natural law of language that we name things after the properties whereby they reveal themselves to us, rather than by names implying what is more fundamental and essential in them. To exist in itself is an absolute perfection, essential to substance. To support accidents is only a relative perfection, nor can we know a priori, but a substance might perhaps exist without any accidents. We only know that accidents cannot exist without some substance, or subject, or power which will sustain them in existence. Can substance be apprehended by the senses, or only by intellect? Strictly speaking, only by intellect. It is neither a proper object of any one sense, such as taste or color or sound, nor a common object of more than one sense, as extension is with regard to sight and touch. It is, in scholastic language, not a sensible per se, not itself an object of sense knowledge, but only sensible per accidens. That is, it may be said to be accidentally an object of sense because of its conjunction with accidents which are the proper objects of sense. So that when the senses perceive accidents, what they are really perceiving is the substance affected by the accidents. But strictly and properly, it is by intellect that we consciously grasp that which, in the reality, is the substance. while the external and internal sense faculties make us aware of various qualities, activities, or other accidents external to the self, or of various states and conditions of the self. The intellect, which is a faculty of the same soul as the sense faculties, makes us simultaneously aware of corporeal substances actually existing outside us, or of the concrete substance of the ego, or self, existing and revealing itself to us, and through its conscious activities, as the substantial, abiding, and unifying subject and principle of these conscious activities. Thus, then, do we attain to the concept of substance in general, to a conviction of the concrete, actual existence of that mode of being, the essential characteristic of which is to exist in itself. In the next place, how do we reach a knowledge of the specific natures of substances? What is the character and what are the limitations of such knowledge? Here especially, the very cautious and moderate doctrine of scholasticism has been largely misconceived and misrepresented by phenomenologists and others. About the specific nature of substances, we know just precisely what their accidents reveal to us, that and no more. We have no intuitive insight into their natures. All our knowledge here is abstract and discursive, as are their properties, their activities, energies, qualities, and all their accidents. So is their nature. We know of the latter just what we can infer from the former. A priori sequitur esse. We have no other key than this to knowledge of their specific natures. We have experience of them only through their properties, their behavior, their activities. Analysis of this experience, a posteriori reasoning from it, inductive generalization based upon it. Such are the only channels we possess, the only means at our disposal, for reaching a knowledge of their natures. 63. Phenomenist difficulties against this view. Its vindication. Now, the phenomenist will really grant all this. His only objection will be that such knowledge of substance is really no knowledge at all, or that, such as it is useless. But surely the knowledge that this mode of being really exists, that there is a mode of being which exists in itself, is already some knowledge, and genuine knowledge, of substance? No doubt the information contained in this very indeterminate and generic concept is imperfect. But then it is only a starting point, an all-important starting point, however, for not only is it perfectible, but every item of knowledge we gather from experience perfects it, whereas without it, the intellect is paralyzed in its attempt to interpret experience. Indeed, so indispensable is this concept of substance to the human mind that, as we have seen, no philosopher has ever been really able to dispense with it. When phenomenologists say that what we call mind is only a bundle of perceptions and ideas, then they speak of the flow of events, which is ourselves, of which we are conscious. The very language they themselves make use of cries out against their professed phenomenism. For why speak of we, ourselves, and so forth, if there be no we or ourselves, other than the perceptions, ideas, events, and so forth, referred to? Of course, the explanation of this strange attitude on the part of these philosophers is simple enough. They have a wrong conception of substance and of the relation of accidents thereto. They appear to imagine that according to the traditional teaching, nothing of all we can discover about accidents, or as they prefer to term them, phenomena, can possibly throw any light upon the nature of substance, as if the role of phenomena were to cover up and conceal from us some sort of inner core, which they call substance, and not rather to reveal to us the nature of that being existing in itself, of which these phenomena are the properties and manifestations. The denial of substance leads inevitably to the substantializing of accidents. It is possible that the manner in which some scholastics have spoken of accidents has facilitated this error. Anyhow, the error is one that leads inevitably to contradictions in thought itself. Mill, for instance, following out the arbitrary postulates of subjectivism and phenomenism, finally analyzed all reality into present sensations of the individual consciousness, plus permanent possibilities of sensations. Now, consistently with the idealistic postulate, these permanent possibilities should be nothing more than a certain tone, coloring, quality of the present sensation, due to the fact that this has in it, as part and parcel of itself, feelings of memory and expectation, in which case the present sensation, taken in its concrete fullness, would be the sole reality, and would exist in itself. This solipsism is the ultimate logical issue of subjective idealism, and it is a sufficient reductio ad absurdum of the whole system. Or else, to evade this issue, the permanent possibilities are supposed to be something really other than the present sensations, in which case we must ask what Mill can mean by a permanent possibility. Whether it be subjective or objective possibility, it is, presumably, according to Mill's thought, some property or appurtenance of the individual consciousness, that is, a quality proper to a subject or substance. But to deny that the conscious subject is a substance, and at the same time to contend that it is a permanent possibility of sensation, that it has properties which can appertain only to a substance, is simply to hold what is self-contradictory. After these explanations, it will be sufficient merely to state formally the proof that substances really exist. It is exceedingly simple, and its force will be appreciated from all that has been said so far. Whatever we become aware of as existing at all must exist either in itself or by being sustained, supported in existence, in something else in which it inheres. If it exists in itself, it is a substance. If it is not, it is an accident. And then the something else, which supports it, must in turn either exist in itself or in something else. But since an infinite regress in things existing not in themselves, but in other things, is impossible, we are forced to admit the reality of a mode of being which exists in itself, that is to say, substance. Or again, we are forced to admit the real existence of accidents, or, if you will, phenomena or appearances, that is, of realities or modes of being whose nature is manifestly to modify or qualify in some way or other some subject in which they inhere. Can we conceive a state which is not a state of something? A phenomenon or appearance which is not an appearance of something? A vital act which is not an act of a living thing? A sensation, thought, desire, emotion, unless of some conscious being that feels, thinks, desires, experiences the emotion? No, and therefore, since such accidental modes of being really exist, there exists also the substantial mode of being in which they inhere. And the experienced realities which verify this notion of substance as the mode of being which exists in itself are manifestly not one, but manifold. Individual persons and things, men, animals, plants, are all so many really and numerically distinct substances. So, too, are the ultimate individual elements in the inorganic universe, whatever these may be. Nor does the universal interaction of these individuals on one another, or their manifold forms of interdependence on one another throughout the course of their ever-changing existence and activities, interfere in any way with the substantiality of the mode of being of each. These mutual relations of all sorts, very real and actual as they undoubtedly are, only constitute the universe a cosmos, thus endowing it with unity of order, not of unity of substance. Let us now meet the objection of Hume, that there is no substantial soul distinct from its acts, that it is only the sum total of the acts, each of these being a substance. The objection has been repeated in the metaphorical language in which Huxley and Taine speak of the soul, the living soul, as nothing more than a republic of conscious states, or the movement of a luminous sheaf, and so forth. As Locke and Berkeley had already contended that an apple or an orange is nothing more than a collection or sum total of sensible qualities, so that if we conceive these removed, there is nothing left, for beyond these there was nothing there. Now we admit that the substance of the soul is not adequately distinct from its acts, or the substance of the apple or orange from its qualities. As a matter of fact, we never experience substance apart from accidents, or accidents apart from substance. We do not know whether there exists, or even whether there can exist, a created substance devoid of all accidents. Nor can we know, from the light of reason alone, whether any accidents could exist apart from substance. We have, therefore, no ground in natural experience for demonstrating such an adequate, real distinction between substance and accidents as would involve the separability of the latter from the former. But that the acts of the soul are so many really distinct entities, each existing in itself, each therefore a substance, so that the term soul is merely a title we give to their sum total, and similarly the terms apple and orange, merely titles of collections of qualities, each of which would be an entity existing in itself and really distinct from the others, each, in other words, a substance, this we entirely deny. We regard it as utterly unreasonable of phenomenists thus to multiply substances. Our contention is that the individual soul or mind is one substance, that it is partially and really, though not adequately, distinct from the various conscious acts, states, processes, functions, which are certainly themselves real entities. Entities, however, the reality of which is dependent on that of the soul. Entities which this dependent or inhering mode of being marks off as distinct in their nature, and incapable of total identification with that other non-inhering or subsisting mode of being which characterizes the substance of the soul. We cannot help thinking that this phenomenist denial of substance, with its consequent inevitable substantialization of accidents, is largely due to a mistaken manner of regarding the concrete existing object as a mere mechanical bundle of distinct and independent abstractions. Every aspect of it is mentally isolated from the others and held apart as an impression, an idea, and so forth. Then the object is supposed to be constituted by, and to consist of, a sum total of these separate elements, integrated together by some sort of mental chemistry. The attempt is next made to account for our total conscious experience of reality by a number of principles or laws of what is known as association of ideas. And phenomenists discourse learnedly about these laws in apparent oblivion of the fact that by denying the reality of any substantial, abiding, self-identical soul, distinct from the transient conscious states of the passing moment, they have left out of account the only reality capable of associating any mental states, or making mental life at all intelligible. Once the soul is regarded merely as a series of conscious states, or a stream of consciousness, or a succession of pulses of cognitive consciousness, such elementary facts as memory, unity of consciousness, the feeling of personal identity and personal responsibility, become absolutely inexplicable. Experience, therefore, does reveal to us the real existence of substances, of things that exist in themselves, and likewise the reality of other modes of being which have their actuality only by inhering in the substances which they affect. A substance, says St. Thomas, is a thing whose nature it is to exist not in another, whereas an accident is a thing whose nature it is to exist in another. Every concrete being that falls within our experience, a man, an oak, an apple, furnishes us with the data of these two concepts, the being existing in itself, the substance, and secondly, its accidents. The former concept compromises only constitutive principles, which we see to be essential to that sort of being. The material, the vegetative, the sentient, the rational principle, in a man, or his soul and his body, the material principle, and the formal or vital principle in an apple. The latter concept, that of accidents, comprises only those characteristics of the thing which are no doubt real, but which do not constitute the essence of the being, which can change or be absent without involving the destruction of that essence. An intellectual analysis of our experience enables us, and, as we have remarked above, it alone enables us to distinguish between these two classes of objective concepts: the concept of the principles that are essential to the substance or being that exists in itself, and the concept of the attributes that are accidental to this being. And experience alone enables us, by studying the latter group, the accidents of the being, whether naturally separable or naturally inseparable from the latter, to infer from those accidents whatever we can know about the former group, about the principles that constitute the specific nature of the particular kind of substance that may be under investigation. It may perhaps be urged against all this that experience does not warrant our placing a real distinction between the entities we describe as accidents and those which we claim to be constitutive of the substance, or thing which exists in itself, that all the entities, without exception, which we apprehend by distinct concepts in any concrete existing being, such as a man, an oak, or an apple, are only one and the same individual reality looked at under different aspects, that the distinction between them is only a logical or mental distinction, that we separate in thought that which is one in reality, because we regard each aspect in the abstract and apart from the others, that to suppose in any such concrete being the existence of two distinct modes of reality, that is, a reality that exists in itself, and other realities inhering in this latter, is simply to make the mistake of transferring to the real order of concrete things what we find in the logical order of conceptual abstractions. This object, which calls for serious consideration, leads to a different conclusion from the previous objection. It suggests the conclusion not that substances are unreal, but that accidents are unreal. Even if it were valid, it would leave untouched the existence of substances. We hope to meet it satisfactorily by establishing presently the existence of accidents really distinct from the substances in which they inhere. While the objection draws attention to the important truth that distinctions recognized in the conceptual order are not always real, it certainly does not prove that all accidents are only mentally distinct aspects of substance. For surely a man's thoughts, volitions, feelings, emotions, his conscious states generally, changing as they do from moment to moment, are not really identical with the man himself, who continues to exist throughout this incessant change. Yet they are realities, appearing and disappearing, and having all their actuality in him, while he persists as an actual being, existing in himself. End of section 25. Section 26 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 8, Part 3. 64. Erroneous Views on the Nature of Substance. If we fail to remember that the notion of substance as a being existing in itself and supporting the accidents which affect it is a most abstract and generic notion, if we transfer it in this abstract condition to the real order, if we imagine that the concrete individual substances which actually exist in the real order merely verify this widest notion and are devoid of all further content, that they possess in themselves no further richness of reality, if we forget that actual substances, in all the variety of their natures, as material or living or sentient or rational and spiritual, are indeed full, vibrant, palpitating with manifold and diversified reality, if we rob them of all this perfection, or locate it in their accidents as considered apart from themselves, we are likely to form very erroneous notions both of substances and of accidents, and of their real relations to one another. It will help us to form accurate concepts of them, concepts really warranted by experience, if we examine briefly some of the more remarkable misconceptions of substance that have at one time or another gained currency. A. Substance is not a concrete core on which concrete accidents are superimposed, or a sort of kernel of which they form the rind. Such a way of conceiving them is as misleading as it is crude and material. No doubt the language which, for want of better, we have to employ in regard to substance and accidents suggests fancies of that kind. We speak of substance supporting, sustaining accidents, and of these as supported by, and inhering from, and inhering in the former. But this does not really signify any juxtaposition or superposition of concrete entities. The substance is a subject, determinable by its various accidents. These are actualizations of its potentiality. Its relation to them is the relation of the potential to the actual, of a material or determinable subject to formal or determining principles. But the appearance or disappearance of accidents never takes place in the same concrete subject. By their variations, the concrete subject is changed. At any instant, the substance affected by its accidents is one individual concrete being, and the inevitable result of any modification in them is that this individual concrete being is changed, is no longer the same. No doubt, it preserves its substantial identity throughout accidental change, but not its concrete identity. That is to say, not wholly. This is the characteristic of every finite being, subject to change and existing in time. It has the actuality of its being, not tota simul, but only gradually, successively. From this, too, we see that although substance is a more perfect mode of being than accident, because the former exists in itself, while the latter has its actuality only in something else. Nevertheless, created, finite substance is a mode of being which is itself imperfect and perfectible by accidents. Another illustration of the truth that all created perfection is only relative, not absolute. To the notion of inherence we shall return in connection with our treatment of accidents. b. Again, substance is wrongly conceived as an inert substratum underlying accidents. This false notion appears to have originated with Descartes. He conceived the two great classes of created substances, matter and spirit, as essentially inert. For him, matter is simply a res extensa. Extension in 3 dimensions constitutes its essence, and extension is, of course, inert. All motion is given to matter and conserved in it by God. Spirit or soul is simply a res cogitans, a being whose essence is thought. But in thinking, spirit too is passive, for it simply receives ideas, as wax does the impress of a seal. Nay, even when soul or spirit wills, it is really inert or passive, for God puts all its volitions into it. From these erroneous conceptions, the earlier disciples of Descartes took the obvious step forward into occasionalism, and to them likewise may be traced the conviction of many contemporary philosophers that the human soul, a being that is so eminently vital and active, cannot possibly be a substance. Neither indeed could it be, if substance were anything like what Descartes conceived it to be. The German philosophers, Wundt and Paulsen, for example, argue that the soul cannot be a substance. But when we inquire what they mean by substance, what do we find? That with them, the concept of substance applies only to the corporeal universe, where it properly signifies the atoms, which are the absolutely permanent substratum, qualitatively and quantitatively unchangeable, of all corporeal reality. No wonder they would argue that the soul is not a substance. No actually existing substance is inert. What is true, however, is this, that when we conceive a being as a substance, when we think of it under the abstract concept of substance, we of course abstract from its concrete existence as an active agent. In other words, we consider it not from the dynamic, but from the static aspect, not as it is in the concrete, but as constituting an object of abstract thought. And so, the error of Descartes seems to have been that already referred to, the mistake of transferring to the real order conditions that obtain only in the logical order. c. To the Cartesian conception of substances as inert entities, endowed only with motions communicated to them ab abstracta, the mechanical or atomist conception of reality, as it is called, Leibniz opposed the other extreme conception of substances as essentially active entities. For him, substance is an ens praticum vi agente. Activity is the fundamental note in the concept of substance. These essentially active entities he conceived as being all simple and unextended, the corporeal no less than the spiritual ones. and he gave them the title of monads. It is unnecessary for our present purpose to go into any details of his ingenious dynamic theory of the universe as a vast system of these monads. We need only remark that while combating the theory of inert substances, he himself erred in the opposite extreme. He conceived every monad as endowed essentially with active tendency or effort, which is never without its effect. An exclusively immanent effect, however, which is the constant result of constant immanent action, for he denied the possibility of transitive activity, actio transiens, and he conceived the immanent activity of the monad as being in its nature perceptive, that is to say, cognitive or representative, in the sense that each monad, though wrapped up in itself, doorless and windowless, if we may so describe it, nevertheless mirrors more or less inchoatively, vaguely, or clearly all other monads, and is thus itself a miniature of the whole universe, a microcosm of the macrocosm. Apart from the fancifulness of his whole system, a fancifulness which is, however, perhaps more apparent than real, his conception of substance is much less objectionable than that of Descartes. For, as a matter of fact, every individual, actually existing substance is endowed with an internal directive tendency towards some term to be realized or attained by its activities. Every substance has a transcendental relation to the operations which are natural to it, and whereby it tends to realize the purpose of its being. But, nevertheless, substance should not be defined by action, for all action of created substances is an accident, not a substance, nor even by its transcendental relation to action, for when we conceive it under this aspect, we conceive it as an agent or cause, not as a substance simply. The latter concept abstracts from action and reveals its object simply as a reality existing in itself. When we think of a substance as a principle of action, we describe it by the term nature. D. A very widespread notion of substance is the conception of it as permanent, stable, persisting, subject of transient, ephemeral realities called accidents or phenomena. This view of substance is mainly due to the influence of Kant's philosophy. According to his teaching, we can think the succession of phenomena which appear to our sense consciousness only by the aid of a pure intuition in which our sensibility apprehends them, that is to say, time. Now, the application of the category of substance to this pure intuition of our sensibility engenders a schema of the imagination, that is to say, the persistence of the object in time. Persistence, therefore, is for him the essential note of substance. Herbert Spencer, too, has given apt expression to this widely prevalent notion. Existence means nothing more than persistence, and hence in mind that which persists in spite of all changes and maintains the unity of the aggregate in defiance of all attempts to divide it, is that of which existence in the full sense of the word must be predicated, that which we must postulate as the substance of mind in contradistinction to the varying forms it assumes. But if so, the impossibility of knowing the substance of mind is manifest. Thus, substance is conceived as the unique but hidden and unknowable basis of all the phenomena which constitute the totality of human experience. What is to be said of such a conception? There is just this much truth in it, that substance is relatively stable or permanent, that is, in comparison with accidents. The latter cannot survive the destruction or disappearance of the substance in which they inhere, while a substance can persist through incessant change of its accidents. But accidents are not absolutely ephemeral, nor is substance absolutely permanent. Were an accident to exist forever, it would not cease to be an accident, nor would a substance be any less a substance were it created and then instantaneously annihilated. But in the latter case, the human mind could not apprehend the substance, for since all human cognitive experience takes place in time, which involves duration, the mind can apprehend a substance only on condition that the latter has some permanence, some appreciable duration in existence. This fact, too, explains in some measure the error of conceiving permanence as essential to a substance, but the error has another source also. Under the influence of subjective idealism, philosophers have come to regard the individual's consciousness of his own self, the consciousness of the ego, as the sole and unique source of our concept of substance. The passage we have just quoted from Spencer is an illustration. And since the spiritual principle of our conscious acts is a permanent principle which abides throughout all of them, thus explaining the unity of the individual human consciousness, those who conceive substance in general after the model of the ego naturally conceive it as an essentially stable subject of incessant and evanescent processes. But it is quite arbitrary thus to conceive the ego as the sole type of substance. Bodies are substances as well as spirits, matter as well as mind, and the permanence of corporeal substances is merely relative. Nevertheless, they are really substances. The relative stability of spirit, which is immortal, and the relative instability of matter, which is corruptible, have nothing to do with the substantiality of either. Both alike are substances, for both alike have that mode of being which consists in their existing in themselves, and not by inhering in other things, as accidents do. E. Spencer's conception of substance as the permanent, unknowable ground of phenomena implies that substance is one, not manifold, and thus suggests the view of reality known as monism. There is yet another mistaken notion of substance, the notion in which the well-known pantheistic philosophy of Spinoza has had its origin. Spinoza seems to have given the ambiguous definition of Descartes, substantia est res, que ita existit, ut nulla alia re indigeat ad existendum, an interpretation which narrowed its application down to the necessary being, for he defines substance in the following terms: per substantiam intelligo id quod est inseat per se concipitur, hoc est id cujus conceptuus non indicit conceptu, alterius re a quo formare debeat. By the ambiguous phrase that substance requires no other thing for existing, Descartes certainly meant to convey what has always been understood by the scholastic expression that substance exists in itself. He certainly did not mean that substance is a reality which exists of itself, that is, that it is what scholastics mean by ens a se, the being that has its actuality from its own essence, by virtue of its very nature, and in absolute independence of all other being. For such being is one alone, the necessary being, God himself, whereas Descartes clearly held and taught the real existence of finite, created substances. Yet Spinoza's definition of substance is applicable to only such a being that our concept of this being shows forth the actual existence of the latter as absolutely explained and accounted for by reference to the essence of this being itself, and independently of any reference to other being. In other words, it applies only to the necessary being. This conception of substance is the starting point of Spinoza's pantheistic philosophy. Now, the scholastic definition of substance and Spinoza's definition embody two entirely distinct notions. Spinoza's definition conveys what scholastics mean by the self-existent being, ens a se, and this the scholastics distinguish from caused or created being, ens an oblio. Both phrases refer formally and primarily not to the mode of a being's existence when it does exist, but to the origin of this existence in relation to the being's essence, and specifically it marks the distinction between the essence, that is self-explaining, self-existent, essentially actual, the necessary being, and essences that do not themselves explain or account for their own actual existence, essences that have not their actual existence from themselves or of themselves, essences that are, in regard to their actual existence, contingent or dependent, essences which, therefore, if they actually exist, can do so only dependently on some other being whence they have derived this existence, and on which they essentially depend for its continuance. Not the least evil of Spinoza's definition is the confusion caused by gratuitously wresting an important philosophical term, like substance, from its traditional sense and using it with quite a different meaning. And the same is true in its measure of the other mistaken notions of substance which we have been examining. By defining substance as an ens in se, or per se stans, scholastic philosophers mean simply that substance does not depend intrinsically on any subjective or material cause in which its actuality would be supported. They do not mean to imply that it does not depend extrinsically on an efficient cause from which it has its actuality and by which it is conserved in being. They assert that all created substances, no less than all accidents, have their being ab alio, from God, that they exist only by divine creation and conservation, and act only by divine concursus, or concurrence, but while substances and accidents are both alike dependent on this extrinsic conserving and concurring influence of a divine, transcendent being, substances are exempt from this other and distinct mode of dependence which characterizes accidents, intrinsic dependence on a subject in which they have their actuality. When we say that substance exists in itself, obviously we do not attach to the preposition in any local signification as a part existing in the whole. Nor do we mean that they exist in themselves in the same sense as they have their being in God. In a certain true sense, all creatures exist in God, in ipsio anum vivimus, et movetur, et sumus, in the sense that they are kept in being by his omnipresent, conserving power. But he does not sustain them as a subject in which they inhere, as substance sustains the accidents which determine it, thereby giving expression to its concrete actuality. By saying that substance exists in itself, we mean to exclude the notion of its existing in another thing, as an accident does. And this we shall understand better by examining a little more closely this peculiar mode of being which characterizes accidents. 65. The nature of accident, its relation to substance, its causes. From all that has preceded, we will have gathered the general notion of accident as that mode of real being which is found to have its reality not by existing in itself, but by affecting, determining, some substance in which it inheres as a subject. What do we mean by saying that accidents inhere in substances as their subjects? Here we must at once lay aside as erroneous the crude conception of something as located spatially within something else, as contained in container, as for example water in a vessel, and the equally crude conception of something being in something else as a part is in the whole, as for example an arm is in the body. Such imaginations are wholly misleading. The actually existing substance has its being or reality. It is an actual essence. Each real accident of it is likewise a reality, and has an essence distinct from that of the substance, yet not wholly independent of the latter. It is a determination of the determinable being of the substance, affecting or modifying the latter in some way or other, and having no other raison d'être than this role of actualizing in some specific way some receptive potentiality of the concrete substance. And since its reality is thus dependent on that of the substance which it affects, we cannot ascribe to it actual essence or being in the same sense as we ascribed to this substance, but only analogically. Hence, scholastics commonly teach that we ought to conceive an accident rather as an entity of an entity, ens entis, than as an entity simply, rather as inhering, indwelling, affecting, in essa, some subject, than simply as existing itself, essa, as something whose essence is rather the determination, affection, modification of an essence, than itself an essence proper. The term essence designating properly only a substance, accidentis esse est in esse. This conception might, no doubt, if pressed too far, be inapplicable to absolute accidents, like quantity, which are something more than mere modifications of substance, but it rightly emphasizes the dependence of the reality of accident on that of substance, the non-substantial and diminished character of the accident mode of being. It also helps to show that the inherence of accident in substance is a relation, of determining the determinable being, which is sui generis, and finally it puts us on our guard against the errors that may be, and have been, committed by conceiving accidents in the abstract and reasoning about them from their substances, as if they themselves were substances. This inherence of accident in substance, this mode of being whereby it affects, determines, or modifies the substance, differs from accident to accident. These, in fact, are classified into suprema genera by reason of their different ways of affecting substance. To this we shall return later. Here we may inquire about this general relation of accident to substance, whether it is essential to an accident actually to inhere in a substance, if not immediately, then at least through the medium of some other accident. We suggest this latter alternative, because, as we shall see presently, there are some accidents, such as color, taste, shape, which immediately affect the extension of a body, and only through this the substance of the body itself. Now, the ordinary course of nature never presents us with accidents, except as inhering, mediately or immediately, in a substance. Nor is it probable that the natural light of our reason would ever suggest to us the possibility of an exception to this general law. But the Christian philosopher knows, from divine revelation, that in the Blessed Eucharist, the quantity or extension of bread and wine, together with the taste, color, form, and so forth, which affect this extension, remain in existence after their connatural substance of bread and wine has disappeared by transubstantiation. In the supernatural order of his providence, God preserves these accidents in existence without a subject. But in this state, though they do not actually inhere in any substance, they retain their natural aptitude and exigence for such inherence. The Christian philosopher, therefore, will not define accident as the mode of being which inheres in a subject, but as the mode of being which, in the ordinary course of nature, inheres in a subject, or as the mode of being which has a natural exigence to inhere in a subject. It is not actual inherence, but the natural exigence to inhere that is essential to an accident as such. Furthermore, an accident needs a substance not formally qua substance, or as a mode of being naturally existing in itself. It needs a substance as a subject in which to inhere, which it will in some way affect, determine, qualify. But the subject in which it immediately inheres need not always be a substance. It may be some other accident, in which case both, of course, will naturally require some substance as their ultimate basis. Comparing now the concept of accident with that of substance, we find that the latter is presupposed by the former, that the latter is prior in thought to the former, that we conceive accident as something over and above, something superadded to substance as subject. For instance, we can define matter and form without the prior concept of body, or animality and rationality without the prior concept of man. But we cannot define color without the prior concept of body, or the faculty of speech without the prior concept of man. Substance, therefore, is prior in thought to accident, but is the substance itself also prior temporarily, prior tempore, to its accidents? It is prior in time to some of them, no doubt. The individual human being is thus prior, for instance, to the knowledge he may acquire during life. But there is no reason for saying that a substance must be prior in time to all its accidents. So far as we can discover, no created substance comes into existence devoid of all accidents. Corporeal substance devoid of internal quantity, or spiritual substance devoid of intellect and will. If prior in thought, though not necessarily in time, to its accidents, is a substance prior to its accidents really, ontologically, prior natura? Yes, it is the real or ontological principle of its accidents. It sustains them, and they depend on it. It is a passive or material cause, using the term material in the wide sense as applicable even to spiritual substances, or a receptive subject, determined in some way by them as formal principles. It is at the same time an efficient and passive cause of some of its own accidents. The soul is an efficient cause of its own immanent processes of thought and volition, and at the same time a passive principle of them, undergoing real change by their occurrence. Of others it is merely a receptive, determinable subject. Of those, namely, which have an adequate and necessary foundation in its own essence, and which are called properties in the strict sense. Without these it cannot exist. Though they do not constitute its essence, or enter into the concept of the latter, but it is not prior to them in time, nor is it the efficient cause of them. It is, however, a real principle of them, an essence from the reality of which they necessarily result, and on which their own reality depends. Such, for instance, is the faculty of thought, or volition, or speech in regard to man. The accident mode of being is, therefore, a mode of being which determines a substance in some real way. Its formal effect is to give the substance some real and definite determination, not esse simplicitur, but esse tale. With the substance, it constitutes a concrete real being, which is unum per accidens, not unum per se. The accident has no formal cause. It is itself a form, and its causality is that of a formal cause, which consists in its communicating itself to a subject, and, by its union therewith, constituting some new reality. In this case, a concrete being, endowed with accidental unity. Accidents have, of course, a material cause, not, however, in the sense of a materia ex qua, a material from which they are constituted, inasmuch as they are simple forms, but in the sense of a subject, in which they are received and in which they inhere. And this material cause is, proximately or remotely, substance. Substance is also the final cause, the raison d'être, of the reality of the accidental mode of being. Accidents exist for the perfecting of substances. Accidentia sunt propter substantiam. As we have seen already, and as will appear more clearly later on, the fundamental reason for the reality of an accidental mode of being, really distinct from the created or finite substance, for the infinite substance has no accidents, is that the created substance is imperfect, limited in its actual perfection, does not exist tot simul, but develops, through a process of change in time, from its first or essential perfection, through intermediate perfections, till it reaches the final perfection of its being. Have all accidents efficient causes? Those which are called common accidents, as distinct from proper accidents, or properties, have undoubtedly efficient causes. The various agencies which produce real but accidental changes in the individual substances of the universe. Proper accidents, however, inasmuch as they, of necessity, exist simultaneously with the substances to which they belong, and flow from these substances by a necessity of the very essence of these latter, cannot be said to have any efficient causes other than those which contribute by their efficiency to the substantial changes by which these substances are brought into actual existence, nor can they be said to be caused efficiently by these substances themselves, but only to flow, or result necessarily from the latter, inasmuch as they come into existence simultaneously with, but dependently on, these substances. Hence, while substances are universally regarded as real principles of their properties, as, for instance, the soul in regard to intellect and will, or corporeal substance in regard to quantity, they are not really efficient causes of their properties. That is, they do not produce these properties by action, for these properties are antecedent to all action of the substance, nor can a created substance act by its essence, but only through active powers, or faculties, or forces, which mediate between the essence of a created substance and its actions, and which are the proximate principles of these actions, while the substance or nature is their remote principle. Hence the properties, which necessarily result from a substance or nature, have, as their efficient causes, the agencies productive of the substance itself. End of section 26. Section 27 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 8, Part 4. Section 66. Main Divisions of Accidents. These considerations will help us to understand the significance of a few important divisions of accidents into proper and common, inseparable and separable. We shall then be in a position to examine the nature of the distinction between accidents and substance, and to establish the existence of accidents really distinct from substance. A. The attributes which we affirm of substance, other than the notes constitutive of its essence, are divided into proper accidents, or properties in the strict sense, idion, proprium, and common accidents, or accidents in the more ordinary sense, sumbibecos, accidents. A property is an accident which belongs exclusively to a certain class or kind of substance, and is found always in all members of that class, inasmuch as it has an adequate foundation in the nature of that substance and a necessary connection therewith. Such, for instance, are the faculties of intellect and will in all spiritual beings, the faculties of speaking, laughing, weeping in man, the temporal and spatial mode of being, which characterizes all created substances. When regarded from the logical point of view, as attributes predictable of their substances, considered as logical subjects, they are distinguished on the one hand from what constitutes the essence of this subject, as genus, differentia, species, but also, on the other hand, from those attributes which cannot be seen to have any absolutely necessary connection with this subject. The latter attributes alone are called logical accidents, the test being the absence of a necessary connection in thought with the logical subject. But the former class, which are distinguished from logical accidents and called logical properties, propria, are nonetheless real accidents when considered from the ontological standpoint, for they do not constitute the essence of the substance, they are outside the concept of the latter, and superadded, though necessarily, to it. Whether, however, all or any of these properties, which philosophers thus classify as real or ontological accidents, proper accidents, of certain substances, are really distinct from the concrete, individual substances to which they belong, or are only aspects of the latter, substantial modes, only virtually distinct in each case from the individual substance itself, is another and more difficult question. Such a property is certainly not really separable from its substance. We cannot conceive either to exist really without the other, though we can by abstraction think, and reason, and speak about either apart from the other. Real inseparability is, however, regarded by scholastic philosophers as quite compatible with what they understand by a real distinction. A common accident is one which has no such absolutely necessary connection with its substance as a property has, one which, therefore, can be conceived as absent from the substance without thereby entailing the destruction of the latter's essence, or of anything bound up by a necessity of thought with this essence. And such common accidents are of two kinds. They may be such that in the ordinary course of nature, and so far as its forces and laws are concerned, they are never to be found absent from their connatural substances, inseparable accidents. Thus, the color of the Ethiopian is an inseparable accident of his human nature as an Ethiopian. He is naturally black, but if born of Ethiopian parents, he would still be an Ethiopian, even if he happened to grow up white instead of black. We could not, however, conceive an Ethiopian, or any other human being, existing without the faculties, not the use, of intellect and will, or the faculty, not the organs, or the actual exercise of the faculty, of human speech. Or common accidents may be such that they are sometimes present in their substances, and sometimes absent, separable accidents. These are, by far, the most numerous class of accidents, thinking, willing, talking, and actions generally, health or illness, virtues, vices, acquired habits, rest or motion, temperature, color, form, location, and so forth. B. The next important division of accidents is that into mere extrinsic denominations and intrinsic accidents, the latter being subdivided into modal and absolute accidents, respectively. An absolute accident is one which not merely affects its substance intrinsically, giving the latter an actual determination or mode of being of some sort or other, but which has, moreover, some entity or reality proper to itself, whereby it thus affects the substance, an entity really distinct from the essence of the substance, thus determined by it. Such, for instance, are all vital activities of living things, knowledge and other acquired habits, quantity, the fundamental accident whereby corporeal substances are all capable of existing, extended in space, and such sensible qualities and energies of matter as heat, color, mechanical force, electrical energy, and so forth. Such, too, according to many, are intellect, will, and sense faculties in man. There are, however, other intrinsic determinations of substance, other modifications of the latter, which do not seem to involve any new or additional reality in the substance, over and above the modification itself. Such, for instance, are motion, rest, external form or figure in bodies. These are called modal accidents. They often affect not the substance itself immediately, but some absolute accident of the latter, and are hence called accidental modes. Those enumerated are obviously modes of the quantity of bodies. Now, the appearance or disappearance of such an accident in a substance undoubtedly involves a real change in the latter, and not merely in our thought. When a body moves or comes to rest or alters its form, there is a change in the reality as well as in our thought, and in this sense these accidents are real and intrinsic to their substances. Yet, though we cannot say that motion, rest, shape, and so forth are really identical with the body and only mentally distinct aspects of it, at the same time, neither can we say that by their appearance or disappearance the body gains or loses any reality other than an accidental determination of itself, whereas it does gain something more than this when it is heated or electrified or increased in quantity, just as a man who acquires knowledge or virtue is not only really modified, but is modified by real entities which he has acquired, not having actually possessed them before. Finally, there are accidents which do not affect the substance intrinsically at all, which do not determine any real change in it, but merely give it an extrinsic denomination in relation to something outside it. Thus, while the quality of heat is an absolute accident in a body, the action, whereby the latter heats neighboring bodies, is no new reality in the body itself, and produces no real change in the latter, but only gives it the intrinsic denomination of heating in reference to these other bodies in which the effect really takes place. Similarly, the location of any corporeal substance in space or in time, relatively to others in the space or time series, its external place, ubi, or time, quando, as they are called, or the relative position of its parts, situs, in the place occupied by it. These do not intrinsically determine it or confer upon it any intrinsic modification of its substance. Not, indeed, that they are mere entia rationis, mere logical fictions of our thought. They are realities, but not realities which affect the substances denominated from them. They are accidental modes of other substances, or of the absolute accidents of other substances. Finally, the accident, which we call a real relation, presupposes in its subject some absolute accident, such as quantity or quality, or some real and intrinsic change determining these, or affecting the substance itself, but whether relation is itself a reality over and above such foundation is a disputed question. From these classifications of accidents, it will be at once apparent that the general notion of accident, as a dependent mode of being, superadded to the essence of a substance, and in some way determining the latter, is realized in widely different and merely analogical ways in the different ultimate classes of accidents. 67. Real existence of accidents, nature of the distinction between accidents and substance. It would be superfluous to prove the general proposition that accidents really exist. In establishing the real existence of substances, we have seen that the real existence of some accidents, at least, has never been seriously denied. These are often called, nowadays, phenomena, and philosophers who have denied or doubted the real existence of substances have been called phenomenologists, simply because they have admitted the real existence only of these phenomena. Though, if they were as logical as Hume, they might have seen with him that such denial, so far from abolishing substance, could only lead to the substantializing of accidents. But while undoubtedly there are realities which exist in themselves, such as individual men, animals, and plants, there is no reason for attributing this same mode of existence to entities such as thoughts, volitions, emotions, virtues, or vices of the individual man, or the instinct, hunger, or illness of the dog, or the color, perfume, or form of the rose. The concrete individual man, or dog, or rose, reveals itself to our minds as a substantial entity, affected with these various accidental entities, which are really distinct from the substantial entity itself and from one another. Nay, in most of the instances just cited, they are physically separable from the substantial entity in which they inhere. Not, of course, in the sense that they could actually exist without it, but in the sense that it can, and does, continue to exist actually without them. For it continues to exist while they come and go, appear and disappear. Of course, the concrete individual, man or dog or rose, does not continue to exist actually unchanged and totally identical with itself throughout the change of accidents, for the accidents are part of the concrete individual reality. Nay, even the substance itself of the concrete individual does not remain totally unaffected by the change of the accidents, because if they really affect it, as they do, their change cannot leave it totally unaffected. Substance is not at all a changeless, concrete core, surrounded by an ever-changing rind or vesture of accidents, or a dark, hidden, immutable, and inscrutable background of a panorama of phenomena. But though it is beyond all doubt really affected by the change of its accidents, it is also beyond all doubt independent of them in regard to the essential mode of its being, inasmuch as it exists and continues to exist in itself throughout all fluctuation of its accidents, while these, on the other hand, have only that essentially dependent mode of being whereby they are actual only by affecting and determining some subject in which they inhere and which supports their actuality. The existence, therefore, of some accidents, which are not only really distinct, but even physically separable from their substances, cannot reasonably be called into question. To deny the existence of such accidents, or what comes to the same thing, their real distinction from substance, is to take up some one of these three equally untenable positions: that all the changes which take place within and around us are substantial changes, or that there is no such thing as real change, all change being a mental illusion, or that contrary states can be affirmed of the same reality. But the nature of the real distinction between accidents and substance is not in all cases so easy to determine, nor can we discuss the question here in reference to each summum genus of accidents separately. Deferring to the chapter on relation, the question of the distinction of this particular accident from substance and the other categories, we may confine our attention here to the distinction between substance and the three classes of accidents we have called extrinsic denominations, modal accidents, and absolute accidents, respectively. There are accidents, writes Kleutjen, which place nothing and change nothing in the subject itself, but are ascribed to it by reason of some extrinsic thing. Others, again, produce indeed in the subject itself some new mode of being, but without their existing in it as a new reality, distinct from its reality. Others, finally, are themselves a new reality, and have thus a being which is proper to themselves, though this being is, of course, dependent on the substance. These latter alone can be really distinct from the substance, in the full sense in which a real distinction is that between thing and thing. Now, Cartesian philosophers have denied that there is any such accidents as those of the latter class. Rejecting the division of accidents into absolute and modal, they teach that all accidents are mere modifications or determinations of substance, that they consist solely of various locations and combinations of the ultimate parts of a substance, or relations of the latter to other substances. Now, all extrinsic denominations of a substance do seem, on analysis, ultimately to resolve themselves partly into relations of the latter to other substances, and partly into modal or absolute accidents of other substances. Hence, we may confine our attention here to the distinction between these two classes of accident and their connatural substances. And approaching this question, it will be well for us to bear two things in mind. In the first place, our definitions of both substance and of accident are abstract and generic, or universal. But the abstract and universal does not exist as such. The concrete individual, actually existing substance, is never merely a being that naturally exists in itself, nor is the accident of such substance merely a verification of its definition as a being that naturally inheres in something else. In every case, what really and actually exists is the individual, a being concreted of substance and accidents, a being which is ever and always a real unity, composite, no doubt, but really one, and this no matter what sort of distinction we hold to obtain between the substance and its accidents. This is important. Its significance will be better appreciated according as we examine the distinctions in question. Secondly, as scholastics understand a real distinction, this can obtain not merely between different persons or things, which are separate from one another in time or space, but also between different constitutive principles of any one single concrete, composite, individual being. We have seen that they are not agreed as to whether the essence and the existence of any actual creature are really distinct or not, and it may help us to clear up our notion of accident if we advert here to their discussion to the question whether or not an accident ought to be regarded as having an existence of its own, an existence proper to itself. Those who think that the distinction between essence and existence in created things is a real distinction hold that accidents, as such, have no existence of their own, that they are actualized by the existence of the substance, or rather of the concrete, composite individual, that since the latter is a real unity, not a mere artificial aggregation of entities, but a being naturally one, it can have only one existence. Impossibile est, quod unius re non sit unum esse, that by this one existence, the concrete composite essence of the substance, as affected and determined by its accidents, is actualized. They contend that if each of the principles, whether substantial or accidental, of a concrete individual being had its own existence, their union, no matter how intimate, could not form a natural unitary being, an individual, but only an aggregate of such beings. It is neither the matter, nor the form, nor the corporeal substance, apart from its accidents, that exists. It is the substance, completely determined by all its accidents and modes, that is the proper subject of existence. It alone is actualized, and that by one existence, which is the ultimate actuality of the concrete, composite, individual essence. Esse est ultimus actus. Hence it is too, they urge, that an accident should be conceived not properly as a being, but only as that whereby a being is such or such. Accidens non est ens, sed ens entis. But it cannot be so conceived if we attribute to it an existence of its own, for then it would be a being, in the full and proper sense of the word. This is the view of St. Thomas, and of Thomists generally. The arguments in support of it are serious, but not convincing. And the same may be said of the reasons adduced for the opposite view, that existence not being really distinct from essence, accidents, in so far as they can be said to have an essence of their own, have likewise an existence of their own. Supporters of this view not only admit, but maintain, that the entity of a real existing accident is a diminished entity, inasmuch as it is dependent in a sense in which a really existing substance is not dependent. They simply deny the Thomist assertion that substantial and accidental principles cannot combine to form a real and natural unit, an individual being, if each be accorded an existence appropriate and proportionate to its partial essence, nor indeed can Thomists prove this assertion. Moreover, if existence be not really distinct from essence, there is no more inconvenience in the claim that partial existences can combine to form one complete existence, unum esse, than in the Thomist claim that partial essences, such as substantial and accidental constitutive principles, can combine to form one complete essence, one individual subject of essence. Then, furthermore, it is urged that the substance exists prior in time to some of its accidents, that it is prior in nature to its properties, which are understood to proceed or flow from it, and that therefore its existence cannot be theirs, any more than its essence can be theirs. Finally, it is pointed out that since existence is the actuality of essence, the existence which actualizes a substance cannot be identical with that which actualizes an accident. At all events, whether the one existence of the concrete individual substance, as determined by its accidents, be, as it were, a simple and individual existential act, which actualizes the composite individual subject, as Thomists hold, or whether it be a composite existential act, really identical with the composite individual subject, as the other view. This concrete existence of the individual is constantly varying with the variation of the accidents of the individual. This is equally true on either view. Inquiring into the distinction between substance and its intrinsic accidents, whether modal or absolute, we have first to remark that all accidents cannot possibly be reduced to relations, for if relation itself is something extrinsic to the things related, it must at least presuppose a real and intrinsic foundation or basis for itself in the things related. Local motion, for instance, is a change in the spatial relations of a body to other bodies, but it cannot be merely this, for if spatial relations are not mere subjective or mental fabrications, if they are in any intelligible sense real, then a change in them must involve a change of something intrinsic to the bodies concerned. Now Descartes, in denying the existence of absolute accidents, in reducing all accidents to modes of substances, understood by modes not any intrinsic determinations of substance, but only extrinsic determinations of the latter. All accidents of material substance were, for him, mere locations, arrangements, dispositions of its extended parts, extension being its essence. Similarly, all accidents of spiritual substance were, for him, mere modalities and mutual relations of its thought or consciousness, this latter being for him the essence of spirit. We have here not only the error of identifying or confounding accidents, such as thought and extension, with their connatural substances, spirit and matter, but also the error of supposing that extrinsic relations and modes of a substance, and changes in these, can be real without there being in the substances themselves any intrinsic, real, changeable accidents, which would account for the extrinsic relations and their changes. If there are no intrinsic accidents really affecting and determining substances, and yet really distinct from the latter, then we must admit either that all change is an illusion, or else that all change is substantial. And this is the dilemma that really confronts the Cartesian philosophy. End of section 27. Section 28 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 8, Section 5. 68. Modal Accidents and the Modal Distinction. The real distinction which we claim to exist between a substance and its intrinsic accidents is not the same in all cases. In regard to some accidents, which we have called intrinsic modes of the substance, it is a minor or modal real distinction. In regard to others, which we have called absolute accidents, it is a major real distinction. Let us first consider the former. The term mode has a variety of meanings, some very wide, some restricted. When one concept determines or limits another in any way, we may call it a mode of the latter. If there is no real distinction between the determining and the determined thought object, the mode is called a metaphysical mode, as rationality is of animality in man. Again, created things are all modes of being, and the various aspects of a creature may be called modes of the latter, as finiteness is a mode of every created being. We do not use the term in those wide senses in the present context. Here we understand by mode some positive reality which so affects another and distinct reality as to determine the latter proximately to some definite way of existing or acting, to which the latter is itself indifferent, without, however, adding to the latter any new and proper entity other than the said determination. Such modes are called physical modes, and some philosophers maintain that there are not only accidental modes, thus really distinct from the substance, but that there are even some substantial modes really distinct from the essence of the substance which they affect. For instance, that the really distinct constitutive principles of any individual corporeal substance, matter and form, are actually united only in virtue of a substantial mode whereby each is ordained for union with the other, or that subsistence, whereby the individual substance is made a subsistent and incommunicable person or thing, is a substantial mode of the individual nature. With these latter we are not concerned here, but only with accidental modes, such as external shape or figure, local motion, position, action, and so forth. Now, when a substance is affected by such accidents as these, it is impossible, on the one hand, to maintain that they add any new positive entity of their own to it. They do not seem to have any reality over and above the determination or modification in which their very presence in the substance consists. And on the other hand, it cannot be denied that they express some real predicate which can be affirmed of the substance in virtue of their presence in it, and that independently of our thought. In other words, it cannot be maintained that they are mere figments or forms of thought, mere entia rationas. If a piece of wax has a certain definite shape, this shape is inseparable from the wax. It is nothing except in the wax, for it cannot exist apart from the wax. But in the wax, it is something in some real sense distinct from the wax, inasmuch as the wax would persist even if it disappeared. No doubt it is essential to the wax, as extended in space, to have some shape or other, but it is indifferent to any particular shape, and hence something distinct from it is required to remove this indifference. This something is the particular shape it actually possesses. The shape, therefore, is an accidental mode of the extension of the wax, a mode which is really distinct, by a minor real distinction, from this extension which is its immediate subject. Hence we conclude that there are accidental modes, or modal accidents, really distinct from the subjects in which they inhere. 69. Distinction between substance and its proper accidents. Unity of the concrete being. Turning next to the distinction between absolute accidents and substance, we have seen already that separable absolute accidents, such as acquired habits of mind and certain sensible qualities and energies of bodies, are really distinct from their subjects. Absolute accidents, which are naturally inseparable from their subjects, such as external quantity or spatial extension or volume is in regard to the corporeal substance, are also really distinct from their subjects, though we cannot know by reason alone whether or how far such accidents are absolutely separable from these subjects. From Christian revelation, we know that extension, at least, is separable from the substance of a body, and with extension, all the other corporeal accidents which inhere immediately in extension. But a special difficulty arises in regard to the nature of the distinction between a substance and its proper accidents, that is, those which have such an adequate and necessary ground in the essence of the substance that the latter cannot exist without them, accidents which are simultaneous with the substance and proceed necessarily from it, such as the internal quantity of a corporeal substance, or the intellectual and appetitive powers or faculties of a spiritual substance. The medieval scholastic philosophers were by no means unanimous as to the nature of this distinction. Their discussion of the question centers mainly around the distinction between the spiritual human soul and its spiritual faculties, intellect, and will, and between these faculties themselves. It is instructive, as throwing additional light on what they understood by a real distinction, to find that while Thomists generally have held that the distinction here in question is a real distinction, many other scholastics have held that it is only a virtual distinction, while Scotists have generally thought that it is a formal distinction. Kloitkin interprets the formal distinction advocated by Scotus in the present context as really equivalent to the virtual distinction. St. Bonaventure, after referring to the latter distinction and to the real distinction propounded by St. Thomas, adopts himself an intermediate view, that the faculties of the soul are indeed really distinct from one another, but nevertheless are not really distinct, as accidental entities, from the substance of the soul itself. We see how this can be by considering that the material and formal principles which constitute a corporeal substance, though really distinct from each other, are not really distinct from the substance itself. They are not accidents of the latter, but constitute its essence, and so are to be referred reductive to the category of substance. So, by analogy, the faculties of the soul, though really distinct from each other, do not belong to any accidental category really distinct from the substance of the soul, but belong, reductive, to the latter category, not indeed as constituting, but as flowing immediately and necessarily from the substance of the soul itself. And, like St. Thomas, he finds the ultimate source and explanation of this multiplicity of faculties and forces in the finiteness of the created substance as such. But St. Thomas went farther than St. Bonaventure, for he taught, as indeed Thomists generally teach, and many who are not Thomists, that the faculties of the human soul are really distinct from one another, not merely as proximate principles of really distinct vital acts, but as accidental entities or essences, and that as such they are really distinct from the essence or substance itself of the human soul. The arguments in favor of this view will be given in their proper place in connection with the category of quality. If they are not demonstrative in their force, they are certainly such that the view for which they make is very highly probable, but we are concerned here to show, in this concluding section, that the recognition of a real distinction in general between substance and its accidents does not in any way compromise the real unity of the concrete individual being. It has been widely accused of doing so by philosophers who try to discredit this view without fully understanding it. This characteristically modern attitude is illustrated by the persistent attempts that have been made in recent times to throw ridicule on what they describe as the faculty psychology. The source of this groundless charge lies partly in the mistaken conception of accident and substance as concrete entities superadded the one to the other, partly in the mistaken notion that the union of substance and accidents cannot result in a real unity, that there cannot be more or less perfect grades of real unity, and partly in the false assumption that real distinction always implies mutual separability of concrete entities. Of these errors, we need only refer to that concerning unity. Modern philosophers, not uncommonly, conceive the union of substance and accidents as being necessarily a mere mechanical union or aggregation, and oppose it to organic unity, which they regard as a real unity involving the richness of an energetic, living multiplicity. This involves a misrepresentation of the traditional scholastic view. The union of substance and accident is not a mechanical union. Nothing could be farther from the minds of the scholastic interpreters of Aristotle than the conception of the ultimate principles of the universe, of our experience, as inert entities moved according to purely mechanical laws, or of the individual concrete being as a mere machine or a mere aggregate of mechanical elements. They recognized even in the individual inorganic substance an internal, unifying, active, and directive principle of all the energies and activities of the thing, its substantial form. And if this is all those philosophers mean by the metaphorical transference of the terms organic unity, internal living principle of development, and so forth, to the mineral world, they are, so far, in accord with the traditional scholastic philosophy, while if they mean that all substances are principles of vital energy, or that all reality is one organic unity, in the literal sense of these terms, they are committing themselves either to the palpably false theory of panpsychism, or to the gratuitous reassertion of a very old and very crude form of monism. By organic unity, we understand the unity of any living organism, a unity which is much more perfect than that of the parts of a machine, or than any natural juxtaposition of material parts in an inorganic whole, for the organs, though distinct in number and in nature from one another, are united by an internal principle to form one living individual, so that if any organ were separated from the living organism, it would cease to be an organ. But organic unity is not by any means the most perfect kind of unity conceivable. The living organism exists and develops and attains to the perfection of its being only through a multiplicity of integral parts extended in space. The spiritual substance is subject to no such dispersion of its being, whereby it attains to its natural development. There results a real unity of a higher order than that of any organism. And, nevertheless, even though the unity of the concrete spiritual substance and its faculties be so far higher than a mechanical or even an organic unity, it is not perfect, even though the faculties of the soul be determinations of its substance, even though they flow from it as actualities demanded by its essence for the normal and natural development of its being, still it is a complete subsisting essence of its kind without them. It possesses its essential perfection without them, so that however intimate be their union with it, they can never form one essence with it. It needs them only for the fuller development of its being by acquiring further intermediate perfections, and thus attaining to its final perfection. And here we touch on the most fundamental ground of the distinction, in all created things, between their substance and their accidental perfections. Unlike the necessary absolute being, whose infinite perfection is the eternal actuality of his essence, no creature possesses the actuality of its being, tota simul, but only by a progressive development, whereby it gradually acquires really new, intermediate, and final perfections, really distinct from, though naturally due to, its essence. Hence, even though some of its accidents, properties such as the powers and faculties we have been discussing, be not really distinct from the essence wherewith they are necessarily connected, it is not true of its acquired habits and dispositions, or of the activities which proceed from these latter as their proximate principles. At the same time, the concrete being is, at every moment of its existence and development, a real unity, but a unity which, involving in itself as it does a real multiplicity of distinct principles, must ever fall infinitely short of the perfect type of real unity, that realized only in the self-existent, necessary being. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 9, Part 1. Nature and Person. 70. Some divisions of substances. In the preceding chapter we discussed the nature of substance and accident in general, and the relation between a substance and its accidents. We must next examine the category of substance more in detail, terminating as it does in the important concept of personality or person. This latter conception is one which must have its origin for all philosophers in the study of the human individual, but which, for scholastic philosophers, is completed and perfected by the light of Christian revelation. We shall endeavor to show, in the first place, what can be gathered from the light of reason about the constitution of personality, and also briefly to note how Christian revelation has increased our insight into the perfections involved in it. As the leading up to the concept of person, we must set forth certain divisions or classifications of substance into first and second substances, and into complete and incomplete substances. A. The specific and generic natures of substantial entities do not inhere, like accidents, in individual substances. They constitute the essence of the latter, and hence these universals are called substances. But the universal as such does not really exist. It is realized only in individuals. In the logical order, it presupposes the individual as a logical subject of which it is affirmed, a subjectum attributionis sui praedicationis. Hence it is called a second substance, while the individual substance is called a first substance. Of course, we can predicate attributes of universal substances and use these as logical subjects, as when we say man is mortal. But such propositions have no real meaning and give us no information about reality, except in so far as we can refer their predicates, mortal, through the medium of their universal subjects, man, back ultimately to the individual substances, John, James, etc., which alone are real, in which alone the universal man has its reality. Hence the individual is, in the logical order, the ultimate and fundamental subject of all our predications. And furthermore, the individual substance cannot be used as a logical predicate of anything underlying itself, while the universal substance can be so used in relation to the individual. In the ontological order, of course, the universal substance is individualized, and as individual, it is the subject in which all accidents inhere, their subjectum inhiationis, the only subject of many of them, and the remote or ultimate subject of those of them which inhere immediately in other accidents. Thus, while in the ontological order, all substances, whether we think of them as universal or as individual, are the ultimate subjects of inhesion for all real accidents in the logical order, it is only the individual substance that is the ultimate subject of attribution for all logical predicates. Hence it was that the individual substance, totition, vindicating for itself more fully the role of subject, was called by Aristotle ousia thoete substantia prima, while he called the universal, specific, or generic substance ousia deutera substantia secunda. These are, of course, two ways of regarding substance, and not two really distinct species of substance as genus. The distinction between the membra dividentia is logical, not real. The perfectly intelligible sense in which Aristotle and the scholastics designate the universal a substance, the sense of moderate realism, according to which the universal constitutes and is identical with the essence of the individual person or thing, is entirely different from the sense in which many exponents of modern monistic idealism conceive the universal as the substance par excellence, the ens realissimum, determining, expressing, evolving itself in the individual phenomena of mind and of nature, which would be merely its manifestations. B. The divisions of substance into spiritual and corporeal, of the latter into inorganic and organic, of these again into vegetative and animal, and finally of animal substances into brute animals and human beings, offer no special difficulties. All purely natural or rational knowledge of the possibility and nature of purely spiritual substances is based on the analogy of our knowledge of the human soul, which, though a spiritual substance, is not a pure spirit, but is naturally allied with matter in its mode of existence. The individual human being offers to human experience the sole example of this sufficiently mysterious conjunction and combination of matter and spirit, of the corporeal mode of being and the spiritual mode of being, to form one composite substance, partly corporeal and partly spiritual. C. This in turn suggests the division of substances into simple and composite. The latter are those which we understand to be constituted by the natural and substantial union of two really distinct but incomplete substantial principles, a formative determining specifying principle, and a material determinable indifferent principle. Such are all corporeal substances, whether inorganic, vegetative, sentient, or rational. The former, or simple substances, are those which we understand to be constituted by a sole and single substantial principle which determines and specifies their essence without the conjunction of any material determinable principle. We have no direct and immediate experience of any complete created substance of this kind, but each of us has such direct experience of an incomplete simple substance, viz., his own soul, while we can infer from our experience the existence of other incomplete simple substances, viz., the formative principles of corporeal substances, as also the possibility of such complete simple substances as pure spirits, and the actual existence of the perfectly simple, uncreated substance of the infinite being. D. If there are such things as composite substances, that is, substances constituted by the substantial union of two really distinct principles, then it follows that while the composite substance itself is complete, each of its substantial constitutive principles is incomplete. Of course, there are many philosophers nowadays who reject as mere mental fictions, as products of mere logical distinctions, and as devoid of objective validity, the notions of composite substance and incomplete substance. Nor is this to be wondered at when we remember what a variety of groundless and gratuitous notions are current in regard to substance itself. But understanding substance in the traditional sense already explained, there is nothing whatever inconsistent in the notion of a composite substance or of an incomplete substance, provided these notions are understood in the sense to be explained presently. Nay, more, not only are these notions intrinsically possible, we must even hold them to be objectively valid and real, to be truly expressive of the nature of reality, unless we are prepared to hold that there is no such thing as substantial change in the universe, and that man himself is a mere aggregate of material atoms, moved according to mechanical laws, and inhabited by a conscious soul or thinking principle, rather than an individual being with one definite substantial nature. What then are we to understand by complete and incomplete substances respectively? A substance is regarded as complete in the fullest sense when it is wanting in no substantial principle without which it would be incapable of existing and discharging all its functions in the actual order as an individual of some definite species. Of course, no created substance exists or discharges its functions unless it is endowed with some accidents, for example, with properties, faculties, forces, etc. But there is no question of these here. We are considering only the essential perfections of the substance. Thus, then, any existing individual of any species, a man, a horse, an oak, is a complete substance in this fullest sense. It is complete in the line of substance, in substantial perfection, in ordine substantialitatis, inasmuch as it can exist and does actually exist without being conjoined or united substantially with any other substance to form a composite substance other than itself, and it is complete in the line of specific perfection, in ordine speciae, because not only can it exist without such conjunction with any other substantial principle, but it can discharge all the functions natural to its species, and thus tend towards its final perfection without such conjunction. But it is conceivable that a substance might be complete in the line of substantial perfections, and thus be capable of existing in the actual order, and discharging there some of the functions of its species without conjunction with any other substantial principle, and yet be incapable of discharging all the functions natural to an individual of its species without conjunction with some other substantial principle, in which case it would be incomplete in the line of specific perfection, though complete in everything pertaining to its substantiality. We know of one such substance, the human soul. Being spiritual and immortal, it can exist apart from the body to which it is united by nature, and in this separated condition retain and exercise its spiritual faculties of intellect and will. It is therefore complete as regards the distinctively substantial perfection whereby it is capable of existing in itself, but being of its nature destined for union with a material principle, constituting an individual of the human species only by means of such union, and being capable of discharging some of the functions of this species, viz. The sentient and vegetative functions, only when so united, it has not all the perfections of its species independently of the body, and it is therefore an incomplete substance in the line of specific perfections, though complete in those essential to its substantiality. Again, if it be true that just as man is composed of two substantial principles, soul and body, so every living thing is composed of a substantial vital principle and a substantial material principle, and that every inorganic individual thing is likewise composed of two really distinct substantial principles, a formative and a passive or material principle. And if furthermore it be true that apart from the spiritual principle in man, every other vital or formative principle of the composite things of our experience is of such a nature that it cannot actually exist except in union with some material principle, and vice versa, then it follows necessarily that all such substantial principles of these complete composite substances are themselves incomplete substances, and incomplete not only in regard to perfections which would make them subsisting individuals of a species, but, unlike the human soul, incomplete even in the line of substantiality itself, inasmuch as no one of them is capable of actually existing at all except in union with its connatural and correlative principle. Thus we arrive at the notion of substances that are incomplete in the line of specific perfections, or in that of substantial perfections, or even in both lines. An incomplete substance, therefore, is not one which verifies the definition of substance only in part. The incomplete substance fully verifies the definition of a substance. It is conjoined, no doubt, with another to form a complete substance, but it does not exist in the other, or in the composite substance as accidents do. It is a substantial principle of the composite substance, not an accidental determination of the latter or of the other substantial principle with which it is conjoined. It thus verifies the notion of substance as a mode of being, which naturally exists in itself, and united with its correlative substantial principle, it discharges the function of supporting all accidental determinations which affect the composite substantial essence. Since, however, it does not exist itself independently as an individual of a species, but only forms the complete individual substance by union with its correlative substantial principle, it may be, and has been, accurately described as not belonging to the category of substance formally, but only referentially reductive. The concepts of composite substance, of complete and incomplete substance, as understood as we have just explained them, are therefore perfectly intelligible in themselves, and this is all we are concerned to show in the present context. This is not the place to establish the thesis of psychology and cosmology from which they are borrowed, that the human soul is spiritual and immortal, that its union with a really distinct material principle to form the individual human substance or nature is a substantial union, that all living organisms and all inorganic bodies are really composite substances and subject to substantial change. These various theses of scholastic philosophy we here assume to be true, and if they are true, the conception of incomplete substances naturally united to form a complete composite substance is not only intelligible as an hypothesis, but is objectively true and valid as a thesis, and thus the notion of an incomplete substance is not only a consistent and legitimate notion, but is also a notion which gives mental expression to an objective reality. We may add this consideration. The concept of an accident, really distinct from its substance, involves no intrinsic repugnance. Yet an accident is a mode of being which is so weak and wanting in reality, if we may speak in such terms, that it cannot naturally exist except by inhering, mediately or immediately, in the stronger and more real mode of being which is substance. But an incomplete substance is a higher grade of reality than any accident. Therefore, if accidents can be real, a fortiori, incomplete substances can be real. 71. Substance and nature. We have already pointed out that the terms essence, substance, and nature denote what is really the same thing, regarded under different aspects. The term essence is somewhat wider than substance, inasmuch as it means what a thing is, whether the thing be a substance, an accident, or a concrete, existing individual, including substance and accidents. The traditional meaning of the term nature in Aristotelian and scholastic philosophy is unmistakable. It means the essence or substance of an individual person or thing, regarded as the fundamental principle of the latter's activities. Every finite individual comes into existence incomplete, having no doubt its essential perfections and properties actually, but its intermediate and final perfections only potentially. These it realizes gradually through the exercise of its co-natural activities. Every being is essentially intended for activity of some sort. Omne ens est prompter suam operationem, says St. Thomas, and by the constant interplay of their activities, these beings realize and sustain the universal order which makes the world a cosmos. There is in all things an immanent purpose or finality which enables us to speak of the whole system which they form as universal nature. Therefore, what we call a substance or essence from the static point of view, we call a nature when we consider it from the dynamic standpoint, or as an agent. No doubt the forces, faculties, and powers, the active and passive accidental principles whereby such an agent exerts and undergoes action, are the proximate principles of all this action and change, but the remote and fundamental principle of the latter is the essence or substance of the agent itself, in other words, its nature. Not all modern scholastics, however, are willing thus to identify nature with substance. We have no intuitive insight into what any real essence or substance is. Our knowledge of it is discursive, derived by inference from the phenomena, the operations, the conduct of things, in accordance with the principle operari sequitur esse. Moreover, the actually existing concrete individual, a man, for instance, has a great variety of activities, spiritual, sentient, vegetative, and inorganic. He has, moreover, in the constitution of his body, a variety of distinct organs and members. He assimilates into his body a variety of inorganic substances. The tissues of his body appear to be different in kind. The vital functions which subserve nutrition, growth, and reproduction are at least analogous to mechanical, physical, and chemical changes, if indeed they are not really and simply such. It may be, therefore, that the ultimate material constituents of his body remain substantially unaltered in their passage into and through and out of the cycle of his vegetative life, that they retain their elemental substantial forms, while they assume a new nature by becoming parts of the one organic whole, whose higher directive principle dominates and coordinates all their various energies. If this be so, there is in the same individual a multiplicity of really and actually distinct substances. Each of these, moreover, has its own existence proportionate to its essence, since the existence of a created reality is not really distinct from its essence, nor is there any reason for saying that any of these substances is incomplete. What we have a right to say is that no one of them separately is a complete nature, that each being an incomplete nature unites with all the others to form one complete nature, inasmuch as no one of them separately is an adequate intrinsic principle of all the functions which it can discharge, and is naturally destined to discharge by its natural union with the others, whereas there results from their union a new fundamental principle of a coordinated and harmonized system of operations, in a word, a new nature. This line of thought implies, among other things, a. The view that whereas there is no ground for admitting the existence of incomplete substances, there is ground for distinguishing between complete and incomplete natures. B. The view that from the union or conjunction of an actual multiplicity of substances, each remaining unaltered and persisting in its existence actually distinct from the others, there can arise one single complete nature, a nature which will be one being simply and really, unum ens per se et simplicitur, and not merely an aggregate of beings or an accidental unity, unum per accidens. And there does arise such a nature whenever the component substances not merely cooperate to discharge certain functions which none of them could discharge separately, which indeed is true of an accidental union, as of two horses drawing a load which neither could draw by itself, but when they unite in a more permanent and intimate way, according to what we call natural laws, or laws of nature, so as to form a new fundamental principle of such functions. These views undoubtedly owe their origin to the belief that certain facts brought to light by the physical and biological sciences in modern times afford strong evidence that the elementary material constituents of bodies, whether inorganic or living, remain substantially unaltered while combining to form the multitudinous natural kinds or natures of those living or non-living material things. It was to reconcile this supposed plurality of actually distinct and diverse substances in the individual with the indubitable real unity of the latter that these philosophers distinguish between substance and nature, but it is not clear that the facts alleged afford any such evidence. Of course, if the philosopher approaches the consideration of it with what we may call the atomic preconception of material substances as permanent, unchangeable entities, this view will preclude all recognition of substantial change in the universe. It will therefore force him to conclude that each individual composite agent has a unity which must be less than substantial, and which, because he feels it to be more than a mere accidental or artificial unity, he will describe as natural, as a union to form one nature. But if he approach the evidence in question with a view that substantial change is possible, this view, involving the recognition of incomplete substances as real, will remove all necessity for distinguishing between substance and nature, and will enable him to conclude that, however various and manifold be the activities of the individual, their coordination and unification, as proceeding from the individual point to a substantial unity in the latter as their fundamental principle, a unity resulting from the union of incomplete substances. This latter is undoubtedly the view of St. Thomas, of practically all the medieval scholastics, and of most scholastics in modern times, nor do we see any sufficient reason for receding from it, or admitting the modern distinction between substance and nature. And if it be objected that the view which admits the reality of incomplete substances and substantial change is as much a preconception as what we have called the atomic view of substance, our answer is once more that since we have no intellectual intuition into the real constitution of the substances which constitute the universe, since we can argue to this only by observing and reasoning from their activities on the principle operari requitur esse, the evidence alone must decide which view of these substances is the correct one. Does the evidence afforded us by a scientific analysis of all the functions, inorganic, vegetative, sentient, and rational, of an individual man, forbid us to conclude that he is one complete substance, resulting from the union of two incomplete substantial principles, a spiritual soul and a material principle, and at the same time compel us to infer that he is one complete nature resulting from the union of a plurality of principles supposed to be complete as substances and incomplete as natures. We believe that it does not, nor can we see that any really useful purpose is served by thus setting up a real distinction between substance and nature. From the evidence to hand, it is neither more nor less difficult to infer unity of substance than unity of nature in the individual. The inference in question is an inference from facts in the phenomenal order, in the domain of the senses, to what must be actually there, in the noumenal order, in the domain of nature or substance, a domain which cannot be reached by the senses but only by intellect, nor will any imagination images which picture for us the physical fusion or coalescence of material things in the domain of the senses help us in the least to conceive in any positive way the mode in which incomplete natures or substances unite to form a complete nature or substance, for these latter facts belong to the domain which the senses cannot reach at all, and which intellect can reach only inferentially and not by direct insight. Hence, we consider the view which regards real unity of nature as compatible with real and actual plurality of complete substances in the individual as improbable. At the same time, we do not believe that this view is a necessary corollary from the real identification of essence with existence in created things. We have seen that even if accidents have their own existence, insofar as they have their own essence, as they have if essence and existence be really identical, nevertheless, the concrete substance, as determined by its accidents, can have a really unitary existence, unum esse, corresponding to and identical with its composite constitution. Similarly, if the existence of each incomplete substance is identical with its incomplete essence, this is no obstacle to the complete substance, which results from the union of two such incomplete substantial principles, having one complete unitary existence, identical with its composite essence. Hence it is useless to argue against the view that a plurality of actually distinct and complete substances can unite to form a complete nature, which will be really one being, on the ground that each complete substance has already its own existence, and that things which have and preserve their own existence cannot form one being. Such an argument is inconclusive, for although one being has of course only one existence, it has not been proved that this one existence cannot result from the union of many incomplete existences, especially if these existences be identical with the incomplete essences which are admittedly capable of uniting to form one complete essence. It may, however, be reasonably urged against the opinion under criticism that since the complete substances are supposed to remain complete and unchanged in their state of combination, it is difficult to see how this combination can be a real union and not merely an extrinsic juxtaposition, one which remains in reality a merely accidental conjunction, even though we may dignify it with the title of a natural union. And finally, it may be pointed out that in this view, the operations of the individual have not really one ultimate intrinsic principle at all, since behind the supposed unity of nature there is a more fundamental plurality of actually distinct substances. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Rottger, December 16, 2021, Westford, Massachusetts. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 9, Part 2. 72. Subsistence and Personality. We have already examined the relation between the individual and the universal, between first and second substances, in connection with the doctrine of individuation. And we then saw that whatever it be that individuates the universal nature, it is at all events not to be regarded as anything extrinsic or superadded to this nature in the individual, as anything really distinct from this nature that, for instance, what makes Plato's human nature to be Plato's is not anything really distinct from the human nature that is in Plato. We have now to fix our attention on the nature as individualized. We have to consider the complete individual nature or substance itself in actually existing individual things or persons. We must remember that scholastics are not agreed as to whether there is a real distinction or only a virtual distinction between the actual existence and the complete individual essence or substance or nature of created individual beings. Furthermore, we have seen that philosophers who study the metaphysics of the inorganic world and of the lower forms of life are unable to say with any certainty what is the individual in these domains. Whether it is the chemical molecule or the chemical atom or the electron, whether it is the single living cell or the living mass consisting of a plurality of such cells. But we have also seen that as we ascend the scale of living things, all difficulty in designating the genuine individual disappears. That a man, a horse, an oak tree are undoubtedly individual beings. Bearing these things in mind, we have now to inquire into what has been called the subsistence or personality of the complete individual substance or nature. That perfection which enables us formally to designate the latter a subsisting thing or a person. By personality, we mean the substance of a complete individual rational nature. We shall therefore inquire into the meaning of the generic term subsistentia, or suppositalitas, subsistence, in the abstract. But let us look at it first in the concrete. A complete individual nature or substance, when it exists in the actual order, really distinct and separate in its own complete entity from every other existing being, exercising its powers and discharging its functions of its own right, and according to the laws of its own being, is said to subsist, or to have the perfection of subsistence. In this state, it not only exists in itself as every substance does, it is not only incommunicable to any other being as every individual is, in contradistinction with second or universal substances, which are, as such, indefinitely communicable to individuals, but it is also a complete whole, incommunicable as a mere integral or essential part to some other whole, unlike the individual organic body. And finally, it is incommunicable in the sense that it is not capable of being assumed into the subsisting unity of some other superior suppositum, or person. All those characteristics we find in the individual subsisting thing, or person. It exists in itself, and is not communicable to another substance as an accident, because it is itself a substance. It is not communicable to individuals as a universal, because it is itself an individual. It is not communicable as an integral or essential part to a whole, because it is itself a complete substance and nature. Finally, it is not communicable to and cannot be assumed into the unity of a higher personality so as to subsist by virtue of the latter's subsistence, because it has a perfection incompatible with such assumption, viz., its own proper subsistence, whereby it is already an actually subsisting thing or person in its own right, or sui juris, so to speak. Quote, the mention of this last sort of incommunicability would be superfluous, and indeed unintelligible, did we not know from divine revelation that the human nature of our divine Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, through it is a complete and most perfect individual nature, is nevertheless not a person, because it is assumed into the personality of the second person of the divine Trinity, and united hypostatically or personally with this divine person, subsists by virtue of the divine subsistence of the latter. End quote. We see, therefore, what subsistence does for a complete individual nature in the static order. It makes this nature sui juris, incommunicable, and entirely independent in the mode of its actual being, leaving untouched, of course, the essential dependence of the created subsisting thing or person on the Creator. In the dynamic order, the order of activity and development, subsistence makes the complete individual nature not only the ultimate principle by which all the functions of the individual are discharged, but also the ultimate principle or agent which exercises these functions. While the nature as such is the ultimate principium quo, the nature as subsisting is the ultimate principium quod, in regard to all actions emanating from this nature. Hence the scholastic aphorism, actiones sunt suppositorum. That is, all actions emanating from a complete individual nature are always ascribed and attributed to the latter as subsisting, to the subsisting thing or person. In regard to an individual human person, for instance, whether his intellect thinks, or his will resolves, or his imagination pictures things, or his eyes see, or his hand writes, or his stomach digests, or his lungs breathe, or his head aches, it is the man, the person, properly that discharges or suffers all these functions, though by means of different faculties, organs, and members, and it is to him properly that we ascribe all of them. Now the individual human person is neither his soul nor his body, nor even both conceived as two. He is one being, one complete substance or nature composed partly of a spiritual principle or soul, and partly of a material principle which the soul informs, and so constitutes a living human body. Hence the human soul itself, whether we consider it as united to the material principle in the living human person, or as disembodied and separate from its connatural material principle, is not a complete substance, is not capable of subsisting, and having its human activities referred ultimately to itself as the subsisting personal principle which elicits these activities. No doubt the disembodied soul has actual existence, but it has not the perfection of subsistence or personality. It is not a complete individual of the human species to which it belongs, and therefore it cannot be properly called a human person, a complete subsisting individual of the human species. Quote, furthermore, even though an individual nature be complete as a nature, endowed with all the substantial and specific perfections which constitute it a complete individual of the species to which it belongs, nevertheless, if it is assumed into the personality of another and higher nature, and subsists in personal union with the latter, and by virtue of the latter's subsistence, then that nature, not having its own proper and connatural subsistence, is not itself a person. Nor can the actions which are elicited by means of it be ascribed ultimately to it. They must be ascribed to the person by whose subsistence it subsists, and into whose personality it has been assumed. If an individual human nature be thus hypostatically or personally assumed into and united with a higher divine personality, and subsists only by this personality, such a human nature will be really and truly an individual nature of the human species. The actions elicited through it and performed by means of it will be really and truly human actions, but it will not be a human person. While its actions will be really and truly the actions of the divine person, and will therefore be also really and truly divine, they will be the same actions of the God-man, divine and human, theandric. All this we know only from divine revelation concerning the hypostatic union of the human nature of Christ with the person of the divine world, nor could we know it otherwise. But all this does not modify, it only supplements and completes what the light of reason discloses to us regarding the subsistence or personality of any complete individual nature." End quote. We are now in a position to give nominal definitions of subsistence and personality both in the abstract and in the concrete, i.e., definitions which will indicate to us what exactly it is that these terms denote, and which will thus enable us to inquire into their connotation, or in other words, to ask what is it precisely that constitutes subsistence or personality. By subsistence, subsistentia, suppositalitas, we mean that perfection whereby a fully complete individual nature is rendered in every way, in its being and in its actions, distinct from and incommunicable to any and every other being, so that it exists and acts sui juris, autonomously, independently of every other being save the Creator. By a subsisting being, in the concrete, hypostasis, suppositum, hypostasis, we mean a being endowed with this perfection of subsistence. In other words, a being that is a complete individual nature existing and acting in every way distinct from and incommunicable to any other being, so that it exists and acts sui juris autonomously. Personality is simply the substance of a complete individual nature that is rational, intelligent. A person is simply a subsisting nature that is rational, intelligent. Persona est suppositum rationale. The definition given by Boetius is classic. Persona est substantia individua rationalis naturae. The individual substance of a rational nature, where the term individual is understood to imply actually existing and subsisting. The special name which has thus been traditionally applied to rational and intelligent subsisting beings, as distinct from animals, plants, and material things, the term person, persona, a mask, personas, cf. Greek, prosopion, from prosopon, the face, countenance. Originally meaning a role or character in a drama, came to be applied to the subsisting human individual and to connote a certain dignity of the latter as compared with the lower and non-rational beings of the universe. And in fact, the ascription of its actions to the subsisting being is more deeply grounded in the subsistence of rational, intelligent beings who, as free agents, can more properly direct and control these actions. 73. Distinction between the individual nature and its subsistence. What constitutes personality? Knowing now what we mean by the terms subsistence, suppositum, person, and personality, we have next to inquire in what precisely does subsistence consist? What is it that constitutes a complete individual nature, a subsisting being, or if the nature be rational, a person? Subsistence connotes over and above the mode of existing in itself, which characterizes all substances, the notion that the substance or nature is individual, that it is complete, that it is in every way incommunicable, that it is sui juris or autonomous in its existence and activities. These notions are all positive. They imply positive perfections. Even incommunicability is really a positive perfection, though the term is negative. But is any one of the positive perfections, thus contained in the notion of subsistence, a positive something over and above and really distinct from the perfection already implied in the concept of a complete individual nature as such? Some of those philosophers who regard the distinction between essence and existence in creatures as a real distinction identify the subsistence of the complete individual nature with its actual existence, thus placing a real distinction between nature and subsistence, or personality. Apart from these, however, it is not likely that any philosophers, guided by the light of reason alone, would ever have held or even suspected that the subsistence of an actually existing individual nature is a positive perfection really distinct from and superadded to the latter. For we never, in our natural experience, encounter an existing individual substance or nature or agent that is not distinct, autonomous, independent, sui juris, and incommunicable in its mode of being and acting. Quote, rigorously, however, this would only prove that subsistence is a perfection naturally inseparable from the complete individual nature. Conceivably, it might still be really distinct from the latter. But whether or not such real distinction could be suspected by the unaided light of reason working on natural experience, at all events, what we know from divine revelation concerning the hypostatic union of the human nature of our Lord Jesus Christ with the person of the divine Word enables us to realize that there can be, in the actual order of things, a complete individual nature which is not a subsisting being or person. For the human nature of our Lord is de facto such a nature, and ab actu ad posse vale consecutio. This information, however, is not decisive in determining the character of the distinction between the individual substance or nature and its subsistence. It may be that the complete individual nature is eo ipso and identically a subsisting being or person, that it is always independent, autonomous, sui juris, by the very fact that it is a complete individual nature, unless it is de facto assumed into the personality of a higher nature, so that in this intercommunication with the latter, in the unity of the latter's personality, it is not independent, autonomous, sui juris, but dependent, subordinate, and altarius juris. In this condition, it loses nothing positive by the fact that it is not now a person and has not its own subsistence, nor does it gain any natural perfection. For it was ex hypothesi complete and perfect as a nature, but it gains something supernatural, inasmuch as it now subsists in a manner wholly undue to it. According to this view, therefore, subsistence would not be a perfection really distinct from the complete individual nature. It would be a mentally distinct aspect of the latter, a positive aspect, however, consisting in this nature's completeness, its self-sufficing, autonomous character, and consequent incommunicability. Quote, the principal difficulty against this view is a theological difficulty. As formulated by Uraburu, it appears to involve an ambiguity in the expression substantial union. It is briefly this: if the subsistence proper to a complete individual nature adds no positive perfection to the latter, so that the latter necessarily subsists and is a person unless it is actually assumed into a higher personality, and by the very fact that it is not actually so assumed, then the human nature of Christ is as complete in every way and in every line of substantial perfection by virtue of its own proper entity, when actually united with the divine person, as it would be were it not so united, or as the person of Peter or Paul or any other human person is. But this implies that there are in Christ two substances complete in every respect. Now, between two such substances there cannot be a substantial union, a union which would constitute one being, unum per se ens. Hence, the view in question would appear to be inadmissible. But it is not proved that the union of two substances complete in every respect cannot result in the constitution of a being that is really and genuinely one, unum per se ens, in the case in which the union is a personal union. The hypostatic union of the human nature of Christ with the divine person is primarily a personal union, whereby the former nature subsists by and in the divine personality. It has the effect of constituting the united terms, one subsisting being, and therefore has supereminently, if not formally, the effect of union of two substances, not of a substance and accidents, and also the sense that it is not a mere accidental aggregation or artificial juxtaposition of substances, resulting merely in the constitution of collective or artificial unity, a unum per accidens. But it is a substantial union in the sense that it is such a union of substances as results in one nature. Most certainly not, for this was the heresy of the monophysics, that in Christ there is only one nature resulting from the union of the human nature with the divine. If then, with Iraburu, we mean by nature simply substance regarded as a principle of action, and if furthermore the hypostatic union does not result in one nature, neither does it result in one substance, nor can it be a substantial or natural union in this sense. He does not say, of course, that the hypostatic union is a substantial union, which results in one nature, or even explicitly that it results in one substance. But he says that the two substances are substantially conjoined, substantialiter conjunguntur. And he continues, a substantial union is such a conjunction of two substantial realities that there results from it one substantial something, which is truly and properly one. Unio enim substantialis et talis duarum rerum substantialium conjunctio per quam resultat unum aliquid substantiale quod vere et propere sit unum. And he concludes that there is something substantial wanting in the human nature of Christ, viz., personality, which of course is most abundantly supplied in the hypostatic union by the divine person. Reliquum est ut naturae humanae en Christo aliquid desit substantiale nempe personalitas quod per unionum hypostaticum cumulatissimi suppletur a verbo. Now this a liquid substantiale cannot be substance or nature, for the human substance or nature of Christ is certainly complete and perfect as a substance or nature. It must be some complement or mode that is naturally due to it, but supernaturally supplied by the person of the divine Word. This brings us to the view that subsistence is a something positive, distinct in some real way, and not merely in our concepts, from the complete individual substance." End quote. According to the more common view of Catholic philosophers and theologians, subsistence is some positive perfection really distinct from the complete individual nature. But the supporters of this general view explain it in different ways. We have already referred to the view of certain Thomists who, identifying subsistence with the actual existence of the complete substance or nature, place a real distinction between the existence and the substance or nature. Other Thomists, while defending the latter distinction, point out that actual existence confers no real perfection, but only actualizes the real. They hold, therefore, that subsistence is not existence, but is rather a perfection of the real, essential, or substantial order, as distinct from the existential order, a perfection presupposed by actual existence, and whose proper function is to unify all the substantial constituents and accidental determinations of the individual substance or nature, thus making it a really unitary being, unum ens per se, proximately capable of being actualized by the simple existential act, which latter is the ultimate actuality of the real being, esse est ultimus actus. The concrete individual nature, containing as it does a plurality of really distinct principles, substantial and accidental, needs some unifying principle to make these one incommunicable reality, proximately capable of receiving a corresponding unitary existential act. Without such a principle, they say, each of the substantial and accidental principles in the concrete individual nature would have its own existence, so that the result would be not really one being, but a being really manifold, and only accidentally one, unum per accidens. This principle is subsistence. Quote, the human nature of our divine Lord has not its own connatural subsistence. This is supplied by the subsistence of the divine person. Moreover, since the human nature in question has not its own subsistence, neither has it its own existence. Existence is the actuality of the subsisting being. Therefore, there is in Christ but one existence, that of the divine person, whereby also the human nature of Christ exists. Of those who deny that the distinction between the existence and the essence of any created nature is a real distinction, some hold in the present matter the Scottist view that subsistence is not a positive perfection really distinct from the complete individual nature. Others, however, hold what we have ventured to regard as the more common view, that personality is something positive and really distinct from nature. But they explain what they conceive subsistence to be without any reference to existence and without distinguishing between the essential and the existential order of reality. The most common explanation seems to be that subsistence is a unifying principle of the concrete individual nature as stated above. Thus conceived, it is not an absolute reality, nor is the distinction between it and the nature a major real distinction. It is a substantial mode, naturally superadded to the substance and modally distinct from the latter. It so completes and determines the substance or nature that the latter not only exists in itself, but is also, by virtue of this mode, incommunicable in every way and sui juris. It also gives to the substance that ultimate determinateness, which an accidental mode, such as a definite shape or location, gives to the accident of quantity. Quote, this mode is absent, supernaturally, from the human nature of our divine Lord. This nature is therefore communicable, and the personality of the divine Word supernaturally supplies the function of this absent natural mode. It must be confessed that it is not easy to understand how this or any other substantial mode can be really distinct from the substance it modifies, and in truth the distinction is not real in the full sense. It is not between thing and thing, inter rem et rem. All that is claimed for it is that it is not merely mental, that it is not merely an ens rationis, which the mind projects into the reality, that it is a positive perfection of the nature or subsistence, a perfection which, though naturally inseparable from the latter, is not absolutely inseparable, and which therefore is de facto supernaturally absent from the human nature and replaced by the divine personality in the case of the hypostatic union. It belongs, moreover, to the order of substance, not to that of accidents. The substantial mode differs from the accidental mode or modal accident in this, that it gives to the substance some ultimate determining perfection, which appertains to the substance as such, and whereby the substance is completed in the order of existing in itself. Subsistence is not an accident, even though it supervenes on the complete nature, for it determines the substance of the latter, not in relation to any line of accidental activity, as a power or faculty, nor as something modifying it accidentally, but as a mode which ultimately determines and perfects it in the order of substantial reality itself, in the order of existing in itself, in such a full and perfect manner as to be sui juris and incommunicable. Quote, "The main difficulty against this view is also theological. The subsistence is a positive perfection. It either belongs to the complete individual nature or it does not. In the former case, the humanity of Christ, assumed by the divine word, was not a complete human nature. In the latter case, the individual human nature can exist without it, and both consequences are equally inadmissible. But it may be replied that granting the first member of the disjunctive, the consequence inferred from it does not really follow. Subsistence belongs to the complete individual nature as an ultimate natural complement. But when it is absent and supplied supernaturally by the divine personality, the nature is still complete as a nature. It is wanting in no absolute or antitative perfection, but only in a modality which is supereminently supplied by the divine personality. Neither is a consequence from the second member of the disjunctive a valid inference. For though personality as a mode does not belong to the essence of an individual human nature, no such individual nature can exist without some personality, either in its own or another, just as extension cannot exist without some shape, though any particular shape is not essential to it." End quote. To sum up, then, the doctrine of the two preceding sections, what are we to understand by a person and by personality? Unquestionably, our conception of person and personality, concrete and abstract, is mainly determined, and very rightly so, by an analysis of what constitutes the actually existing individual of the human species. Whatever our concept be, it must certainly be realized and verified in all human individuals. These, before all other beings, must be included in the denotation of our concept of person. In fact, for the philosopher, guided by the natural light of reason alone, the term can have hardly any other connotation. He will no doubt ascribe personality as the highest mode of being he knows to the Supreme Being, but he will here ascribe it only in an analogical and supereminent way, and only from divine revelation can he know that his Supreme Being has not a single but a threefold personality. Again, his consideration of the nature of the human soul as an embodied substance, which is nevertheless spiritual and immortal, will enable him to affirm the possibility of purely spiritual created beings, and these he will, of course, conceive as persons. But conceiving the human soul itself as a constituent principle of the human individual, he will not conceive the soul itself as a person. The philosopher who understands the traditional Aristotelian conceptions of substance, of individual substance, substantia prima, of incomplete, complete, and compositive substances, of substance considered as nature or principle of action, of substance considered as hypostasis, as the actually existing individual being, which is the ultimate logical substance of all predications and the ultimate ontological subject of all real determinations. The philosopher who understands these concepts and who admits them to be validly grounded in experience, and to offer, as far as they go, a correct interpretation of reality, will have no difficulty in making up his mind about what is requisite to constitute a person. Wherever he finds an existing individual being of any species, a being which, even if it is really composite, is nevertheless really one, such a being he will pronounce to be a subsisting individual being. He may not be able, in the inorganic world, or among the lower forms of life, to distinguish for certain what is the real individual from what may be perhaps only an accidental, if natural, colony or group of real individuals. As a test, he will always seek for the manifestation of an internal directive principle, whereby all the vital functions of the organized mass of matter in question are coordinated in such a manner as to make for the preservation, growth, and development of the whole throughout a definite life cycle from birth to death. This formative and directive principle is evidence of an individual unity of nature and subsistence, and such evidence is abundantly present in individuals of all the higher species in botany and zoology. The individual subsisting being will therefore be a complete individual substance or nature, existing and acting in every way distinct from and incommunicable to any other being, so that it exists and acts sui juris autonomously. If such an individual nature is not merely corporeal, but organic or animate, not merely animate, but sentient, and not merely sentient, but rational or intelligent, i.e., constituted at least in part by a spiritual substantial principle, whereby the individual is intelligent and free, then that individual is a person. Every individual of the human species is such, and all that is essential to his complete individual human nature enters into and constitutes his person in the concrete. Not merely, therefore, his intellect and will, not merely his soul considered as mind, i.e., as the basis and principle of his whole conscious and subconscious psychic life, or as the principle of his merely organic life, or also as the actualizing principle of his corporeal nature, but no less also the corporeal principle itself of his composite being. The body itself, with all its parts and members and organs, all these, without exception, belong equally to the human person. All of them, without exception, go to constitute the ego. This, which is the Aristotelian and scholastic view of the human person, is in perfect accord with the common sense view of the matter as evidenced by the ordinary usages of language. We speak intelligibly, no less than correctly, when we say that a man's body is part of his person as well as his soul or mind. And we make a no less accurate, intelligible, and necessary distinction when we distinguish between all that which constitutes the human person and that whereby we know ourselves and other human individuals to be persons. Yet this distinction is not kept clearly in mind by many modern philosophers who, approaching the study of personality exclusively from the side of what the individual consciousness testifies as to the unity and continuity, or otherwise, of mental life in the individual, are scandalized at the assertion that the human body can have anything to do with human personality. End of section 30. Section 31 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Rottger, January 2nd, 2022, Westford, Massachusetts. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 9, Part 3. 74. Consciousness of the Personal Self. In order to form the concept of person and to find that concept verified in the data of our experience, it is absolutely essential that we be endowed with the faculty of intelligence, the spiritual power of forming abstract concepts. And secondly, that having formed the concept of person as a rational or intelligent subsisting being, we be capable, by the exercise of reflex consciousness, to find in our own mental life the data from which we can conclude that this concept of person is verified in each and every one of ourselves. It is because we are endowed with intelligence that we can form all the abstract notions of substance, individual, subsistence, existence, etc., which enter into and constitute our concept of person. And it is because we can, by means of this faculty, reflect on our own mental operations and infer from them that each of us is a complete individual rational nature subsisting independently and incommunicably, that we can know ourselves to be persons. How the human individual forms these concepts and finds them verified in his own self, how he gradually comes into conscious possession of the knowledge of his own individual being as an ego, self, or person, are problems for psychology. It will be sufficient here to point out that there are grounds for distinguishing between the individual's implicit subjective awareness of his subsistence or selfhood, an awareness which accompanies all his conscious mental functions, and which becomes more explicit and definite as the power of introspection and reflex consciousness develops, and the abstract quasi-objective notion of his own personality habitually possessed by every human being. The individual human being immediately apprehends his own existence and his abiding unity or sameness throughout incessantly changing states in the temporal series of his conscious activities. But his knowledge of the nature of his own being can be the result only of a long and carefully conducted analysis of his own activities and of inferences based on the character of these activities. The former or implicit knowledge of the self in the concrete is direct and intuitive. The individual ego apprehends itself in its states. This knowledge comes mainly from within and is subject to gradual development. Father Maher thus describes how the child becomes gradually into possession of it. Quote, "As thoughts of pleasures and pains repeated in the past and expected in the future grow more distinct, the dissimilarity between these and the permanent abiding self comes to be more fully realized. Passing emotions of fear, anger, vanity, pride, or sympathy accentuate the difference. But most probably it is the dawning sense of power to resist and overcome rising impulse, and the dim nascent consciousness of responsibility, which lead up to the final revelation, until at last, in some reflective act of memory or choice, or in some vague effort to understand the oft-heard I, the great truth is manifested to him. The child enters, as it were, into possession of his personality, and knows himself as a self-conscious being. The ego does not create, but discovers itself. In Jouffroy's felicitous phrase, it breaks its shell and finds that it is a personal agent with an existence and individuality of its own, standing henceforth alone in opposition to the universe." End quote. After this stage is reached, the human individual easily distinguishes between the self as the cause or subject of the states and the states as modifications of the self. This distinction is implicit in the concomitant awareness of self, which accompanies all exercise of direct cognitive consciousness. It is explicit in all deliberate acts of reflex, introspective self-consciousness, the data from which we form the abstract concepts of substance, nature, individual, person, self, etc., and from which we arrive by reasoning at a philosophical knowledge of the nature and personality of the human individual, are furnished mainly by introspection, but also in part by external observation of the universe around us. Concomitantly, however, with the process by which we become implicitly but immediately aware of the ego, or self, as an abiding self-identical person in and through our own mental activity, we gradually form a quasi-objective and historical view of our own personality as one of a number of similar personalities around us in the universe. This view, says Father Maher, quote, gathers into itself the history of my past life, the actions of my childhood, boyhood, youth, and later years. Interwoven with them all is the image of my bodily organism, and clustering around are a fringe of recollections of my dispositions, habits, and character, of my hopes and regrets, of my resolutions and failures, along with a dim consciousness of my position in the minds of other selves. Under the form of a representation of this composite art, bound together by the thread of memory, each of us ordinarily conceives his complete abiding personality. This idea is necessarily undergoing consistent modification, and it is in comparing the present form of the representation with the past, whilst adverting to considerable alterations in my character, bodily appearance, and the like, that I sometimes say I am completely changed. I am quite another person, though I am, of course, convinced that it is the same I who am changed in accidental qualities. It is because this complex notion of my personality is an abstraction from my remembered experiences that a perversion of imagination and a rupture of memory can sometimes induce the so-called illusions or alterations of personality, end quote. When we remember that this objective conception of the self is so dependent on the function of memory, and that the normal exercise of this faculty is in turn so dependent on the normal functioning of the brain and the nervous system, we can hazard an intelligible explanation of the abnormal facts recorded by the most modern psychologists concerning hypnotism, somnambulism, and double or multiple consciousness. Father Mayer, ascribing these phenomena partly to dislocations of memory, partly to unusual groupings of mental states according to the laws of mental association, groupings that arise from peculiar physiological connections between the various neural functionings of the brain centers, and partly to semi-conscious or reflex nerve processes, emphasizes an important fact that is sometimes lost sight of. The fact that some section at least of the individual's conscious mental life is common to and present throughout the two or more states or conditions between which any such abnormal individual is found to alternate. This consideration is itself sufficient to disprove the theory, to which we shall presently refer, that there is or may be in the individual human being a double or even a multiple human personality. 75. False theories of personality. It is plain that conscious mental activity cannot constitute human personality, or subconscious mental activity either, for all activity is of the accidental mode of being, is an accident, whereas a person must be a substance. Of course, it is the self-conscious cognitive activity of the human individual that reveals to the latter his own self as a person. It is the exercise of reflex consciousness, combined with memory, that gives us the feeling of personal identity with ourselves throughout the changing events of our mental and bodily life. Furthermore, this self-consciousness has its root in the rational nature of the human individual, and rationality of nature is the differentiating principle which makes the subsisting individual a person as distinct from a subsisting thing. But then it is not the feeling of personal identity that constitutes the person. Actual consciousness is neither the essence, nor the source, nor even the index of personality, for it is only an activity, and an activity which reveals immediately not the person as such, but the nature as rational. Nor does the rational substantial principle of a composite nature constitute the latter a person, but only the subsistence of the complete composite individual nature itself. These considerations are sufficiently obvious. They presuppose, however, the truth of the traditional doctrine already explained in regard to the existence, nature, and cognoscibility of substance. Philosophers who have misunderstood and rejected and lost this traditional doctrine of substance have propounded many varieties of unsatisfactory and inconsistent theories in regard to what constitutes person and personality. The main feature of all such theories is their identification of personality with the habitual consciousness of self, or habitual feeling of personal identity, a feeling which, however, must be admitted to include memory in some form. While the function of memory in any shape or form cannot be satisfactorily explained on any theory of the human ego, which denies that there is a human substance persisting permanently as a unifying principle of successive mental states. So far as English philosophy is concerned, such theories appear to have had their origin in Locke's teaching on person and personal identity. Discussing the notions of identity and diversity, he distinguishes between the identity of an individual substance with itself in its duration throughout time and what he terms personal identity. While by identity in general he means not abstract identity, but the concrete permanence of a thing throughout time. On this we have to call attention to the fact that just as duration is not essential to the constitution of a substance, so neither is it essential to the constitution of a complete subsisting individual substance or person, though it is, of course, an essential condition for all human apprehension, whether of substance or of person. Locke was wrong, therefore, in confounding what reveals to us the abiding permanence, identity, or sameness of a subsisting thing or person, whether the self or any other subsisting thing or person, throughout its duration in time, with what constitutes the subsisting thing or person. Furthermore, his distinction between substantial identity, i.e., the sameness of an individual substance with itself throughout time, and personal identity or sameness was also an error. For as long as there is substantial unity, continuity, or identity of the subsisting individual substance, so long there is unity, continuity, or identity of its subsistence, or of its personality if it be a rational substance. The subsistence of a complete individual inorganic substance is changed as soon as the individual undergoes substantial change. We have them no longer the same subsisting individual being. So too the subsistence of the organic individual is changed as soon as the latter undergoes substantial change by the dissolution of life, by the separation of its formative and vital substantial principle from its material substantial principle. After such dissolution, we have no longer the same subsisting plant or animal. And, finally, the subsistence of an individual man is changed or interrupted or ceases by death, which separates his soul, his vital principle, from his body. We say, moreover, that in the latter case, the human person ceases to exist when the identity or permanence of his subsisting substance or nature terminates at death. For personal identity we hold to be the identity of the complete subsisting substance or nature with itself. But Locke, who practically agrees with what we have said regarding the abiding identity of the subsisting individual being with itself, whether this individual be an inorganic individual, a plant, a brute beast, or a man, distinguishes at this point between identity of the subsisting individual substance and personal identity. Of identity in general, he says that to conceive and judge of it aright, we must consider what idea the word it is applied to stands for. It being one thing to be the same substance, another the same man, and a third the same person. If person, man, substance are three names standing for three different ideas, and struggling to dissociate person from substance, he continues thus, quote, "To find wherein personal identity consists, we must consider what person stands for, which I think is a thinking, intelligent being that has reason and reflection, and can consider itself as itself. The same thinking thing in different times and places, which it does only by that consciousness which is inseparable from thinking, and, as it seems to me, essential to it. When we see, hear, smell, taste, feel, meditate, or will anything, we know that we do so. Thus it is always as to our present sensations and perceptions, and by this everyone is to himself what he calls self, it not being considered in this case whether the same self be continued in the same or diverse substances. For since consciousness always accompanies thinking, and it is that which makes every one to be what he calls self, and thereby distinguishes himself from all other thinking things, in this alone consists personal identity, i.e., the sameness of a rational being, and as far as this consciousness can be extended backwards to any past action or thought, so far reaches the identity of that person. It is the same self now it was then, and it is by the same self with this present one that now reflects on it, and that action was done." End quote. The definition of person in this passage as a thinking, intelligent being, etc., is not far removed from our own definition, but surely conscious thought is not that which makes every one to be what he calls self, seeing that conscious thought is only an activity or function of the rational being. It is conscious thought, of course, including memory, that reveals the rational being to himself as a self, and as the same or identical self throughout time. But unless the rational being, or the thinking, intelligent being that has reason and reflections, etc., which is Locke's own definition of person, were there all the time identical with itself, exercising those distinct and successive acts of consciousness and memory, and unifying them, how could these acts even reveal the person or his personal identity to himself? Not to speak of their constituting personality or personal identity. It is perfectly plain that these acts presuppose the person, the thinking, intelligent being, or, as we have expressed it, the subsisting rational individual nature already constituted. And it is equally plain that the personal identity which they reveal is constituted by, and consists simply in, the duration or continued existence of this same subsisting individual rational nature. Nor could these acts reveal any identity, personal or otherwise, unless they were the acts of one and the same actually subsisting, existing, and persisting substance. Yet Locke thinks he can divorce personal identity from identity of substance, and account for the former independently of the latter. In face of the obvious difficulty that actual consciousness is not continuous but intermittent, he tries to maintain that the consciousness which links together present states with remembered states is sufficient to constitute personal identity, even though there may have been intervened between the present and the past states a complete change of substance, so that it is really a different substance which experiences the present states from that which experienced the past states. The question, quote, whether we are the same thinking thing, i.e., the same substance or no, concerns not personal identity at all. The question being what makes the same person, and not whether it be the same identical substance, which always thinks in the same person. Different substances by the same consciousness, where they do partake in it, being united into one person, as well as different bodies by the same life, are united into one animal, whose identity is preserved, in that change of substances, by the unity of one continued life. For animal identity is preserved in identity of life, and not of substance. End quote. Here the contention is that we have the same person, and yet not necessarily the same identical substance, because consciousness may give a personal unity to distinct and successive substances in the individual man, just as animal life gives an analogous unity to distinct and successive substances in the individual animal. This is very superficial, for it only substitutes for the problem of human personality the similar problem of explaining the unity and sameness of subsistence in the individual living thing, a problem which involves the fact of memory in animals. For scholastic philosophers, unity of life in the living thing involving the fact of memory in animals is explained by the perfectly intelligible and well-grounded substantialis, which unites in the abiding self-identical unity of a complete individual composite substance, the material principle of the corporeal substances which thus go, in the incessant process of substantial change known as metabolism, to form partially and to support the substantial continuity of the living individual. While the latter is thus in constant process of material or partial substantial change, it remains, as long as it lives, the same complete individual substance, and this in virtue of the abiding substantial formative and vital principle which actuates and animates it. The abiding permanence or self-identity of the subsisting individual substance, which feels or thinks and remembers, is an intelligible, and indeed the only intelligible, ground and explanation of memory and of our consciousness of personal identity. But if we leave out of account this abiding continuity and self-identity of the subsisting individual substance or nature, which is the subject, cause, and agent of these acts of memory and consciousness, how can these latter, in and by themselves, possibly form or even indeed reveal to us our personal identity? Locke felt this difficulty, and he tried in vain to meet it. In vain, for it is insuperable. He merely suggests that the same consciousness can be transferred from one thinking substance to another, in which case it will be possible that two thinking substances may make successively one person. This is practically his last word on the question, and it is worthy of note, for it virtually substantializes consciousness. It makes consciousness, which is really only an act or a series of acts, a something substantial and subsisting. We have seen already how modern phenomenists, once they reject the notion of substance as invalid or superfluous, must by that very fact equivalently substantialize accidents. For substance, being a necessary category of human thought as exercised on reality, cannot really be dispensed with. And we see in the present context an illustration of this fact. The abiding self-identity of the human person cannot be explained otherwise than by the abiding self-identical subsistence of the individual human substance. If personal identity were constituted and determined by consciousness, by the series of conscious states connected and unified by memory, then it would appear that the human being in infancy, in sleep, in unconsciousness, or in a state of insanity is not a human person. Philosophers who have not the hardihood to deny human personality to the individual of the human species in these states, and who on the other hand will not recognize the possession of a rational nature or substance by the subsisting individual as the ground of the latter's personality and personal identity, have recourse to the hypothesis of a subconscious or a subliminal consciousness in the individual as a substitute. If by this they merely meant an abiding substantial rational principle of all mental activities, even those which may be semi-conscious or subconscious, they would be merely calling by another name what we call the rational nature of man. And the fact that they refer to this principle as subconscious self or ego shows how insistent is the rational need for rooting personality and personal identity in something which is a substance. But they do not and will not conceive it as a substance. Whereas if it is not this, if it is only a process or a function or a series or stream of processes or functions, it can no more constitute or explain or even reveal personal identity than a series or stream of conscious states can. Unable as he was to explain how the same consciousness could persist throughout a succession of really and adequately distinct substances, except by virtually substantializing consciousness, Locke nevertheless persisted in holding that consciousness and consciousness alone, including memory, which however is inexplicable on any other theory than that of a subsisting and persisting substance or nature which remembers, constitutes personality and personal identity. We have dwelt upon his teaching mainly because all modern phenomenonists try to explain personality on the same principles, i.e., independently of the doctrine of substance. Quote, as a corollary from his doctrine, he inferred that if a man completely and irrevocably loses consciousness, or rather memory, of his past life, though he remains the same man, he is no longer the same person. If it be possible for the same man to have distinct incommunicable consciousness at different times, it is past doubt the same man would at different times make different persons. And he goes on in this sense to give a literal interpretation to the modes of speech we have referred to above. He likewise admitted that two or more persons, i.e. consciousness, can be linked with the same individual human being or the same individual human soul, alternately appearing and disappearing, giving place successively to one another. When any one of these personalities or consciousnesses ceases to be actual, it must, in Locke's view, cease to be in any sense real, so that there could not be two or more personalities at the same time in the same individual human being. Modern psychologists, however, of the phenomenist school, convinced that subconscious mental activities are not only possible, but that the fact of such activities is well established by a variety of experiences, have extended Locke's conception of personality as actual consciousness to embrace groups of mental activities which may emerge only intermittently above the threshold of consciousness. Hence, they explain the abnormal cases of double or multiple consciousnesses already referred to as being manifestations of really distinct personalities in one and the same human individual. In normal human beings, there is, they say, only one normally conscious personality. The subconscious mental activities of such an individual they bulk together as forming this individual's subliminal or subconscious ego or self, presumably a distinct personality from the conscious one. In the abnormal cases of double consciousness, the subliminal self struggles for mastery over the conscious self and is for a time successful, the two personalities thus for a time changing places, as it were. In the rarer and more abnormal cases of treble or multiple consciousness, there are presumably three or more personalities engaged in the struggle, each coming to the surface in turn and submerging the others. It is not the fancifulness of this theory that one might object to so much as the utter inadequacy to explain the facts, nay, its utter unintelligibility on the principles of those who propound it. For we must not lose sight of the fact that it is propounded by philosophers who purport to explain mental life and human personality without recourse to a substantial soul, to any substantial basis of mental life, or indeed to the concept of substance at all, by philosophers who will talk of a mental process without admitting mind or soul as a substance or subject of that process, of a series or stream of mental functions or activities without allowing any agent that would exercise those functions, or any substantial abiding principle that would unify the series or stream and know it as such. Philosophers who regard the ego, self, or person as nothing other than the group or series or stream of mental states, and not as anything of which these are the states. And finally, who speak of these groups of functions or activities as personalities, which they describe as struggling with one another, apparently oblivious to the fact that by using such language they are, in their thought at least, transforming these activities into agents, these states into subjects of states, in a word, these accidents into substance, or else they are making their language and their thought alike unintelligible. Of course, those numerous modern philosophers who, like James, try to find a place for all the experiential facts unencumbered by any hypothesis, like that of an individual substantial soul, presumably, save that of passing states of mind, do not really leave these states suspended in midair, as it were. The imperative need for admitting the reality of substance always ultimately asserts itself, as when James recognizes the necessity of admitting something more than the bare fact of coexistence of a passing thought with a passing brain state. Only his speculation as to what constitutes this something more, which lies beyond our mental states, is not particularly convincing. For my own part, he says, I confess that the moment I become metaphysical and try to define the more, I find the notion of some sort of anima mundi thinking in all of us to be a more promising hypothesis, in spite of all its difficulties, than that pantheistic theory known as Averroism, monopsychism, or the theory of the intellectus separatus, is a somewhat disappointing contribution to metaphysics from the most brilliant of our modern psychologists. The difficulties of this more promising hypothesis had discredited it a rather long time before Professor James resurrected it." End quote. End of section 31.
Section 32 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 10, Part 1. Some Accident Modes of Being. Quality. 76. Ontology and the Accident Modes of Being. Under the ultimate category or genus supremum of substance, experience reveals to us two broadly distinct subclasses: corporeal substances, bodies or material things, and spiritual substances, or spirits. Of these latter, we have direct experience only of one class, viz., embodied spirits, or human souls. The investigation of the nature of these belongs to psychology, and from the data of that science we may infer by the light of reason the possibility of another class of spirits, namely pure spirits, beings of whose actual existence we know from divine revelation. The existence of a supreme being, whom we must conceive analogically as substance and spirit, is demonstrated by the light of reason in natural theology. The investigation of the nature of corporeal substances belongs properly to cosmology. Hence, in the present treatise, we have no further direct concern with the substance mode of reality, but only with its accident modes, and not with all of these. Not with all of them, for those which belong properly to spiritual substances or properly to corporeal substances call for special treatment in psychology and cosmology respectively. In the main, only such species of accidents as are common to matter and spirit alike will form the subject of the remaining portion of the present volume. Only the broader aspects of such categories as quality, quantity, and causality, aspects which have a more direct bearing on the theory of being and the theory of knowledge in general, call for treatment in general metaphysics. A more detailed treatment must be sought in other departments of philosophy. 77. Nature of the accident called quality. In the widest sense of the term, quality is synonymous with logical attribute. In this sense, whatever can be predicated of a subject, whatever logically determines a subject in any way for our thought, is a quality or attribute of that subject. In a sense almost equally wide, the term is used to designate any real determination, whether substantial or accidental, of a subject. In this sense, the differential element, or differentia specifica, determines the general element or genus of a substance. It tells us what kind or species the substance is, for example, what kind of animal a man is, namely rational, what kind of living thing an animal is, namely sentient, what kind of body or corporeal thing a plant is, vide licet, living. And hence scholastics have said of the predicable differentia specifica that it is predicated adjectively, or as a quality, to tell us in what the thing consists, or what is its nature. Differentia specifica predicatur in quale quid. It gives us the determining principle of the specific nature. Or again, quality is used synonymously with any accidental determination of a substance. In this sense, magnitude, location, action, etc., though they determine a subject in different accidental ways, nevertheless are all indiscriminately said to qualify it in the sense of determining it somehow or other, and are therefore called qualities in the wide sense of accidents. Hence again, the scholastics have said that inasmuch as all accidents determine or qualify their subjects, they are predicated of these qualitatively, and may be called, in a wide sense, qualifications or qualities. Omnia genera accidentum qualificant substantiam e predicantur in quale. It is in this wide sense that we use the term when we say that the specific nature or kind of a thing is revealed by its qualities, for the nature of a thing is revealed by all its accidents. And when we infer the nature of a thing from its activity, in accordance with the maxim qualis est operatio talis est natura, we must take the term operatio, or activity, to include the operation of the thing on our cognitive faculties. The states of cognitive consciousness thus aroused in us, and all the other accidents thus revealed to us in the thing by its knowledge-eliciting action on our minds. But the term quality has been traditionally restricted, after Aristotle, to designate properly one particular category of accidents distinct from the others and from substance. A definition proper of any genus supremum is of course out of the question, but it is not easy to give even a description which will convey an accurate notion of the special category of quality, and mark it off from the other accident categories. If we say with Aristotle that quality is, quote, that whereby we are enabled to describe what sort, Greek poion, Latin quale, anything is, end quote. For example, that it is white by whiteness, strong by strength, etc. We are only illustrating the abstract by the concrete, but even this serves the purpose of helping us to realize what quality in general means. For we are more familiar with the concrete than with the abstract, and we can see a broad distinction between the question, what sort is that thing, qualis est ista res, quality, and the question, how large is that thing, quanta est ista res, quantity. Or where is that thing, place, or what is it doing? What is happening to it, actio et passio? Or what does it resemble, relation, etc.? This will help us to realize that there are accidental modes of being which affect substances in a different way from all the extrinsic denominations of the latter, and also in a different way from quantity, relation, and causality. And these modes of being, whereby the substance is of such a sort or in such a condition, we call qualities. And if we inquire what special kind of determinations a substance is common to qualities, and marks these off from the other accidents, we shall find it to consist in this, that quality is an accidental mode of being which so affects the substance that it disposes the latter well or ill in regard to the perfections natural to this particular kind of substance. It alters the latter accidentally by increasing or diminishing its natural perfection. We have seen that no created substance has all the perfection natural to its kind, tota simul, or ab initio, that it fulfills its role in existence by development, by tending towards its full or final perfection. The accidental realities which supervene on its essence and thus alter its perfection within the limits of its kind or species are what we call qualities. They diversify the substance accidentally in its perfection, in its concrete mode of existing and behaving. By their appearance and disappearance they do not change the essential perfection of the substance. They do not effect a substantial change, but they change its intermediate accidental perfection, and this qualitative change is technically known and described as alteration. Hence we find quality described by St. Thomas as the sort of accident which modifies or disposes the substance in itself. Quote, accidens modificativum sen dispositivum substantiae seipsa, end quote. And by Albertus Magnus somewhat more explicitly as, quote, the sort of accident which completes and perfects substance in its existence and activity, accidens complens ac perficiens substantiam tarn in existendo quam in operando, end quote. This notion will be conveyed with sufficient clearness if we describe quality as that absolute accident which determines a substance after the manner of an accidental differentia, affecting the essential perfection of the substance in regard to its existence or to its activity. Hence, 1. The pure actuality of the infinitely perfect being cannot admit qualities, inasmuch as quality implies only a relative and limited perfection. 2. The qualities of a corporeal substance are grounded in the formative principle which gives that substance its specific nature, and is the principle of its tendency and development towards its final perfection, whereas its quantity is grounded in its determinable or material principle. 3. The essential differentiating principles of substances, being known to us not intuitively but only abstractively and discursively, that is, by inference from the behavior of these substances, from the effects of their activities, are often designated not by what constitutes them intrinsically, but by the accidental perfections or qualities which are our only key to a knowledge of them. For instance, we differentiate the nature of man from that of the brute beast by describing the former as rational, a term which really designates not the essence or nature itself, but one of its fundamental qualities, vide licet, the faculty of reason. 78. Immediate subclasses of quality as genus supremum. On account of the enormous variety of qualities which characterize the data of our experience, the problem of classifying qualities is not a simple one. Its details belong to the special sciences and to the other departments of philosophy. Here we must confine ourselves to an attempt at indicating the immediate subclasses of the genus supremum. And in this context it will not be out of place to call attention to a remarkable and, in our view, quite erroneous trend of modern thought. It accompanied the advent of what is known as atomism, or the mechanical conception of the universe, a conception much in vogue about half a century ago, but against which there are already abundant evidences of a strong reaction. we refer to the inclination of scientists and philosophers to eliminate quality altogether as an ultimately distinct category of human experience, by reducing all qualities to quantity, local relations, and mechanical or spatial motions of matter. In this theory, all the sensible qualities of the material universe would be really and objectively nothing more than locations and motions of the ultimate constituents of perceptible matter. All the chemical, physical, and mechanical energies or forces of external nature would be purely quantitative dispositions or configurations of matter in motion, realities that could be exhaustively known by mathematical analysis and measurement. And when it was found that qualitative concepts stubbornly resisted all attempts at elimination or reduction to quantitative concepts, even in the investigation of the material universe or external nature, scientists and philosophers of external nature thought to get rid of them by locating them exclusively in the human mind, and thus pushing them over on psychologists and philosophers of the mind for further and final exorcism. For a time, extreme materialists, less wise than daring, endeavored to reduce even mind and all its conscious states and processes to a mere subjective aspect of what, looked at objectively, would be merely matter in motion. It can be shown in cosmology, psychology, and epistemology that all such attempts to analyze qualities into something other than qualities are utterly unsatisfactory and unsuccessful, and we may see even from an enumeration of some of the main classes of qualities that such attempts were foredoomed to failure. Scholastic philosophy has generally adopted Aristotle's division of qualities into four great groups. 1. Hexis et deathesis, habitus vel dispositio. 2. Dynamis physicus et adynamis, potentia naturalis vel impotentia. 3. Potentes passionticae cae passion, potentiae passivae et passiones. 4. Morphi et schema, forma vel figura. St. Thomas offers the following ground for this classification. Since quality, he says, is an accidental determination of the substance itself, that is, of the perfection of its concrete existence and activity, and since we may distinguish four aspects of the substance, its nature itself as perfectible, its intrinsic principles of acting and receiving action, principles springing from the formative, specific constituent of its nature, its receptivity of change effected by such action, a receptivity grounded in the determinable or material principle of its nature, and finally its quantity, if it be a corporeal substance. We can likewise distinguish between 1. Acquired habits or dispositions, such as health, knowledge, virtue, vice, etc., which immediately determine the perfection of the substance, disposing it well or ill in relation to its last end. 2. Intrinsic natural forces, faculties, powers of action, aptitudes, capacities, such as intellect, will, imagination, instinct, organic, vital forces, physical, chemical, and mechanical energies. 3. States resulting in a corporeal being from the action of its milieu upon it, the passions and emotions of sentient living things, such as sensations of pleasure, pain, anger, etc., the sensible qualities of matter, such as color, taste, smell, temperature, feel or texture, etc., and finally, 4. The quality of form or shape, which is a mere determination of the quantity of a corporeal substance. This classification is not indeed perfect, for the same individual quality can be placed in different classes when looked at from different standpoints. Heat, for instance, may be regarded as a natural operative power of a substance in a state of combustion, or as a sensible quality produced in that substance by the operation of other agencies. But it has the merit of being an exhaustive classification, and philosophers have not succeeded in improving on it. Qualities of the third and fourth class do not call for special treatment. In the third class, Aristotle's distinction between potentes passionticae, qualitates passibiles, and passiones, is based upon the relatively permanent or transient character of the quality in question. The transient qualities, such as the blush produced by shame or the pallor produced by fear, would be a passio, whereas the more permanent qualities, such as the natural colour of the countenance, would be a passibilis qualitas. The passions or sensible changes which result from certain conscious states and affect the organism of the sentient living being are included in this class as passiones, while the visible manifestations of more permanent mental derangement or insanity would be included in it as passibiles qualitates. We may, perhaps, get a fairly clear and comprehensive notion of all that is contained in this class as sensible qualities by realizing that these embrace whatever is the immediate cause or the immediate result of the sense modification involved in any act or process of sense consciousness. Such sensible qualities, therefore, belong in part to the objects which provoke sense perception, and in part to the sentient subject which elicits the conscious act. One of the most important problems in the theory of knowledge, and one which ramifies into cosmology and psychology, is that of determining the precise significance of these sensible qualities, and especially in determining whether they are qualities of an extra-mental reality, or merely states of the individual mind or consciousness itself. Form or figure, which constitutes the fourth class of quality, is a mode of the quantity of a body, being merely the particular surface termination of its extension or volume. Considered as a mode of abstract or mathematical quantity, it belongs to the domain of mathematics. Considered in the concrete body, it is the physical, sensible form, shape, or figure of the latter, and here it may be either natural or artificial, according as it results from the unimpeded action of natural forces or from these forces as manipulated and directed by intelligent agents. It is worthy of special note that while extension or volume is indicative of the material principle of corporeal substances, the figure or shape naturally assumed by this volume is determined by their formative principle and is thus indicative of their specific nature. This is already noticeable in the inorganic world, where many of the chemically different substances assume each its own distinctive crystalline form, but is particularly in the domains of botany and zoology that the natural external form of the living individual organism is recognized as one of the most important grounds of its classification and one of the surest tests of its specific nature. 79. Habits and dispositions. Every created being is subject to change, capable of development or retrogression, endowed with a natural tendency towards some end which it can reach by a natural process of activity and which constitutes for it, when attained, its full and final perfection. Through this process of change it acquires accidental modes of being which help it or hinder it, dispose it or indispose it, in the exercise of its natural activities, and therefore also in the concrete perfection of its nature as tending towards its natural end. Such an accidental mode of being is acquired by a series of transient actions and experiences, actiones et passiones. After these have passed away, it remains, and not merely as a state or condition resulting from the changes wrought in the subject by these experiences, but as a disposition towards easier repetition of such experiences. Moreover, it may be not a mere transient disposition, but something stable and permanent, not easily removed or annulled, a dispositio difficile mobilis. And just as it is essentially indicative of past actions whereby it was acquired, so too the very raison d'être of its actuality is to dispose its subject for further and future changes, for operations and effects which are not yet actual but only potential in this subject. Such an accidental mode of being is what Aristotle called hexis, and the scholastics habitus. With Aristotle, they define habit as a more or less stable disposition whereby a subject is well or ill disposed in itself or in relation to other things. Habitus dicitur dispositio difficile mobilis, secundum quam bene vel male disponitur subjectum aut secundum se aut in ordine ad aliud. The difference between a habit, hexis, and a simple disposition, diathesis, is that the former is by nature a more or less stable quality, while the latter is unstable and transient. Moreover, the facilities acquired by repeated action of the organs or members of men or animals, and the particular set acquired by certain tools or instruments from continued use, are more properly called dispositions than habits. They are not habits in the strict sense, though they are often called habits in the ordinary and looser usage of common speech. A little reflection will show that the only proper subjects of natural habits in the strict sense are the spiritual faculties of an intelligent and free agent. Since all natural habits are acquired by the past activities and dispose for the future activities of a being not absolutely perfect, but partly potential and partly actual and subject to change, it follows that only finite beings can have habits. But furthermore, beings that are not free, that have not control or dominion of their own actions, that have not freedom of choice, are determined by their nature, by a necessary law of their activity to elicit the actions which they do actually elicit. Such beings are by their nature determinata ad unum. They are confined necessarily to the particular lines of action whereby they fulfill their role in the actual order of things. As Aristotle remarks, you may throw the same stone repeatedly in the same direction and with the same velocity. It will never acquire a habit of moving in that direction with that velocity. The same is true of plants and animals, for a habit in the strict sense implies not merely a certain mutability in its subject. It implies and consists in a stable modification of some power or faculty, which can have its activities directed indifferently in one or other of a variety of channels or lines. The power or faculty, which is the proper subject of a habit, must be a potentia dirigibilis vel determinabilis ad diversa. Hence, merely material powers of action, such as the mechanical, physical, and chemical forces of inorganic nature, or the organic powers of living bodies, whether vegetative or merely sentient, since they are all of themselves, of their nature, determined to certain lines of action, and to these only, such powers cannot become the subjects of habits, of stable dispositions towards one line of action rather than another. Quote, "The powers of material nature," says St. Thomas, "do not elicit their operations by means of habits, for they are of themselves already adequately determined to their particular lines of action." End quote. Only the spiritual faculties of free agents are, then, the proper seat of real habits. Only of free agents can we say strictly that habit is second nature. Only these can direct the operations of their intellect and will, and through these latter the operations of their sense faculties, both cognitive and appetitive, in a way conducive to their last end or in a way that deviates therefrom by attaching their intellects to truth or to error, their wills to virtue or to vice, and thus forming in these faculties stable dispositions or habits. Is there any sense, then, in which we can speak of the sentient, cognitive, and appetitive, and executive powers of man as the seat of habits? The activities of those faculties are under the control of intellect and will. The acts elicited by the former are commanded by the latter. They are acts that issue primarily from the latter faculties, and hence the dispositions that result from repetition of these acts and give a facility for further repetition of them, acts of talking, walking, singing, playing musical instruments, exercising any handicraft, are partly, though only secondarily, dispositions formed in these sentient faculties: the trained eye, the trained ear, the discriminating sense of taste, the alert sense of touch in the deaf, dumb, or blind, or in these executive powers whereby the latter more promptly and easily obey the command of the higher faculties. But they are primarily and principally habits of these higher faculties themselves, rendering the latter permanently apt to command and utilize the subordinate powers in the repetition of such acts. Unquestionably, the bodily organs acquire by exercise a definite set, which facilitates their further exercise. But this set is not something that they can use themselves, nor is it something that removes or lessens a natural indeterminateness or indifference of these powers, for they are not indifferent. They must act at any instant in the one way which their concrete nature in all its surroundings actually demands. They themselves are only instruments of the higher faculties. These alone have freedom of choice between lines of action. It is only the stable modifications which these acquire, which they themselves can use, and which dispose them, by lessening their indeterminateness, that are properly called habits. There are, therefore, in the organic faculties of man dispositions which give facility of action. There are, moreover, organic dispositions which dispose the organism not for action, but for its union with the formative principle, or soul. Habituales dispositiones materiae ad formam. Aristotle gives as instances bodily health or beauty, but these dispositiones materiales ad formam he does not call habits, any more than the organic dispositiones ad operationem just referred to. And for this reason, that although all these dispositions have a certain degree of stability in the organism, a stability which they derive moreover from the soul, which is the formative principle that secures the continuity and individual identity of the organism, yet they are not of themselves, of their own nature, stable, whereas the acquired dispositions of the spiritual faculties, intellect and will, rooted as they are in a subject that is spiritual and substantially immutable, are of their own nature stable and permanent. Nor are all dispositions of these latter faculties to be deemed habits, but only those which arise from acts which give them the special character of stability. Hence, mere opinion in the intellectual order as distinct from science, or a mere inclination resulting from a few isolated acts, as distinct from a virtue or a vice in the moral order, are not habits. Habits, therefore, belong properly to the faculties of a spiritual substance. Indirectly, however, they extend their influence to the lower or organic powers dependent on and controlled by the spiritual faculties. To the various dispositions and facilities of action acquired by animals through training, adaptation, acclimatization, etc., we may apply what has been said in regard to the sense faculties and executive powers of the human body, just as we may regard the internal sense faculties, memory, imagination, sense appetite, in man as in a secondary and subordinate way subjects of habits, insofar as these faculties act under the direction and control of human reason and will. So also the organic dispositions induced in irrational animals by the direction and guidance of human reason may indeed be regarded as extensions or effects of the habits that dispose the rational human faculties, but not as themselves in the strict sense habits. If, then, habits belong properly to intellect and will, and if their function is to dispose or indispose the human agent for the attainment of the perfection in which his last end consists, we must naturally look to psychology and ethics for a detailed analysis of them. Here we must be content with a word on their origin, their effects, and their importance. Habits are produced by acts. The act modifies the faculty. If, for instance, nothing remained in our cognitive faculties after each transient cognitive act had passed, memory would be inexplicable and knowledge impossible, nor could the repetition of any act ever become easier than its first performance. This something that remains is a habit, or the beginning of a habit. A habit may be produced by a single act. The mind's first intuition of an axiom or principle produces a habit or habitual knowledge of that principle. But as a rule, it requires a repetition of any act, and that for a long time at comparatively short intervals, to produce a habit of that act, a stable disposition whereby it can be readily repeated. And to strengthen and perfect the habit, the acts must be formed with a growing degree of intensity and energy. Progress in virtue demands sustained and increasingly earnest efforts. The natural effect of habit is to perfect the faculty, to increase its energy, to make it more prompt to act, and thus to facilitate the performance of the act for which the habit disposes it. It also engenders and develops a natural need or tendency or desire to repeat the act and a natural aversion from the acts opposed to the habit. Finally, according as the habit grows, the performance of the act demands less effort, calls for less actual attention. Thus the habit diminishes the feeling of effort and begins to bring about a quasi-automatic and semi-conscious form of activity. Good habits are those which perfect the nature of the agent, which advance it towards the realization of its end. Bad habits are those which retard and prevent the realization of this end. Hence the ethical importance to the human person of forming, fostering, and confirming good habits, as also of avoiding, resisting, and eradicating bad habits, can scarcely be exaggerated. The profound and all-pervading influence of habit in the mental and moral life of man is unfortunately far from being adequately appreciated, even by those responsible for the secular, moral, and religious education of the young. This is perhaps mainly due to the fact that the influence of habit on the conduct of life, enormous as it is in fact, is so secret, so largely unconscious that it easily escapes notice. Careful reflection on our actions, diligent study of the springs of action in our everyday life are needed to reveal this influence. But the more we analyze human conduct in ourselves and others, the more firmly convinced we become that human character and conduct are mainly dependent on the formation of habits. Habits are the grand conserving and perfecting, or the terrible undermining and destroying force of life. They are the fruit of our past and the seed of our future. In them the words of Leibniz find their fullest verification. Quote, "The present is laden with the past and pregnant with the future." End quote. By forming good habits, we escape the disheartening difficulties of perpetual beginnings, and thus the labor we devote to the acquisition of wisdom and virtue has its first rich recompense in the facility it gives us to advance on the path of progress. It has been truly and rightly said that all genuine education consists in the formation of good habits. End of section 32, read by Sandra.